We started on shorts. We're starting on regular. I'm ready to get going here. Nice comment, chick, right? That's the weird thing, because it kind of flies in the face of the way that other content creators sometimes try to portray me, but I really am actually pretty nice. Anyway, let's get to what we're doing today. Going over some Trump tent.
We are coming on the air with breaking news.
Sorry, I don't know why I think we're coming on the air is funny. I'm just immature, chat. Look, if I was coming on the air, it would probably be not on any of these platforms. It would be a separate platform that would be very exclusive and very member focused. Oh my God, chat! Why did I have to say member focused? Anyway, I'm not focused on members, am I? Not too much. Let's get this volume. Why is the volume so low? Oh, that's right. I turned the volume down. All right, here we go. So what else do we need to do? We need to press our buttons. We need to press the buttons. Press the button here. Press the button here. And then press the button here. How about here, though? I like the jellyfish. I'm here for the jellyfish. If you like the jellyfish, press 1 in chat. So yeah, here we got like kind of a update basically of what we know so far. We'll also watch a press conference.
NBC News, Secret Service fired in the direction of a person with a gun just outside Mr. Trump's golf course in South Florida today, and that they recovered an AR-style rifle. They say one person is in custody tonight. Want to show you, we're about to hear an update from officials there in Palm Beach County in Florida. It looks like that news conference is going to begin any second, and as it does, I want to bring in our correspondent Tom Winter, who's been
following. Slater Sand, you're so nice.
Bring us up to speed on what we know, and Tom, importantly, what we don't know, because there's still some real big questions here, too.
Big questions here, Hallie, as far as the sequence of events, but as best we can figure it out, when the former president or any president is on a golf course in what's called an off-the-record event, in other words, they don't tell us about it ahead of time, it's not publicized, what the Secret Service does is they fan out agents behind the president or their protectee or in front. The agents that were in front, several holes ahead of Trump, were told spot an individual along the tree line or in the bushes outside of the property, the golf property, where Trump was playing golf. They see him. It's not.
Cindy Prim says, was it another Republican? This is definitely somebody who voted for Trump in 2016. As far as we know, somebody that was supporting Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy in the Republican primary. But it's kind of hard to typify this person's ideology because it's all over the map and it doesn't seem super tethered to reality. So, you know, they've definitely got some Republican tendencies. They've expressed some sort of anti-vax, anti-China sort of viewpoints. But at the same time, it's hard to like pigeonhole them, considering that their beliefs aren't really grounded in reality in a lot of cases.
Clear whether.
But yeah, I guess that does kind of make them a Republican.
He was aiming at the former president, whether he was aiming at the Secret Service agents or something else. But they see clearly, according to them and the law enforcement officials we've been speaking to, they see that this individual is armed. They fire upon that individual. He flees, dropping the weapon, and then is pursued by local law enforcement who has the license plate and has the details and the information to make that pursuit. They take that person into custody. The Secret Service and law enforcement find an assault-style rifle, a semi-automatic rifle, in the bushes there, and perhaps some other items as well. That's something we're still trying to figure out. So it does appear, to bottom line it, Hallie, that an armed individual with a semi-automatic rifle was outside of the property where Donald Trump was playing golf this afternoon, and the Secret Service engaged with that individual in gunfire. The question is whether or not that person fired upon the Secret Service or fired upon Trump prior to the Secret Service engaging. There's a lot of conflicting information, as you might imagine, Hallie, at this stage of the investigation. But that's something that we're trying to figure out, as well as who this individual is and what their specific motive might be.
So we've got a little bit more, this is from 2 hours ago. We've got a little more information now about who this individual is. Again, it's confusing. They are somebody who's definitely had a history of mental illness, also a history with guns. And, somebody that seemed to have some really strange ideas about China and the COVID virus and stuff like that, right? So some anti-vax kind of views as well.
But the statement from the FBI is just put in by our colleague Ken Delaney.
Maybe if J.D. Vance had not compared Trump to Hitler, says Black Spidey, this wouldn't have happened. Polarization has gone way too far. I agree.
Is abundantly clear. They view this as yet another attempted assassination attempt on Donald Trump.
Coming just about 2 months, of course, after that first attempted assassination against the former president in Butler, Pennsylvania. Now, the suspect was caught basically up I-95, so north of Palm Beach County, in a different county. And the sheriff there says when taken into custody, the suspect appeared relatively calm in demeanor. Do we know anything else about where this investigation goes from here, Tom? Because as you point out, the big question I think remaining is,
what's the frequency, Kenneth says Omega Star? That's the question we're all asking.
Did this person get a shot off, essentially, on former President Trump, on the Secret Service, et cetera?
Right. And all indications are here, Hallie, given the fact that these agents were several holes away from Donald Trump, that if he was firing upon them, believing that the president was part of this group, well, then likely he was far, far away from where Trump.
I gotta say, given what's happening, right? Given Donald Trump's propensity to spend so much of his time on the golf course, and given the amount of, deranged people that seem to want to take a shot at him, I have a feeling that Donald Trump is going to affect the U.S. budget in a profoundly negative way. I feel like, I don't want to hear, in other words, I don't want to hear Trump talk about like expenditures for SNAP, for EBT, for the social safety net. Given how many expenditures the U.S. government is making to protect his ass.
We should note that no shots or rounds are believed to have been found near Trump at all. He was immediately taken to safety by the Secret Service. He has since departed that location. And so right now, all we know is that if this individual did fire, they were probably too far away for certain to be able to hit Trump, if even to be able to get an accurate shot off from that.
So here's an important question, right, that may not get answered quite as succinctly. I said succinctly for some reason. Quite as succinctly as we've got it here, right? Was Trump in any real danger, right? Was there a active attempt on his life? And it seems like the answer at this point is no.
So that's, again, all part of the investigation, all part of what's going on. One thing I can tell you, there are serious discussions at this hour about the ongoing safety of our political candidates and their families in this country, because as you just pointed out, we're within 2 assassination attempts here within the last 3 months. We have the United Nations General Assembly kicking off here in New York City a week and a day from now. That's when everybody is in town, all these world dignitaries, at a time where we have 2 wars going on in the world. With Ukraine, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, as well as what's going on between Israel, Hamas, and Hezbollah. And so,
you mean what's going on between Israel and the Palestinian people? The massacre, continuing massacre? Okay.
Put all together, and Iran's threats and some of the...
I know that Netanyahu would love it to be a war against Hamas, a war against Hezbollah, even a war against Iran, but it seems at this moment that the war seems to be against human life in Gaza.
U.S. law enforcement has been ringing the bell. An individual just...
So Izzy Sanchez is echoing something that I have got to say I've been hearing a lot of on Twitter. Dr. Butler, welcome in. Izzy says, I'm really thinking Trump is setting this up so he can get a bump in the polls. I don't have any information on that. I can't deny that. I can't disprove that, but and I can see why you might think that, but it just seems like a lot. And considering that a simpler explanation is that 2 mentally unwell people took a shot at this guy or wanted to. Yeah, in this case, this guy didn't take a, so here, from what we know so far, unless this has changed in the last 2 hours, this person did not get a shot off at Trump, right? They might have shot back and forth with the Secret Service, but it more seems like the Secret Service saw their gun muzzle pointing through the bushes, and they took a shot at them. The person drops their gun, they run, they get in their car, they speed off, and somebody was able to take a picture of the car and the license plate. They found the license plate on a road north of there. He was in the next county by that time, and that was when they apprehended the suspect. That's where the see if we can find the picture. There we go. That's where this picture comes from, right? They get him out of his car, and I don't know why he's holding his shirt up like that. Oh no, chat. Look, I don't want to say this, okay? I don't know if I want to say this, but he's kind of reminding me of somebody else. Anybody else getting some vibes? Let me see. We might have a read on this guy. We might have a positive idea here. Let's see. I'm going to show you a picture, and you can tell me if you think that it might be the same dude. Here, take a look at this. What do you think? Is it the same guy? This is a picture taken from the 1990s, I believe. So the suspect is a bit older, but it's just too close to the same thing. What, chat? What if this wasn't even about like an assassination attempt? What if this gentleman just wanted TP for his bunghole, right? What if he had eaten a lot of sugary snacks, a lot of caffeinated beverages prior to getting up that day, and he was just in the bushes with the gun to ask the former president for some TP? I don't know. This could have been all a big mistake. I don't know. But anyway, that's the suspect.
Several months ago, arrested for attempting to assassinate a former U.S. political figure here in the United States. The alert level when it comes to protecting political candidates and the amount of threats that are coming in against Donald Trump as well as against his opponent, Vice President Kamala Harris, remain very high.
He was just open carrying. I mean, that is the Republican take on it.
And so I think if there's a better illustration of that, again, pending the motive on this individual and pending what we know as far as this person that's now in custody and a gun being found where they were in the Secret Service firing upon them.
Wait a minute. What is up with this background? Do you notice something, Chad? So the people that stand behind a political candidate, they're not accidentally there. They didn't just get to the venue first and get to take those seats, right? They're specifically planned. They're specifically chosen to stand back there. And while you do have 1, 2, 3 guys back there, I gotta say, like, what is this, like a MAGA wine mom convention? Do you see what I'm saying, chat? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, these people standing behind him seem to be have been specifically chosen for a certain reason.
Still an open question mark, but specifically we know from the FBI that at this point they do believe that this is an attempted assassination attempt. And I think this changes the entire conversation about security.
This changes everything. Now we're going to spend more money on his ass, right? Yeah, there was some conversation about, like, had he been currently the president, they would have been able to, like, with the amount, they give you different amounts of security depending on if you're like a president, a former president, a candidate, or whatever, right? And you don't get, like, for the president, they lock that shit down. For a presidential candidate, even a former president, right? It's not, they protect them, but there's less of a a locking down of it. Like, because a golf course is big. Golf courses are huge, right? Golf is, I don't even know. What would you say, chat? What is a regular golf hole is like it's like a football field. It's like longer, like a regular golf hole, right? From one end to the other is like a football field. And just imagine this, chat. You've got 18 of these golf holes. You know, the tee to the green, kind of just interlaced everywhere. Some of them are shorter, some of them are par threes, some of them are longer. They're par fives, but they're all, you know, around a football field in length. So we're talking about like 18 football field links, links, right? Kind of stacked up on each other, right? So it's impossible. It's very hard to secure that big of an area.
Well, remains to be seen, Hallie, but I think it is easy to say and perhaps assume today that...
What's up, Dr. Butler?
The ongoing presidential campaigning, as it snakes its way across states across this country, will probably look a lot different going forward.
Tom, what I'm going to ask you to stand by for just a second. As we are standing by now, we understand that there will be a representative from the Secret Service at this news conference that is about to begin any minute from now. We also understand, of course, that this is led by the Palm Beach Sheriff. I want to bring in Vaughn Hilliard, who covers the Trump campaign for us. What are you hearing from folks on the campaign side, Vaughn? Because our first indication that something significant had happened was when the campaign revealed that gunshots had happened in the vicinity of the former president, quickly clarifying that he was safe.
Right. It was just two sentences from a campaign spokesperson who sent out a mass email saying that shots were fired in the vicinity of Donald Trump while he was golfing in West Palm Beach here. For Donald Trump and his campaign, I don't think the gravity of this could be understated. We're 51 days away from the general election. This is just days after the debate between he and Kamala Harris. After the Republican convention, Donald Trump is now clearly more than a political target. There are at least two individuals who it appears that this time, per the FBI, saying that...
Okay, now I don't like what he's saying, right? Because my understanding of the two would-be assassins is that they are not political actors as much as they are mentally disturbed individuals. So, like, what did he just say? It got, like, this feeds into the, like, Trump narrative, right? Of this Trump's biggest narrative, his biggest meta narrative, is that he is a persecuted individual. There's this evil group called the Deep State, and they are gang stalking our special guy. They just hate him for some reason, probably because he's the only one who can save the world from World War III. And so they have it in for him. And that feeds into this shit. Like, I hate it when the media is this irresponsible.
Donald Trump is now clearly more than a political target. There are at least two individuals who it appears...
He's clearly more than a political target? I mean, he's less than a political target. He's like a target of, you know, individuals that are kind of unmoored from reality. And probably because a lot of what he says is unmoored from reality. Look, the issue is, like, when somebody sees a celebrity or a political actor and they hear them speak and they kind of think, well, this person's speaking, you know, to me specifically, right? You've got a lot of cases where, you know, shooters of celebrities are reading into the words of the celebrity, things that the celebrity themselves did not intend, right? It occurs to me right now that this very kind of thing could happen to a streamer. But with Donald Trump, like, he's not just saying, like, kind of normal stuff. He's talking about Hannibal Lecter. He's talking about sharks and batteries. He's reading The Snake. He's reading The Snake. He's constantly reading that, right? The poem, The Snake, it's the, let me in, gentle woman, let me in. And he's trying to, you know, that's supposed to be, to him, that's about immigrants, right? The snake is immigrants, and the woman is the United States, and, you know, the immigrants are poisoning our blood, or what. Yeah, I mean, that's literally like what he's trying to do with that, right? But imagine how some of this stuff sounds, and especially his persecution complex. I think that we've got a situation where you've got an individual running for a president that is somewhat himself unmoored from reality, and he is getting the attention of other individuals who are unmoored from reality, and he's becoming a character in their delusions. Does that make sense? That's my analysis of why Trump has gotten had like 2 attempts on his life. Now, granted, Chad, there was like a shooting earlier, or there was something that went on at the White House with somebody putting Biden in danger earlier this year. Obama, was subject to this kind of stuff too. I think there's other like plots that are uncovered, or individuals that are looked at by the Secret Service. This stuff isn't that abnormal, but for the attempts to get so far, where in one case the person actually did manage to shoot Trump's ear, and this other case, this person managed to get like about 1 golf hole length away from Trump on the golf course, right? I feel like there is something a little bit more happening here. I feel like there's something special about the delusional nature of Trump's rhetoric that is attracting these individuals to, and this individual was a big fan of Donald Trump circa 2016. This was a supporter of Donald Trump in 2016. At some point, he became disenchanted with Donald Trump. He became a supporter of Nikki Haley, and Vivek Ramaswamy was hoping for a super ticket between Haley and Ramaswamy in the primary. Did not get what they want. Now they've got Donald Trump running. They wrote weird Facebook messages both to I almost said former president. He feels like it, to President Biden and Kamala Harris, begging them to go and talk to the wounded in the shooting in Butler, Pennsylvania, saying that Trump would never do that, and this is their chance to. So obviously not a fan of Donald Trump at this point, but this is a chat. Do you see what I'm saying? This is a fallen fan. This is a former MAGA cult member that has changed his mind and now like sees the president, instead of some agent of ultimate good, as some agent of ultimate evil. Sees the former president as some sort of a like this is somebody that's been through the MAGA cult, in other words.
At this time for the FBI, saying that it appears that this is an attempted assassination on the life of the former president. Somebody here who is now a very clearly a target of violence here. He has started having outdoor events again, which have been surrounded by plexiglass. I was actually with him at his golf club in Los Angeles just 2 days ago, where he was holding a press conference, and there were multiple Secret Service snipers in the proximity of him there on that golf course there, paying close attention to the surroundings around him. But we have seen most of his events move indoors. He just got back late last night from that West Coast swing there with each of those events.
And that's the other thing is like, right, he has really scaled back his campaigning. Like for Trump, the rally used to be his main thing. It was also a point of pride that when he was running against Biden, his rallies would be attended much more heavily by people that were much more enthusiastic than Biden's supporters, right? And so he would kind of brag about this. Now the tables have turned, and you see almost every single one of Kamala's rallies is outpacing and out enthusiasming Donald Trump's rallies, and so that tactic doesn't work for him as well. Also, yeah, he's been had an attempt on his life in Butler, and this seems to be another attempt on his life at a golf course, right? I just wonder how this is going to affect his campaigning. He's also got something that doesn't get talked about nearly enough, is that, he's run for president in 2016, in 2020, and now again in 2024, right? During those first 2 campaigns, he was he had a pattern of booking a venue, going to the venue to speak, and then finding some reason to not pay the venue. You're supposed to pay for the costs of your event to the venue. And he would regularly stiff these venues. So those venues that he owes money to, he can't go back to. So those are off the limit. So imagine Donald Trump. Imagine planning a campaign for him and, looking at different cities, marking some cities of like, okay, the venue that we would use there, we can't use it anymore. Looking at other places, okay, this is outdoors, but do we really want to have another outdoor event given what's happened? There's not a lot really open to him. I wouldn't be surprised to see Donald Trump kind of take a more podcast centric. That seems to be the one appearance that he is leaning into now, that that these other kinds of appearances are, for whatever reason, not nearly as appealing to him as they used to be, right? Him going on podcasts, trying to have conversations about non-political things, trying to humanize himself, trying to get into that sort of manosphere podcast demographic of people that might not usually show up to vote, right? They're maybe given to be a little bit more right-wing, but they're also less given to vote. And if Trump can kind of appear in front of Aiden Ross's audience, in front of Theo Vaughn's audience, et cetera, then maybe, the calculation is some of those non-voters, he can turn them into voters.
That were taking place, other than that golf course press conference happening outside. Those other rallies have been happening indoors here now. But, it was 2 months ago when the first assassination attempt took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. And in the immediate week after that, at the Republican National Convention, you saw a different Donald Trump with a different tenor, a more passive, a more retrospective Donald Trump.
The other question I have, I guess, and I hate to say this because I'm not trying to engender any sort of sympathy for this guy, but is he maybe traumatized? Like, just speaking as, like, a human being, he has actually been through a lot. And even though, he's a vile piece of shit, he's still got the same, kind of nervous system as the rest of us. And when a nervous system gets traumatized like that multiple times, I don't know if it's possible to remain the same, right? I don't know if it's possible to campaign with as much intensity maybe as he used to. Whoops, wrong button. Let's get this.
Who is calling for the idea of a more unified country.
Blitzkrieg says, I don't think he's reflecting on things. He's doubling down. Izzy Sanchez says, sorry, but I have no I'm not trying to engender sympathy. Just understand. I'm just trying to explain what I'm seeing as a change in his behavior. I'm trying to explain his sort of more, passive. I don't know. I mean, it's not entirely passive. You saw him recently. When did we watch this? Right. There was one rally in which he was basically yelling, and obviously at the debate, he was very, very whiny, very loud, very obnoxious.
Almost taking a step back from the heightened tension that the country's politics have gone through over the last years. Really, ever since that week, leaving the Republican National Convention, though, we've seen Donald Trump escalate the rhetoric, and we have seen our politics really at perhaps its.
I mean, he's definitely, revving up the rhetoric, so it's not like his, rhetoric has been softened or anything like that. It feels like he's a different person. Also, he's getting older, right? It might not even have anything to do with some sort of trauma response from the, events that happened. It might have more to do with just aging. Because, I did look at, we looked at a little bit of video of him last night from, I don't know how many years ago, several years ago, probably like 2016 or so. Different man entirely, different person entirely. He's very much, showing his advanced age.
Most divisive point in recent decades here. And for Donald Trump and his campaign, he has been going, has other rallies planned in North Carolina, in Michigan this week. Of course, battleground states. We're looking at early voting starting in places like Wisconsin just this very Thursday here. And this is a moment where we've already seen some allies of his call out the idea that there is an ideation of violence on the political left.
This I don't buy. I'm not, no, I'm sorry. Ideation? What the fuck are you talking about? On the political left. Also, neither of these shooters, okay, like I said before, I'm being super, I'm trying not to jump to conclusions, right? There are signs that you could use to say, to kind of put this guy on the political right, but when I look at him, from what we know so far, I don't feel it's proper to pigeonhole him as either ideology, but if I had to, yeah, I'd say right wing. These are one Republican, one registered Republican, debate lord, possibly even somebody, for the guy in Butler, Pennsylvania, possibly even somebody that is further to the right than Trump, and one just deranged anti-vax, weirdo obsessed with like, China and COVID and kind of anti-vax coded, right? You do not get to throw that on the political left and say, oh yeah, it's because the left is saying bad things about Trump. That's causing ideation. No, I'm sorry. I'm not buying this at all.
Of course, we have seen, as we're looking at here, these shots here, getting ready for this press conference.
All right, so we're going to move to this version of the press conference just to keep things kind of switched up. I don't know if it's going to help monetization, but it might, or help avoid any sorts of claims. What's funny is with the news, I don't get copyright claims from the networks themselves or for my coverage of their coverage, but what I do get is claims from like little incidental music they have at the beginning and the end of their programming. Simon Pierre says both were right-wingers. Yeah, I mean, if I had to characterize this guy in any ideology, I'd say that he's, like very QAnon anti-vax sort of coded rather than. But yeah, a little bit of a never Trumper as well. He's kind of a puzzling guy, actually. I still get Kennedy vibes from this latest guy. Wait, Kennedy vibes? What do you mean, like Oswald?
From the state attorney's office, we are going to give you everything we have. Everything. All right? So when we get done, think about your questions, because we're not going to take a lot. And keep them to the information that you heard. Don't get into what ifs, and because of this, we're not going to go there, all right? So keep that in mind, and we'll be good. So here we go. All right, 1:30 this afternoon. Call came out, shots fired. That was called in by the Secret Service. Because we're in constant contact with them all the time, we were notified of that, and we had units here that immediately sealed off the area. Fortunately, we were able to locate a witness that came to us and said, hey, I saw the guy running out of the bushes. He jumped into a black Nissan, and I took a picture of the vehicle and the tag, which was great. So we had that information. Our real-time crime center put it out to the license plate readers.
I'm going to question CBS News for the pictures they're showing of Donald Trump. Like, this feels like I get that they want to show, I don't know, other images. And in this case, they're talking about Trump's rallies, but this is like hagiography, right? This is like, if I had to characterize these pictures, these are like shots that the Trump campaign itself would take. These are not just like random, like, photos of Trump at rallies.
And we were able to...
Like, look, standing in front of the American flag.
On I-95 as it was headed into Martin County. We got a hold of Martin County Sheriff's Office, alerted them, and they spotted the vehicle and pulled it over and detained the guy. After that, we took the the witness that witnessed the incident.
See what I mean? What is the purpose of showing this picture along with the sheriff's, this is what I hate about the media without even meaning to it. They basically give Trump free, campaign ads.
Flew him up there, and he identified as the person that he saw running out of the bushes and jumped into the car. Now, in the bushes where this guy was is a AK-47 style rifle with a scope.
What do you think, Chad? Are the bushes going to become the new grassy knoll?
2 backpacks which were hung on the fence that had ceramic tile in them, and a GoPro, which he was going to take pictures of.
I feel like the real events of this shooting aren't going to be satisfying to the right-wing narrative. Like, they really need to portray this as they are coming after him, right? They really need to portray this as somehow these people who are both, further to the right than they are to the left are like, Biden's people or Kamala's people or the deep state's people. And when what they really are is just like kind of mentally unmoored individuals.
So those are being processed right now. The Secret Service agent that was on the course did a fantastic job. What they do is they have an agent that jumps one hole ahead of time to where the president was at.
Shakespeare is asking ceramic tile. So my understanding of the ceramic tile is that this is a plate that goes into a armored vest, and that most armored vests are sufficient to deflect, like, let's say a 9mm, like a very, common ordnance that would be in a gun. But there are, different kinds of guns that, say, the Secret Service might have, including like high-powered, anti-sniper sort of weapons, and that this ceramic tile would be more likely to be able to deflect like a larger caliber. Is that the right word for it? I don't know much about guns, but Gavi Close says, I want this to be the deep state, but really a really weird part, like the Bush era operatives, like armor piercing rounds. Well, yeah, that's what they have. They have armor piercing rounds. So I feel like, from what I've heard, even the ceramic plates would not stop the kind of weaponry that the Secret Service would have on hand. But the question is, do the, when in the moment when he would be taking a shot, would the agents right there, would they have the kind of caliber to be able to pierce the ceramic tiles? He also had a GoPro. So I don't know what he was thinking, that he was going to, post this on social media or something? It actually doesn't make sense, because check this out, right? If you're this guy and you want to get his, you want to, make it do an assassination and then put it up on social media? You would need to be broadcasting. You would need to be live streaming this event in order for it to even be shown. You can't I don't know what he thought he was going to do. He was going to take the footage with the GoPro, leave from the scene, go to a Starbucks or something, plug in his laptop and upload it? What is he going to do?
And he was able to spot this rifle barrel sticking out of the fence and immediately engage that individual, at which time the individual took off. So that's what we know about the investigation. We have somebody in custody right now that is a potential suspect. We got a little bit more work to do on it, but as we usually do, as soon as we decide that we're going to book him into the county jail and the charges that he's
what the hell? They're showing him dancing.
Going to be booked into, we'll get those to you, and we'll get a picture.
These are like Trump posters. Like, what the fuck is this?
And we'll get you his background. So now I'm going to turn it over to the representative of the Secret Service, and he's going to make a brief statement.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I first want to thank all of our law enforcement partners, to include the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office and the Martin County Sheriff's Office, for their involvement today. Former President Donald Trump is safe and unharmed.
They're going to start transvestigating him soon enough. Look, I feel like they've already been through that. I feel like they did. I feel like there was a little bit of that. Like when it first happened, right? This is what, with any shooter, with any mass casualty event, school shooter, or, like this, an assassination attempt, they get in early when it's in breaking news phase, when there's a vacuum of information, which means that any information that's given, even if it's not from a credible source, is going to be taken more seriously than it probably should be, right? And that's when the right wing tries to inject their narratives of like, it's a trans person, it's a, immigrant, it's a, any kind of marginalized group, right? That's who they're going to throw it on.
Following a protective incident shortly before 2 p.m. on Sunday at Trump International Golf Club at West Palm Beach. The U.S. Secret Service personnel opened fire on a gunman located near the property line.
Whenever the shooting happens, they don't really care about the victim and the family. They immediately get excited to hope it's a trans person. Yeah.
And this matter is under investigation. I'll turn it over to my partners.
Yeah, they tell the left not to politicize an incident, especially in terms of gun control.
The FBI.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Veltri. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI's Miami field office. The FBI has assumed the role as the lead federal law enforcement agency in the investigation of the incident that occurred earlier today at Trump International Golf Course here in West Palm Beach, Florida. We've deployed a number of resources, including investigative teams, crisis response team members, bomb technicians, and evidence response team members as well. What we need right now is for the public to avoid the area around the golf course. We will continue to support this investigation with the full resources of the FBI.
Classic Trump.
Alongside
And that goofy look on his face.
Secret Service and the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office, as well as Martin County Sheriff's Office and state and local law enforcement. I would ask that if anyone has any information that may assist with this investigation, to contact our tip line at 1-800-CALL-FBI or at tips, that's TIPS .fbi.gov. Thank you.
David?
Hi, I'm Dave Ehrenberg, State Attorney for Palm Beach County. I want to thank Sheriff Bradshaw and our partners at the local, state, and federal levels. I'm here because our prosecutors are currently working up warrants and a motion for pretrial detention for the suspect. In that way, he will be kept in custody. But our filing of these warrants and charges at the state level does not preclude federal charges that could be coming. But in the meantime, it looks like the warrants and the pretrial detention motion will happen first. And again, I want to thank the cooperation we've had with our federal partners and at the local level. And thank you all for being here today.
Okay, we're going to make these pictures available to you. It'll show you a picture of the backpack and the rifle. And there's also a GoPro on the fence there where he was intent on filming what was going on. Even though we're going to have to secure a couple of areas around the golf course here, the public doesn't need to panic. We know that we got a post office, a library, and a school down the street. So we'll make it convenient for you to get to all the places you need to go, get your kids to school, get them over here to the post office or wherever else you need to go. It's safe. There's no more danger here, and we'll make it very convenient for you. So having said that, we're going to take a very limited amount of questions, and you can direct them to who you want to answer the question.
Sheriff, did this individual make any statements as he was being detained?
No statement right now as far as his involvement in the incident, and there's further investigation to be completed.
What was his demeanor like?
Yeah, I'm not sure if maybe the Secret Service gentleman can answer. I misunderstood, or couldn't quite understand. So there was a rifle, so one of your agents saw, on the golf course, saw a rifle pointing through a fence with a chain link. Okay, so he saw that, the agent?
That is correct, yes.
And the president, or the former president, was on the course behind him. How close?
It was 1 or 2 holes behind.
Understood.
That because the bubble moves through the golf course, so our agents will get there first, clear it. He noticed that the rifle was pointed out. Our agents engaged. We are not sure right now if the individual was able to take a shot at our agents, but for sure our agents were able to engage with the subject. I don't know that.
Doesn't appear so.
Is there a vote?
Yep. Al.
How far away was the president? How far away was Donald Trump when this gentleman was caught and stopped?
Probably between 300 and 500 yards, but with a rifle and a scope like that, that's not a long distance.
For the Secret Service, how far was your...
No, they said 300 to 400 yards. That is... I don't know, would he even, like on a golf course, I don't feel like they would, so it may be far away, but like, you know, the way that these things work, right? There's a golf course is like this, right? The place where the person hits the ball from is called the tee. And past the tee, towards the hole, is the fairway. The fairway is sometimes straight, it's sometimes curved, a lot of times curved, actually, because that makes it harder to, you know, it makes the hole harder, right? So the golf hole could either be a par 3, a par 4, or a par 5, depending on the length, the length from the tee to the hole itself, um, and there's hazards, right? That are either like a sandy bunker, like a sort of hole that's got sand in it, that if you hit the ball into there, it's harder to hit it out, and takes a special golf club to do that with. Water hazards, where it's possible to, if you don't hit the ball correctly, you could hit it into the water. It could cost you strokes. And trees, right? Where if you hit a tree, your ball's going to be deflected and it's not going to go where you want it to go. So because there's and in between every single hole and the next one, there's like an out of bounds area that's often heavily wooded. It's got bushes, it's got trees, it's got like all kinds of stuff in between there. So, in other words, the line of sight on a golf course isn't quite, I don't know. I'm a little bit distrustful to this idea that, this person was within shooting distance of the president. My understanding is that there's a Secret Service detachment that goes, so when he's playing the holes, right, there's like hole 1, hole 2, hole 3, he goes in order, plays the holes, right? And so while he's on hole 1, the detachment is on hole 2, checking it out, making sure the place that he's going to go to right next, they're there first, right? And then he gets to hole 2, they move to hole 3, they're checking that area out, right? And so these Secret Service agents were on a hole ahead of him, saw the muzzle, not the nuzzle, sorry, of the rifle stick out of the bushes, and fired because that was a threat. And so the idea that he was with, like, I don't know, I feel like he wasn't really in danger of, they're going to try to make, in other words, like there's like a optics question here where his team wants to make it seem like he was in the maximum amount of danger, even if he wasn't. Wants to seem like he narrowly escaped, wants to make this look heroic, right? The fight. They want to have another one of those moments. And in reality, what this was the detachment ahead of him sees the muzzle protruding through the bushes, shoots at it, right? They go and try and give chase, try to apprehend this visual. They radio back to the team that's with Trump. These people jump on Trump, knock him down, get him, out of the line of fire, basically, if there were somebody firing at him, and then immediately grab him, throw him into what I'm to understand is some sort of an armored golf cart, and then speed away to get him to safety as fast as possible. And it wasn't, he gets up and there's a crowd and he's like, fight, or anything like that. There's no fucking glorious moment here. And it feels like even the law enforcement, like I told you, law enforcement tends to be right wing. So even the law enforcement here is trying to portray greater danger for the president, a more heroic scenario than what's really going on. You know what he said after the event? He said, I was almost even. I was about to putt for a birdie. I really wish I could have finished this round of golf, right? That is what his mind was on, right? So that shows you that he did not perceive himself to be in any kind of great danger.
From the would-be assailant.
That I'm not sure right now. We're still looking into it.
Reports of the 4 rounds of ammunition were fired. Were all 4 of those from your agent?
That is correct. 4 to 6. We're not sure yet.
Was there a long distance?
I think it's hard to hear the questions, but it sounds like they're confirming that all 4 rounds. So 4 rounds were shot, all of the rounds by the agents, right? So from what we know right now, the assailant did not get off any shots, not at Trump. I don't think they had a line of sight on Trump, and not even at the Secret Service agents, right? It was all them firing at him. He gets the fuck out of there, jumps in his car, tries to escape, gets 1 county north of where he was, and his plates are picked up because on his way out, somebody saw him run, saw him get in the car, snapped a photo of his license plate, snapped a photo of his vehicles, and with that, the law enforcement authorities were able to use they've got things on the highways that track people's license plates, and it detected his license plate, right, as showing up. So they sent the cops out there, and that's where this happened, right? That's where this happened, all right? But yeah, as far as we know from this, and again, this is just the initial press conference, no rounds were fired by the assailant. So again, it kind of cuts against. Now, the worst thing that could happen as far as the optics of this, and again, like, the optics shouldn't be so important, but there's people trying to spin this. Trump's going to try to, use this as a campaign, booster. But the worst thing that could have happened is if this had turned out to be somebody that had no design whatsoever on Trump, because if it was reported at first as an assassination attempt, and then it turns out to be like two guys like shooting at each other, unrelated, then this turns into the Trump campaign crying wolf, right? Doesn't seem like that's what it was. It seems like this person had a GoPro. They're, hiding in the bushes on the golf course, one hole ahead of where the former president was about to golf, and they, it does seem like they had intentions on Trump, likely. So it's not going to be a cried wolf moment, but it's also, I don't think it's a fight moment either.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. WBF25. I was wondering how this was able to happen, and for future reference, is there any up security in the golf course?
I didn't hear all that. Say that one more time and talk up a little bit.
Hulk up.
Was able to happen, and for future reference, is there any up security in the golf course?
Well, you got to understand the golf course is surrounded by shrubbery. So when somebody gets into the shrubbery, they're pretty much out of sight. All right, and at this level that
a shrubbery
he is at right now, he's not the sitting president. If he was, we would have had this entire golf course around it. But because he's not, the security is limited to the areas that the Secret
Shakespeare says, breathe through your golf balls?
Service deems possible. So I would imagine that the next time he comes to the golf course, there'll probably be a little bit more people around the perimeter. But the Secret Service did exactly what they should have done. They provided exactly what the protection should have been.
Davy Cliff says, this feels like the natural outcome of Trump politically activating people with mental health issues. Yeah, whether on purpose or on accident, right?
And their agent did a fantastic.
I mean, and specifically because of the persecution complex that Trump exhibits, right? In all of his speeches, in all of his rhetoric, his narrative casts him as this heroic figure that is being persecuted by a myriad of forces. Any judge that that indicts him, any prosecutor that goes after him, any former campaign official, general that worked with him, anyone from his from his administration or transition team that says, I've been on the inside and I didn't like what I saw, and I don't think that this man should be in power anymore. They are all involved in this plot, involved in this giant gang stalking plot, going after our protagonist, right? And that is a narrative that corresponds with other people that have persecution complexes.
Fantastic job.
Which direction was the shrub where he was?
Trump is going to rave about the Knights Who Say Knee now because of the shrubbery.
I guess east, west, or south is the road.
The layout of the golf course, you've got 3 holes, 5, 6, and 7. All right, one of them runs parallel to Summit Boulevard. One of them runs parallel to Congress. And he was in an area in the shrubbery where he could see both holes. So the president was another hole back, which means he's about between 400 and 500 yards away.
So he was on the golf course?
Oh, he's on the golf course, yeah, but he's back a ways.
For the Secret Service, have you guys changed at all the way that you guys are protecting former President Donald Trump? Is now potential second.
It's the 2-hole theory, the 3-hole theory. 3 holes.
Just elaborate on how things have changed and what you make of all this.
Yes, the threat level is high. We have increased the amount of assets that we've supported, so we live in danger times. So yes.
We're done with questions right now. There's really nothing more for us to add. I just want to tell you, the Secret Service and the FBI and the State Attorney's Office have been fantastic to work with. And I can tell you right now, our agency with this real-time crime center was fabulous. That's how we got the guy. We started out with, we don't know anything, to where we had a tag, we had a vehicle description, and we got an area where we saw the person. So be proud of your law enforcement. All right, thanks folks, we'll get back to you.
All right, there we go.
Well, I think it's, I think just because everything is stirred up so much, people are responding.
Oh shit, this is about the Springfield, Ohio thing. All right, so I've got a few more videos for us to watch here. We got I don't know about, like, so we did take a quick look at, there is video of the would-be assassin from years ago talking about who knows what. I'm a little worried about, kind of exploiting, I don't know, like, I'm not trying to exploit, like, a mentally ill person, I guess, and if it just becomes like a kind of, freak show at this guy's, weird delusions, I don't really want to watch that. But apparently there is some video. We've got a Luke Beasley video going over that, so maybe we can get some kind of analysis if it reveals anything, right? That's, I do want to look at that. But I in other words, I don't want to just like kind of gawk at somebody's mental illness, if that makes sense.
Welcome to our viewers in the United States and around the world. We are continuing our breaking news live coverage after the FBI says it is investigating what appears to be an attempted assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump.
Okay, she's not the only one that I've heard doing this, right? There have been several people now, several members of the news media that say exactly what she just said. Which, look, if it, you're lucky it's me and not President Sunday, because he's kind of a grammar Nazi.
Welcome to our viewers in the United States and around the world. We are continuing our breaking news live coverage after the FBI says it is investigating what appears to be an attempted assassination attempt.
An attempted assassination attempt. Is there any, like, apologia that could be made for the way that she phrased that? An attempted assassination. Is the idea that it would be an assassination attempt if the person had gotten a shot off and they were attempting to get a shot off, which would... This is tortured language, isn't it? Am I wrong? This is the media just using, like... Yeah, it's redundant, isn't it? Am I wrong, though? Is there a distinction there? Is there a distinction worth, like... Is an attempted assassination attempt different than an assassination attempt? Or is this just people kind of falling into a weird pattern of speech that doesn't really make sense? What do you think, chat? One in chat if you say, like me, you feel like this doesn't make sense the way that they're saying it.
Former President Donald Trump. We are told the former president is safe after shots were fired in his vicinity while he was golfing at his club in West Palm Beach, Florida. That's just about a 15-minute drive from where his Mar-a-Lago club is in Palm Beach, Florida. Moments ago, we got an account.
Simone Pierre says, I'm French and it's bothering me also. Yeah.
From the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office detailing.
And she's not the only one doing it, right? This is the second person I've heard say an attempted assassination attempt.
How all of this unfolded, Wolf, and it is quite stunning.
It's stunning and very detailed.
Oh, there we go. There we go. So now we got the, this is a two-hole theory confirmed. Look at that, chat. They're showing two holes. Okay, now I need a little bit more information, right? So there's the highway that he got on, headed north on I-95. There's the golf course, right? So where's the exit? Okay, so there's the exit up there, right? So it's really close to the highway, which explains how he was able to get as far away as he did before he was caught. So we got hole 5 and hole 6. The shooter was in the bushes, I guess, in between the 2 holes. Now, what I don't know, though, Chad, is because he said the sheriff said there's hole 4, there's hole 5, and there's hole 6. Okay, so the places where you see a lot of sand are going to be, the sand is usually closer to the hole than it is to the tee. So if you want to orient yourself about where they start playing, where they hit the ball from the tee to where they're hitting the ball to the hole, right? Any place that you see sand is the place that they're hitting the ball to, if that makes sense. So for instance, for hole 5 you're seeing runs like, I'm assuming this is like south to north. So they hit the ball from south to, they hit it north, and that's where the hole is, right? And then hole 6, oh my God, I'm trying to figure this out. It looks like it goes from the west to the east, right? We got some bunkers over on the east. And then there's one more hole that's really near here. I'm going to assume that would be hole 4. They said that oh my gosh, I wish they would just show where they think the shooter was, right? Because that's interesting. Sheriff, AK-47 with a scope, 2 backpacks, and a GoPro recorder from the bushes. Yeah, but which bushes? I would love to know.
In fact, very, very revealing law enforcement officials saying a person has been detained in connection with this incident that occurred at the Trump International Golf Club around 1:30 p.m. Eastern earlier this afternoon. U.S. Secret Service agents fired gunshots at the suspect, who they believe was armed and intended to target former President Trump. An AK-style long arm rifle.
So that's more information that we've got. There were 4 gunshots altogether. They were, as far as we know, all shot by Secret Service agents, right? Who noticed a gun muzzle protruding from the bushes. So how this works is there's a detachment, right? There's the main team that's with the president where he's playing golf, right? Which I'm assuming, hole 5, maybe hole 4 he's on. And then there is a team that goes ahead, goes to hole 5 if he's on hole 4, and checks things out to make sure it's safe before he gets there, right? So they're there, just, kind of looking around. They see a muzzle of a gun come out of the bushes, and they take aim and they fire. After they fire, the individual flees the scene, leaves his backpacks, leaves his rifle, leaves his GoPros, or his GoPro on the fence, and gets in his black Nissan. Someone witnesses what's going on, takes a picture of the Nissan, takes a picture of the license plate, gives that to the cops. The cops put that in the computer, and then they've got this thing that on the highway that detects the license plates, that like a camera that's like on the car's license plates, and that reads them as they go by. So when the thing reads the license plates, it alerts the cops. He's right here. They come onto the highway. They pull him over or whatever, and that is when you get this. No, I'm sorry, chat. Wrong window. That's when you get this. There we go. That's the right one. That's when you get this scene, right? He gives himself up, and he is in custody now. The guy's name is Ryan Wesley Routh. He has prior, incidents with firearms in 2002. Seems to have barricaded himself. He has maybe some kind of mental illness going on. He was a Trump supporter as of 2016. Changed his mind at some point and seems to have become anti-Trump. He supported Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy in the primary, and then seems to have messaged Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, encouraging them to visit the injured people in the hospital from the Trump rally, right? So he's on Twitter, and he's tweeted about now that's not his only Twitter, right? I think I've seen another. I'm trying to remember what the other one was. Yeah, they're retweeting his tweet at Nikki Haley. This is Ed Krasenstein. There's one of the Krasenstein brothers. These are two like left wing. No, I shouldn't say left wing. They are two liberals who are on sort of Team Elon, blue checks, right? Big Twitter posters. Maybe get a little bit of money from their tweets, but I would call them like controlled opposition, right? I'm not a fan of the Krasenstein brothers. Wait, let Tulsi speak. What is this? We didn't see this yet. After voting for Trump in 2016, Wesley Routh became a massive fan of Tulsi Gabbard. Jesus Christ. Let's see what we got here. Tulsi understands the horrors of war, realizing that world leaders cannot allow the children to be murdered and families ripped apart over ideology. She will tirelessly negotiate peace deals in Syria, Afghanistan. If you don't know who Tulsi Gabbard is, she ran for... Did she run in 2016 as well? I know she ran in 2020. She's kind of a Robert F. Kennedy-like figure in that she ran as a Democrat, but was clearly right-wing. So, kind of a... I don't know what you want to call her. She's like a Republican in Democrat clothing, right? And this is who he was supporting. She does make like overtures towards being anti-war, but overall is just like extremely right-wing. Tulsi understands the horrors of war, realizing the world leaders can allow the children to be murdered and families ripped apart by ideology. She will tirelessly negotiate peace deals in Syria, Afghanistan, and all the turmoil zones. Now it's funny, right? Because he's like, as far as Syria and Afghanistan go, he wants peace. In other words, he wants the United States to withdraw, and the other major world power in Syria, at least, is Russia. And Afghanistan, goddamn, they stayed like forever, right? This is funny because you've also got Trump attacking Kamala and Biden over the withdrawal from Afghanistan when he had 4 years to withdraw troops and did not do so. Instead, he negotiated and kind of made pretty favorable deals with the Taliban. International Women's Day, we need to join together to support Tulsi for president because we must have a leader that will fight for world peace and end all turmoil and struggles around the globe, make an opportunity for kids everywhere, freeing our military funds for home. So the irony, right, of him wanting the U.S. to like kind of back out of Syria is that he's got the exact opposite perspective from what I understand on Ukraine. And opposite perspective on Taiwan. I mean, these may have been different times in his life. Again, we're also, 2020, we're also dealing with somebody who has shown some pretty clear signs of mental illness. So I hesitate to characterize, as right-wing coded as this guy is, I hate to characterize his ideology as anything, because he just seems like a very confused, ungrounded individual. We all need to join together to support Tulsi for president. We must have a world leader that will fight for world peace and end all turmoil and struggles around the world. We cannot allow either of these old men, this is in 2020, to try... we cannot allow either of these old men. Is that what, Bernie and Biden? Yeah. Because 2020 kind of came down to Bernie and Biden. So he must be talking about Biden and Bernie here. We cannot allow either of these old men to beat Trump. Not happening. Tulsi, we must really ramp up our efforts now. This just got extremely important. Want to help your staff create unlimited, powerful speeches. Oh, he's offering his hand. I fly anywhere. Yeah. He's offering his services to Tulsi Gabbard. I suspect she did not take him up on that, right? Let Tulsi speak. Forget debate. Let's push this campaign forward on the ground. The time is now. Time for fresh, new, powerful videos to fill the internet. I have emailed several speeches into info. Can you imagine? Has anybody ever gotten a job with a campaign with shit like this, where they're like, I emailed you speeches that I wrote for you, and there's somebody's going to be like, oh yeah, these speeches are really good, Ryan. Come on over and join our campaign team. Yeah, I don't think that's how it works. I don't think that's how it works at all. We can make 100 more. We need to get the message out now. Let's work. So anyway, that's him supporting Tulsi in 2020 after supporting Trump in 2016. Supporting then in 2024 Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy. And here's his other kind of soapbox, right? China. He's accusing a Chinese scientist of making a new improved coronavirus for biological war for a second round. So so this is kind of, this is strangely like, some anti-vax stuff in terms of like viewing the virus as a bioweapon, as something that was purposely made in order to achieve some kind of political agenda for China, right? But let's check this out. Tell pharma and the free world to prepare for this new attack. So not exactly anti-vax. Very, very much, in that QAnon sort of space of conspiracy theories about, weaponized viruses and bioweapons, but not in the, it doesn't sound like tell pharma and the free world. Let's get pharma on board, right? He's looking at pharma as a potential ally. That's what I mean when I say that it's hard to like cast him. Oh, this is interesting. It's hard to cast him as having any political ideology because he just seems so confused and he seems so like unmoored in the real world. He seems like a just complete conspiracy theorist that's got like an ideology that sort of crosses political lines, right? I was not supporting Bernie, he says, in 2020, but now I am, as Sleepy Joe stands for nothing, no plans, no idea. So he flirts with Bernie. After saying neither of these old men should be allowed to beat Trump, right? Just as limp as Hillary, Bernie, give them hell, fight to the death. Oh my God, okay, well. And then he ends up supporting Nikki Haley, hoping that Vivek Ramaswamy can become the vice presidential candidate. What do we have here? Do we have a better?
Hi, David. Yeah, hey, Eric. Hey, Molly. We're told the suspect's name is Ryan Wesley Routh, R-O-U-T-H. Not much more known about him at this time, except that he's the suspect currently in custody right now.
Okay, so this is before they really knew very much. Now, this is that speech that I'm going to look at it through Luke Beasley, just because, like I said, this is a very clearly mentally ill person, and I'm not trying to do content where we just laugh and point and gawk at somebody's mental illness. He also had, like I said, a big supporter of Ukraine. Maybe have even been involved in some sort of like, people going over to Ukraine to fight. Owner of Camp Box Honolulu. Constantly focused on contributing as much as possible to the community. Always trying to put, oh my God, this is too much for me to read. Oh, here's more about Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. I'm probably mispronouncing that. Please, I'm not a NAFO person, chat, so I don't know how to say it right. Please, can someone respond? I am willing to fly to Ukraine to fight and die, but I need to. Is he looking very much for a cause to die for? It looks like. Need you to help with a media campaign so we can get thousands of civilians around the globe to join in the fight. We need thousands to. That is not what Ukraine needs. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the Ukrainian forces trying to deal with thousands of civilians, of like untrained, busybody, like, I'm gonna come and help, right? Look, you got to understand, Ryan, they've already got Dylan Burns, right? And he's their GOAT, right? Dylan Burns single-handedly fended off the Russian onslaught on the Kiev airport, rescued the famous Ghost of Kiev plane, and, sniped all the Russian troops on their way into the airport, thus, saving Ukraine. They've got Dylan Burns already, right? They're good. They've got Dylan, right? Support Ukraine. Come, people, please respond. I'm willing to fly to Ukraine, fight and die, but I need someone out there that will help me with media. You should call Dylan. Oh my God, chat. If only Dylan Burns had responded to this person, he might be okay. He might be okay. He might not have gone down this dark path that led him to whatever he's doing. Please, someone help me. Everyone should be angry. Help me change this war. Okay, so more pleading with people to join his quixotic quest in Ukraine. Oh God, here he is. So yeah, so this is where maybe is this when he got into? No, he was actually arrested for blockading himself in with a gun in 2002. So this would not be his first. But look at this, like he's got a U.S. hanky, very patriotic. This is what I mean. Is he's hard to figure out. It's hard to figure out. Like, you know, as much as we want to, like when we see somebody, you know, take a shot at a president or try to get in position to maybe shoot a president, as seemed to be the case with him. You want to sort of pigeonhole and say this is like a, well, if you're right wing, you very much want to say that he's an Antifa super soldier. He's a lefty. He's and look, they can make the argument that he's very pro-Ukraine, but at the same time, there's a lot, you know, he's a former Trump supporter, former Tulsi supporter. He's all over the map. This is why I say that I feel like it's kind of improper to try to characterize his political ideology as anything. What does he write here? Okay, this is him explaining why he doesn't support Donald Trump anymore. He's voted for Donald Trump in 2016. I and the world hoped that President Trump would be different and better than the candidate, but we were greatly disappointed. There were a lot of people that, despite Donald Trump's like just absolute shit show train wreck of a campaign, thought, well, just give him a chance. What's the worst that could happen? I mean, the status quo is so bad. Let's get a reality star that knows nothing about anything. Let's put him as president. And this is one of them. Oh God, yeah, here he is using the chud logic word. We were all greatly disappointed, and it seems you were getting worse and devolving. Are you chud logic? I will be glad when you are gone, he says, and that is apparently something he tried to expedite on the from what we know on the golf course. Again, chat, it's very early in the investigation. More details will be coming in, but from what it seems like, it does really seem like he made a real attempt. You know, I don't think he was doing something else on the golf course other than trying to assassinate a former president. That, you know, he's got the GoPro, like everything points to that this was indeed an attempt on Trump's life that he would have made had Trump gotten close enough to the bushes that he was hiding in. Yeah, so here's more of the anti-vax stuff, the Chinese bioweapon stuff, support, defend Taiwan stuff, right? So see what I mean? It's like, you know, it's hard to really peg him into an ideology, and I just don't. Oh yeah, here we go. So I was talking before when I was saying that this wasn't his. I'd seen another ad for him. It's defend Taiwan, right? Defend Taiwan. So very much, you know, casting charges at China of trying to make a bioweapon. What are these? Oh, these are people he follow. Wait, what? Verified followers? What? No. Are you serious? Wait. Followers. Are you fucking serious? Am I reading this right, chat? You were confused. Chud Logic just likes to use that word, and I don't like to say that word because, like, it feels mean. It feels fucked up. It's just kind of like a needless slur, but you know, it's like when people like Chud Logic can get away with saying a slur. There's a lot of slurs that they want to say that they can't say, and so you know, when a slur like that one becomes available, they love to, you know, he just overuses it, right, to try to make himself sound cool, probably because he was bullied on a playground when he was young and possibly called that slur many times himself, right, in his awkward childhood. So now turns around and like, oh, are you a rah, rah, rah. So we just say Chud Logic, right? Instead of like, since it's like his favorite word, it's a crutch that it's like a you know, go-to phrase that he always leans on. So, you know, we might as well just say Chud Logic instead of the slur, since he loves it so much. Chat, am I reading this right? That is a satire account. Wait, which one? Which one? The JD Vance U.S. Senate? Let me see here. Christian husband, dad, U.S. Senator for Ohio. Oh, there we go. Satire. Thank you. hoping to be your next vice president satire. So he's following a satire. JD. Oh no, sorry. He's followed by, right? That was what confused me, right? It's one thing if he follows, like, I'm not going to read a lot into like who this guy follows, but the people that follow him back, that might mean something. But indeed, this is not actual JD Vance following him back. This is the satire JD Vance rep. It's not a very good satire, though. Christian husband, dad, U.S. Senator for Ohio. Oh, wait, we got to see this, chat. What kind of, because there's different kinds. You know, there's a Trump satire account that just like Trump posts. Some satire accounts are not really. Let's take a look. I want to see JD Vance. What else is there here? Ultra MAGA. These are verified followers. So MAGA account follows him. Orange Sheffield. Actually, I don't know who that is. U.S. geopolitics, military strategy, capitalist, musician, artist, poet, means prognosticator. Sometimes I'll be funny by accident. Okay. Another Trump account. Pat Wojak. Yeah. So some, right-wing meme accounts. But good call there, Huckfen. Good call. You caught that one. You saw that before I did. Let's see. Let me look. I want to see what this JD Vance parody. What kind of. Because it doesn't look like one of the parody accounts that is like actively making fun of the person. JD Vance rep. Okay, so here it is. Question is, are they making fun of JD Vance? Oh, Elon, I do love when you get caught lying. Okay, so catching Elon lying, making fun of Elon. Why does JD Vance follow Trump supporter, Trump shooter, and it's not actually JD Vance, it's a JD Vance parody account. Yep, there we go with the community note. Biggest tell, so it's not done maybe from a sarcastic point of view, but it's not JD Vance. See, what the thing that I would like, I just don't. Like they say parody so they can have JD Vance as their avatar and as their name, but they're not really doing. It doesn't look like they're really doing a parody here. It looks like they're just saying what they think, but I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird how people use parody on Twitter. Here, let's scroll down a little bit. Biggest tell that Ryan Tulsi Vivek 2004. Routh was devout Republican is his use of the phrase. So wait, this person followed this guy though. This JD Vance parody account followed him. So let's get a sense for, yeah, it sounds like the JD Vance parody account is actually a left-winger. A lefty, a leftoid, as Chud Logic would say. Routh was a devout Republican in his use of the phrase, "Are you Chud Logic?" While addressing former President Donald Trump. The phrase is rarely used by Democrats, as the word "chud logic" is considered highly inappropriate. I would say so too, yeah. Ryan Routh voted for Trump in 2106. Yeah, that's hilarious. Okay, so that's all we've got from them. But seriously, they should have some explaining to do, right? Why did they... Like, this is like a left person. This is a leftoid. We've got a leftoid right here doing satire on JD Vance, but why did they follow this weirdo right-winger? Why did they... Was this a follow-back situation? Please, you got to explain, fake JD Vance. You got to explain why you were following this guy, right? Especially considering that right here you're being like, he uses the chud logic word, and you correctly identify that as belonging more to the right than to the left, and indeed it's way more accepted to use any kind of slur at like this as on the right than on the left. Just ask Chud Logic. I don't know. This is weird. This is pretty weird. But yeah, indeed, satire account. So yeah, here's here's what he looked like in person on the, Capitol Hill here. What are they going to say about him? Ryan Wesley Routh, would-be Trump assassin, is a Republican, a gun nutter, pushes COVID conspiracies despite having... See, like, this is the thing that bothers me. Like, a lot of people on the left want to cast this guy as a right-winger, and indeed, there are some, very right-wing aspects to his personality, and people on the right want to cast him as a left-winger, and indeed, you can find him making positive tweets towards Bernie, making tweets towards Tulsi or towards Kamala and Biden, begging them to go and so look, he's a Trump superfan that then became anti-Trump, supported Tulsi in 2020, supported Vivek and Nikki Haley in 2024, and when that was not, when Trump won the primary, then he seems to, just support. So yeah, he's anti-Trump, not left-wing, given that his first choice would have been to support a Republican ticket of Haley and Ramaswamy, which is weird because as far as policy goes, as far as politics, like Ramaswamy lives up Donald Trump's ass, right? Ramaswamy is just the biggest fucking D-rider for a man with very small crowd sizes, right? It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. It's like but yeah, that's who we would have rather had. But then saving that, he's so anti-Trump that he's like a never Trumper, right? He's a never Trump Republican, but somebody that endorses a candidate that like Ramaswamy that's basically just repeating Trump verbatim. So in other words, here's my assessment. He doesn't understand the world. He is deluded. He is delusional, and his, political ideology, I don't really think should be used as any kind of a, okay, it's the lefties' fault that this happened, or, okay, this is another, like, I don't really see this as more, another call from inside the House. He's not, obviously he's anti-Trump, but I also don't see this as like a left-wing guy, right? This is a Ramaswamy Haley supporter, a Tulsi supporter, and in 2016, a Trump supporter. Moe Nope, thank you for the resub. That is, you've been subscribed for 3 months. So wait, what should I do? Moe Nope, just been weaseled. You just got weaseled. That's a good thing. And that's a good thing. Thank you so much. That brings us up to, I haven't even been thinking about this, but it brings us up to 26%. We are over 1/4 of the way towards the dono goal. Make sure to vote. The poll is in the full scale stream. So if you're in Shorts chat or you're on Twitch, you can kind of mosey on over to nocommentchick on YouTube, and you can find the full screen stream. That's where you can vote if you want to. You can also, whenever you donate, or remember that all you got to do is let me know which of these topics you want to see as our bonus content. Because after we get done with today's stream, if we hit 100% on the dono goal, we will have bonus content. That bonus content is decided by the poll that's going on in the full scale stream, as well as I add for when people donate and tell me what topic they want to have covered, I add percentages for their donation. So whatever you donate, you get as a percentage to add to the topic of your choice. Or you can say Vox Populi if you just want to, poll to be the ultimate arbiter. And what that does is that takes points away from the other donations. So you could also say Fallout New Vegas if you want to see me play some more Fallout New Vegas. So that's what we're doing. I haven't mentioned it in a while, but thank you, Moe Noip. And remember to let me know in the comments or in a super chat when you're donating, whether that's super chat, super sticker, membership, gifted membership, whether you are signing up for my Patreon or donating to the throne, or on Twitch, if you're getting yourself a sub, a Twitch Prime sub, which you can get for free, a regular sub, which is 25% off right now. It's $4 instead of $6. Or if you're gifting subs to other people to save them from the ad break that happens every hour on the hour for 3 minutes at a time. It's a long ad break. It's a very long ad break. Simon Pierre with the super chat for Brianna Wu. I will add your super chat, and I will round it up, even though it should just be 1%. We'll say it's 2%. Canadian dollar. The Canadian dollars do not get the a good exchange. So, but yeah, there's our dude. There's our dude right there. Right. This is the perpetrator. This is the perp. Not really easy to classify in any sort of. Here we go. So this is the story about him barricading himself inside a business in 2002. So, it's kind of a prior incident with a firearm. We've got more of his anti-vax shit. Oh, I'm sorry, voted for Trump. When I saw this at first, I thought this person was saying like all this shit about this person. So this is another, leftoid making an argument. Now, I would agree with them that the dipshit MAGA saying he's a dim, that's bullshit. Why did I say it like that? That's bullshit. I pronounced that weird, right? I put the emphasis on that's bullshit, I guess, is what I was trying to say. But I also don't think that classifying him as he's not a voted for Trump, in 2016, became anti-Trump afterwards, right? You can't pigeonhole this guy. He's a weird, never-Trumper Republican who, when faced with not being able to vote for Nikki Haley, I'm surprised he didn't end up supporting RFK. But we'll see. Maybe there's some RFK tweets. He's been all over the map. That's why I really don't think it's appropriate to try to be like, he's a right-winger, he's a left-winger, he's a, right? You can't really characterize this guy. He is deluded. He is delusional. He is a messed up guy. That's the only conclusion that I can really make from this. Anyway, back to this.
With a scope, 2 backpacks and a GoPro camera were recovered. Let's go to our panel right now and get Charles Ramsey's assessment.
Oh, great.
What's going.
That's just what we need, a CNN panel. Let's go.
The fact that there was a scope, Chief Ramsey, it says to me, it explains, I think in part, why the FBI has concluded this appears to have been a second assassination attempt against Trump.
At least Wolf Blitzer didn't say an attempted assassination attempt.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, clearly in my mind,
what's going on here?
That's the appropriate classification for this particular incident. We're just fortunate. We're very lucky. We were lucky in July in Butler, Pennsylvania. And again,
yeah, we were very lucky
today.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't really like either outcome, right? I don't really like Trump continuing to be a presidential candidate. I really don't like what would have happened if his life had ended that day and, given the Tim Pools of the world a pretext to start a second civil war. I don't know. I don't know if any of this is lucky. This whole timeline seems fucked up.
Luck only goes so far. And so everyone has to be incredibly vigilant, enhance security, not just for the former president, but for all of the candidates, because we're just in an environment right now where you have a lot of unstable people who
voting for Fallout New Vegas. Nice.
Try to actually harm.
Gotcha, Moe.
So we're very fortunate that the Secret Service agent was able to spot this and able to take immediate action and prevent a tragedy from occurring.
And that Secret Service agent spotted the barrel of a rifle sticking out from those trees near that golf course right there. And that's when shots were fired at the suspect, and eventually another individual saw what was going on and took some pictures of the vehicle that the suspect was using, the license plate, and eventually the suspect was captured in Martin County, just north of Palm Beach County, not very far away. Jonathan Wackrow, the fact that there was a GoPro camera that was right near that fence, near those backpacks that this suspect had over there, what does that say to you?
Well, listen, Wolf, I think that a lot of these.
Are we at 29% now, chat? I kind of oh God, I got distracted. Wolf Blitzer, yeah.
Level of sophistication by this shooter, right?
Wait, why the Alfs?
So, the GoPro camera was the intent here to live stream, this attack.
Yeah, I'm with you, Joint Specialist. I think it's better if Donald Trump loses the election, right?
By the fact that we saw those.
The only way to put the MAGA era of politics behind us forever is if Donald Trump is thoroughly and soundly defeated in this upcoming election. But it doesn't make me worry any less the fact that, he is like one of two candidates.
We heard reporting that, and I believe we heard it during the press conference as well, that the backpacks contained ceramic plates. Again, this was, really setting up a firing position. The shooter probably intended to, engage directly, with Secret Service agents at one point. I think the Secret Service structure, though, the protective methodology, by putting out agents.
What is my favorite thing about Kamala Harris? I would say that she's not Donald Trump.
In advance of the protectee during their Gulf operations
Yeah, Kamala Harris, in terms of her political ideology, is well to the right of me. So I'm not, super thrilled about her policy proposals for the most part. There's some things that she's talked about that are indeed good if she goes through with them, fighting back against price gouging. But in terms of the way that she and Biden have caved into Trump on immigration, and honestly, a lot of other issues too. It's actually pretty disheartening. That being said, not being Donald Trump is quite important.
Really flush out this type of threat along the
For some reason, I thought you found Alf cringe. Not surprised. Alf cringe. I mean, no, like, oh my God, explaining the Alf emoji is very difficult. Here's the deal, chat. Alf is okay normally, right? But when he gets a little bit faded, yeah, he might say some, kind of yikesy stuff, right? So it's important not to let Alf in. If I ever leave the street, if I ever have to go get food or something like that, and I'm leaving the stream on, the important thing for the mods to remember is to never let Alf in, right? Because we don't know what state of mind, Alf might have just smoked a blunt, and in that case, he's probably gonna eat,
the edges of the fairways really proved successful. This is a model that the Secret Service
he might say some edgy stuff that would get me in trouble. That's the problem with Alf.
Applied to these types of activities for a long time. I mean, dating back to, I believe, the Bush and Clinton administrations, where putting agents anywhere from 75 to 150 yards in advance, again trying to expand out that protective bubble around the protectee, just for this very reason. But it's difficult. I mean, they're out there flanking the protectee for a long time. This person obviously set up their location. They had a level of cover and concealment to launch this attack.
Oh my God! Look at his. He's like got a what is this thing called? Like a model sailboat.
Most likely had a line of sight.
I do wonder what substances Waluigi is on. That's a good question.
From that fence line back into the fairway, that's disturbing. And more troubling is the accessibility, the ease of ingress and egress by this attacker. They had that escape route. The critical factor that we heard during the press conference is the witness. They saw the.
Yeah, I wonder where do you think the car was parked? It has to be on the street, right? There is a parking lot over here on what looks to be, assuming this is north-south, right? That's the east side. There's a parking lot here, apparently. But I'm assuming that maybe the shooter was actually and this is what I meant about I felt like maybe the law enforcement were in the press conference might have been overinflating the danger that Trump was in. And like I said, law enforcement, if it has a bias, it's going to be a right-wing bias, not a left-wing bias, right? A lot of people, especially Trump sycophants, seem to think that the FBI and law enforcement have it in for Trump, when the truth of the matter is Trump is just a fucking criminal, right? The law has it in for Trump because he breaks the law. But then he's got the Supreme Court justices to help him out and make it easier for him to do that. But that being said, yeah, the general sort of bias of law enforcement is going to be to the right, and that's why I think that they sort of overemphasized the danger that Trump was actually in, given that golf courses have a lot of cover. This is cover for the shooter, but this is also going to obstruct the line of sight of the shooter to Trump unless he's really close. And because of the way that the Secret Service works, they're always one hole ahead. They check out the place that he's about to go while he's on the previous hole to keep him safe.
Suspect running away, getting into the vehicle, and I think Andy McCabe said, very smartly, the person took out their phone.
So yeah, I'm guessing he must have been parked on the street if he was able to get to his vehicle so fast.
Took a picture of the car, and then got the license plate.
And we still don't know which bush, which bit of we see a lot of shrubbery, or we can't tell what's shrubbery and what's trees. But apparently he was in a bush in the shrubbery, in between, I guess, the two. See, I don't even know. It could have been like on the outside of the golf course too, right? That's what I'd love to see. Somebody place the shooter in terms of the picture, the aerial photo of the golf course.
The communication with federal, state, and local law enforcement entities through the real-time crime center got that information out almost instantaneously, and utilizing license plate readers, they were able to track the direction of the vehicle, make the vehicle stop, and get the suspect in custody without incident. So this.
Schmegley says there was also a 6,000 family credit. Oh, you're talking about. Oh, we're talking about the policies that people of Kamala's that people like. Look, my biggest takeaway as far as why I would were I to live in a battleground state, I would seriously consider and probably weaponize my vote against Donald Trump, against him returning to the White House, is that I'm not really voting for who I support, because neither of these candidates represent my ideology, right? I'm somebody who believes in supporting the working class. I am somebody that believes that we need to, a government that ensures the rights of marginalized people, voting rights, right? So some of the things that the Democrats pretend to stand for, but at the end of the day, they don't really stand on much, right? When it's convenient, they just cave and they take the right-wing position. And that's my problem with the Democrats, is that they're not different enough from the Republicans. So I would prefer somebody way further to the left. That's not really a choice. That's not a candidate that's going to get elected. I don't really trust Cornel West or Jill Stein or any of these other third-party candidates. So instead of voting for the candidate that I agree with, since there is no candidate that I agree with, I am forced to vote for the candidate that I think that I'm forced to vote for somebody. Who would I rather fight against, right? Trump or Kamala? Who do I think that I could potentially pressure into having better policies? And the answer is Kamala. Trump's going to be completely intransigent on the issue of Gaza. Trump's going to let Netanyahu just execute everyone there. Trump's going to let Netanyahu annex the West Bank, right? Trump's going to essentially do things that are going to cause more bloodshed in the Middle East, and I'm against that. Kamala is way too complicit with what's going on. Kamala has not said that she's willing to condition arms for Israel on a ceasefire, which is the bare minimum that I'd like to see from a candidate. And so she's not great either, but she is closer to being able to push to be pushed into the right point of view than Trump is, right? Trump is just, fully rubber stamp that genocide. That's what he said. He said, get it over with, right? Get the genocide over with, in other words. So definitely don't support that. Simon Piero says, just added 1 point to Woo to compensate for the weak dollar. That makes sense. I will do that. So we got 30 here, and we add 1 point to Woo. You're evening it up to compensate for the weak Canadian dollar. That makes sense. Both flavors of fascism. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, interesting question from chat.
This is a real big
from Shorts chat of all places.
Success for law enforcement, and it all centers around the coordination, the rapid coordination of information and dissemination to all stakeholders. We heard that during the press conference. It was great to see everybody reassuring the public that there's no additional danger, and that all stakeholders within the law enforcement and prosecutorial community were represented there.
And you can see how close this golf club is to Interstate 95, a major highway going all through the state of Florida, all the way up the East Coast as well. Caitlin, go ahead.
While we're looking at this, I just want to keep this image up because you're seeing Trump International Golf Course right here. We're highlighting hole 5 and hole 6 because that's where we believe Trump was getting close to when the agents were walking ahead of him. And
so I'm guessing he must have been on hole 4 and the agents are on hole 5, either that or he's on hole 5 and the agents are on hole 6. Remember, the detachment that we're talking about walks one hole ahead to secure the location before he gets there. So if he's on hole 1, they're on hole 2. If he's on hole 2, they're on hole 3, etc., etc.
What's remarkable about this is they were talking about the 3.
True Hosam says this is happening right now. Pretty much we're looking at this is a 4-hour-old video, but we're sort of working our way up to the present moment in terms of what we know. We do have a confirmed picture of the shooter, right? Oh no, sorry, this is the shooter. There we go. That's what I meant to do. Not this. That's clearly a cartoon character and not the actual assailant. I shouldn't say shooter because he actually, from what we understand, he did not get a shot off. But yeah, we're just kind of going through the news reportage, what we can confirm at this moment, and
roads that are the access points. The Palm Beach County Sheriff.
Oh my God, no, this is confusing. Wait, they were oh Jesus Christ, chat. So this is way different. I don't think they know for sure where hole 5 and hole 6 are, right? Before, they were showing us up here in what seems to be like, assuming this is north-south, right? They were showing hole 5 and hole 6 in what seems to be the northwest, right? Now they're showing hole 5 and hole 6 in the southeast. And then hole 4 would be, it looks like maybe there's a par 3. You look right here, there's a short hole that like kind of is on a isthmus. Maybe that's hole 4. Maybe that's where Trump was. And then I'm assuming there's like a bridge somewhere to get to hole 5. Hole 5 goes, west east, and then hole 6 goes, I'm assuming, north south. Again, this makes me think that there's not a lot. There's not a lot of this is super firm, right? Not a lot of this is like 100%, right? This like before somebody else thought that hole 5 and hole 6 was up on the north west, and now we're seeing it portrayed as being in the southeast. So again, maybe there's some confusion about where Trump actually was.
The sheriff's office is right there to your top right, a little bit above where hole 5 is. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office in the jail actually backs up to Donald Trump's golf course in West Palm Beach, Florida. And just to give you a sense of what we were looking at on the ground and how quickly officials were able to move here, and they put out that be on the lookout alert for the person that the witness luckily was able to see a person leaving the bushes, emerging and getting into a black car and then driving, which they apprehended on I-95 just north of Palm Beach County, and what we're looking at here on this image. And so, John Miller, when you look at this,
yeah, I mean, like hole 5 and hole 6 being here, maybe would indicate that the shooter's parked along this road, making it a pretty straight shot. Because my understanding is like to get to the highway from this golf course, the quickest way is up this. God, I can't point. Oh wait, no, I can. You're seeing it, right? So the quickest way to get to the highway from here, right? So look at this right here. That goes to the highway, but look, there's no on-ramp, there's no off-ramp. So if you want to get on the highway, you got to be on this road here. You got to go up here and there. So the shooter escaped to the north of this area, was found in the next county, indicating that this was probably the route that the shooter took. Again, we don't know for sure. I'm just making these assumptions based on the idea that the shooter maybe was parked on one of the roads adjacent to the golf course.
And what we've heard from officials, they would not say outright that they have a suspect in custody, but the sheriff said John Miller, that they have a potential suspect in.
Okay, so this is way earlier. I think they're a little bit more sure about the suspect.
And so when that is the case, and they have someone that they are obviously questioning, what we were told.
Here, we'll speed this up because I want to get to the more breaking
but they did describe a
news
earlier when we were hearing from the Martin County Sheriff about actually apprehending this person and turning them over to the FBI. What does this look like behind the scenes right now?
Well, he is definitely a suspect, and he is definitely in custody. And all the qualifiers that law enforcement uses, potential suspect, person of interest. Once the state's attorney took the podium at the press conference and said, we are preparing charges and we are preparing for a detention hearing where they're going to argue that this suspect is dangerous and a flight risk. That means he is on his way to being charged here. Some of the mechanics behind that, Caitlin, were there was that witness on the scene that we've all talked about. He snapped that picture. He saw that person. And there's a Secret Service agent who may have confronted him and seen him as well. But that witness was brought to the scene and they did what we call a show up, where they have him in a vehicle where he can look out at the person in custody, and he's asked, is that the person you saw? And he answered in the affirmative, we are told by law enforcement sources, as he did that show up. And they then took him into custody, impounded that car, and so on. There are, two different stories in the forefront here. One, as Jonathan Wackrow really well explained, is a combination of old-fashioned police work, shoe leather, grab a witness, combined with modern technology. Here's a picture, here's a plate, put it into the LPR, license plate reader system, look for the first hit. It hits on 95. RTCC, the real-time crime center, is spinning the registered owner of that car, who it belongs to. All of this is happening rapidly. And Martin County, which hasn't waited, it has already flooded 95 looking for that car heading south with units, then does that vehicle containment technique. They block the car in on three sides, come out with long guns. And when the sheriff describes
so there's the assailant's car, ostensibly.
Sheriff Snyder of Martin County describes his calm demeanor. We have to put that in context. When the suspect...
Yeah, it's funny. When they said a black Nissan, I wasn't expecting a SUV. I was expecting like a sedan or something.
Gets out of that Nissan vehicle. He is looking at multiple AR-15s and handguns pointed at him from multiple directions in this vehicle containment technique where they blocked him in on three sides. So he can be nothing but calm. And he was compliant with the commands they gave him, and then he was taken into custody. So a lot went right today, and a lot came together.
Well, and Andrew McCabe, when you look at this, and Wolf, I was just thinking about this, when you look at what we're hearing from officials, and you see those two pictures there of the backpacks that were left at the scene that they found inside these bushes. On the right side of your screen, on the left, that's a GoPro camera, official said, that was mounted on the fence, and then two bags as well. Andrew McCabe, when you're an investigator and you're looking into that, I mean, it clearly speaks to some kind of premeditation here of what they're looking into when they're talking to this suspect who was in the bushes.
There's no question, Caitlin. This, as Jonathan mentioned this a little bit earlier, this whole setup indicates a very high level of pre-planning, and that is done because this person, whoever he is, here clearly had the capacity to engage in that sort of structured and organized thought.
Against former President Trump, who the campaign says is safe. So here is what we know based on the information that we just got, that just about 1:30, a Secret Service agent, a couple of holes ahead of former President Trump, maybe one or two, was essentially...
So before we'd heard one hole ahead, now we're hearing there are a couple of holes that would make sense with Trump being on hole 4, and they're maybe staking out hole 5 and hole 6.
Clearing that area, spotted a rifle barrel in the bushes potentially along the fence line, opened fire. The Secret Service then made the call to local law enforcement there.
To clarify, the Secret Service opens fire, right? From what we know, the assailant did not get a shot off, right? They see the barrel stick out of the bushes, and they shoot at it. They shoot at where they think he is. He may have had some sort of an armored vest on, or may have just been missed. He escapes, gets in his car, and heads north. They are able. Somebody takes a picture of his vehicle and his license plate, gives it to the cops. The cops run the license plate through the system that tracks plates on the highway, and sure enough, the plate shows up 1 county to the north. of the golf course.
About shots fired, essentially, and the responding local police saw an eyewitness, according to, again, the officials here at this news conference, who said that this eyewitness saw somebody running out of the bushes. They remembered what the car was, a black car. They took a picture of the car and the license plate, which local police say helped them catch this individual, this suspect, on I-95 a little further north from the golf course, essentially. At the scene here, at the golf course, they found in the bushes, they say, an AK-47 rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks hung on a fence with a ceramic tile inside, and a GoPro camera as well. Now, it is not clear if this individual was able to take a shot at that Secret Service agent who opened fire on him. But I want to bring in now Tom Winter to help us unpack some of this here. Tom, what do you make of what law enforcement found on the scene here? It was striking to hear the Secret Service representative say, essentially, we live in dangerous times, of course, referencing this moment, the threat environment, especially that this is now the second assassination attempt against former President Trump, about 2 months, of course, after that first one in Butler, PA.
That's exactly right, Hallie. And it was kind of what we alluded to prior to this press conference, that there were a number of things that were found, apparently, where they found this semi-automatic rifle. The backpacks with ceramic tiles. I'm scratching my head a little bit to try to understand
what does that mean? What does that do?
About. You know, I could think of a couple of things, but just in fairness to not speculate, I think I'll hold off for the moment. As far as the GoPro, I
mean, I'm pretty sure it's got to do with body armor. I could be wrong, but
it's interesting to me. We had heard that about an hour or two ago that was found at this scene. That indicates that somebody perhaps wanted to film this, or maybe perhaps had started filming this prior to fleeing to it. The actions of the witness here, at least as described by the sheriff's office and by law enforcement in Florida, are fairly incredible. He sees this person engaging with the Secret Service, has the presence of mind, and perhaps at risk to him or herself, to take a photograph not only of where this shooter was, but also the vehicle. So what they were talking about there in this real-time crime center and the license plate, once they get that license plate, and I'll use an example, a fake example, ABC123, they can type that into their computer at the real-time crime center. And then they go to their license plate reader system, LPRs as it's referred to in law enforcement, and they see, do we have that vehicle anywhere? And whenever you use an Easy Pass, or in the case of Florida, SunPass, or any of these type of electronic tolling systems, whether or not you have that pass, they're taking constant photographs, but they're also taking an electronic kind of a readout. So they take a photograph, and then the machine recognizes that license plate, and it spits it out. And they say, okay, ABC 1234 was moving north on I-95 at such and such time, and sometimes with some additional information such as speed. It'll also show that photograph when they pull it up on their computer screen. So they'll say, hey, that matches the photo that the guy had. And now we're looking at the scene.
This is now, just so people know, this is what was found hanging on the fence. These are pictures, and the reason why it looks a little bit wild.
So yeah, there's another picture that they shared during the press conference that we saw earlier. That's the GoPro. I'm assuming these are the ceramic plates, maybe? And then there's another bag.
Probably. The camera person there at that news conference is basically taking a picture of these pictures there. That's why it's a little bit shaky. But this is what police are showing. We are going to get a digital copy of this, and you see now somebody else taking a picture of a picture, and their head in the way here. Tom, I'll go back to you here. But obviously, police releasing now some of the photographs. We've seen these. We've seen, for example.
What a dickhead. Seriously. Like, they're like trying to film it, and he's like, oh, let me get a picture.
The scene on I-95, you see it there. This other version here. Is there anything that law enforcement can glean from photographs like these? Talk to us about how the investigation will proceed now that they're presumably looking through these backpacks. They're trying to figure out what was this GoPro used for, et cetera.
Right, and you clearly see the weapon there on the ground as well. It's in black silhouette. It's a little bit difficult to make out, but the thing that I can now think of based on where those backpacks are is that in the fact that this person used ceramic tiles. Ceramic is used as a ballistic plate inside of tactical armor. So if we were to be in a war zone, if you were to be a member of the military, you wear a bulletproof type vest, and then you have plates that are ceramic. So perhaps this individual thought thought if I hang these ceramic tiles there, it could have the same effect. One does not always equal one when we're talking about this, but that's, at least to me, what it would appear what this individual is doing. The GoPro is there on the left. That's also hanging on the fence. That's pointed out towards wherever this individual was firing upon. And then you clearly see the rifle there, or perhaps not so clearly, but you see the scope on it, and you also see where the ammo is located. That's kind of the curve thing that's coming out of where the gun is. So that's at least a sense of what that is. Back to the LPR data, Hallie, I've seen homicide cases and shooting cases solved within a half hour because of that information. So what they said is they knew where this vehicle was. It has a photograph of this, and I believe he described it as a black Nissan. So they would see that the plate matches the car, matches the photo they were given by this witness. And then, and perhaps I misheard it, they said that they flew the witness up there. Palm Beach County Sheriff's does have a robust aviation, so they may have been able to fly him or at least get him in a car. And then they get him to that scene and get him to that location where he's able to make a witness identification of that alleged shooter. The details we'll get shortly. Dave Arenberg, somebody who's done a number of interviews with NBC and MSNBC over the years. He's the local state's attorney there. He says they're typing up the warrants right now. So what they'll do is they'll look at the evidence that they've already recovered, put that in an affidavit, any information that they've received subsequent to that, and then they'll file that. That will then allow them to be able to search the vehicle, search everything about it, and anything that they find, and they're used to working with both the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office as well as the state's attorney's office, used to working with the FBI. They'll hand that over to them. I think at this point they're going to charge him locally and hold them, as the state's attorney said, just as a matter of course. This will be a federal investigation. It is a federal offense, and so this individual, I would imagine, will be charged federally here within the next day or so, perhaps sooner than that. So that's at least the state of play as it pertains to this investigation. There will be a prosecution at some point, and so we will presumably get a lot more information about this individual and about their social media accounts and their.
So I think we'll take a look at the social media next. I got a video about that.
What they believe, or what we glean, or perhaps not a lot, is
again. This is a 4-hour-old video. So there should be some new information coming out. I'm guessing. Otherwise, we might be at the point where it's so late at the East Coast that there might not be new information coming out until tomorrow, but we'll take a look and see if there's any new, new facts confirmed, right? If not, we've got a lot that we can look at as far as the shooter's social media account. Again, we are 30% of the way towards the dono goal. If we get to 100% by the end of the stream, you'll unlock extra content, right? We got Brianna Wu Leaves the Left. We got Breathe Into Your Balls. That is some red pill content about guys that want higher T levels, people that we're coming up on NoFap November, right? So all this red pill pseudoscience is going to be back in vogue again, and it's funny. It's funny to see the weird theories about how these guys think that they can get their T up. One of the ideas is breathe into their balls. This has been on around for a long time. So kind of funny right-wing cringe to look out there. We got, speaking of right-wing cringe, we have Lauren Chen doing stand-up. This has been recommended to me through the Discord, right? That I take a look at Lauren Chen's cringy stand-up. So that's actually got a lot of donations towards it. What this means, right? These numbers are when people donate, you're allowed to tell me which of these topics you want to see covered, and I will actually put your money where your mouth is. I will actually add that to the percentage that I'm adding to the poll. You can also vote in the poll that is over on the full scale stream, the full screen stream on YouTube. nocommentchick, if you're in the Shorts chat or you're in the Twitch chat, you can head on over there and make your voice heard in the poll. And also, when you donate, feel free to let me know which of these topics you want to see covered next, and I will add your donation to the topic of your choice. And then the last one, AJW, that's Actual Justice Warrior, also known as Actual Racist Warrior, simps for Anna Kasparian, as he does. You can also say Vox Populi if you want to add emphasis to the poll, to the vote, and take emphasis away from the donations, right? That's a kind of a donation, donating against other donators to like take points away from these additional points that are added. If you say Vox Populi, you're just like, it's a quick and easy way to re-emphasize the vote and re-emphasize the poll and de-emphasize the donation. Or you can say Fallout New Vegas if you want to see me play some more Fallout New Vegas. There we go.
We saw from the shooting in Butler, Pennsylvania, the first apparent assassination attempt on former President Trump, though I think in this case it is more likely than not that we'll at least gather some more information, at least initially, than what was out there as far as the Butler, Pennsylvania shooter.
Tom Winter, thank you very much. I'm going to ask you to stand.
So I think the reason that he's saying that is because this is not Mar-a-Lago, right? This is the Trump International Golf Course. It's in West Palm Beach, so it's in the same city. But because Trump lives in West Palm Beach, you could think of this as sort of a staging area for the Secret Service detail assigned to former President Trump. And as such, it's a lot easier for them to work in, to get information than Butler, Pennsylvania, which is way the fuck up in Pennsylvania, right? I think that's what he's talking about when he says we're going to get more information quicker there, just because there's more on the ground presence of the Secret Service in, of course, Trump's hometown.
Well, I know you're working the phones. Let me go to Vaughn Hilliard now, our correspondent who covers the Trump campaign. And Vaughn, we know a couple of things here. We know that the president, that the vice president back here in Washington say that they have now, according to the White House, been briefed about what happened. They say they're glad that former President Trump is safe. We know that he himself is now back at Mar-a-Lago, right, from what sources are telling us. What else can you share?
Right. We should note that he was back here.
So the fact that he's back in Mar-a-Lago, right, to me indicates that the assessment has been made that this was a lone shooter. And that kind of matches the profile, right? Like the thought that this guy is a lone wolf is not that surprising. And so what that indicates is that like there's really not danger. There's not further danger for the former president. It's this guy that, it's weird. This weird guy camped out in the bushes, tried to wait for Trump to get to the place where he was at and take a shot, and obviously unsuccessful. So now, if there were danger, we'd expect Trump to be in the air. That's what I understand, and he may have actually gotten in a plane earlier. Details are kind of mixed, right? But in terms of keeping him safe, for some reason they think that having the president in the air. Were there to be like a plot, were there to be multiple people involved, were there to be other shooters that, if this shooter failed, they were going to try to, ambush him in one place or another, it sort of makes sense for the president to be airborne as much as he can. But, at this point, he's in Mar-a-Lago. And that to me indicates that the danger from this scenario is considered to be over by the Secret Service.
Here at his Mar-a-Lago estate, he got back late last night after a West Coast swing of campaign events. He has no formal events on the docket here today or tomorrow until a crypto business that he is announcing tomorrow night there from Palm Beach here. And so we have seen him enjoy taking his more off days, if you will, on the campaign trail to play golf, whether it be at West Palm Beach, where this incident is evolving, or he was in Los Angeles at his Trump Golf Club just 3 days ago here. But we're so far hearing from one of his sons, Eric Trump, who's saying, quote, serious change is needed.
Vaughn, I got to jump in here. Vaughn, thank you very much. Only because we've got a lot of information here, and we want to make sure that we have a chance now for all our stations to join us. We're going to pause for a second to let folks join in.
No, let's try to avoid the sound. Yeah, so as far as like getting copyright claimed for watching news, it doesn't tend to happen to me for watching news, but there's music, sounds, little transitional music that they do. Sometimes I do get hit for those. That's why I'm avoiding that. And plus, you don't need to hear that.
Courses in South Florida. Now, Mr. Trump is safe.
Anyway, we're almost done with this. We're going to take a look at the shooter's social media accounts next. And then we're going to take a look at, we may have some, photos and video of the place where the shooter hid out, where he camped out in waiting for the former president.
The Secret Service fired in the direction of somebody with an AK-47 style rifle, they say, who was outside Mr. Trump's golf course, aimed it in that direction while Mr. Trump was on the course. Moments ago, top state and federal law enforcement officials said it happened this afternoon. The Secret Service says that along with the rifle, you're looking at a picture here, they found a scope, 2 backpacks, and a GoPro camera. Now, the suspect was then found in a car on I-95, the highway running through South Florida, and taken into custody. Law enforcement officials say they have recovered the gun. I want to let you hear more now from the Palm Beach County Sheriff, Rick Bradshaw.
1:30 this afternoon, call came out, shots fired. That was called in by the Secret Service. Because we're in constant contact with them all the time, we were notified of that, and we had units here that immediately sealed off the area. Fortunately, we were able to locate a witness that came to us.
So that's the sheriff for the county.
Said, hey, I saw the guy running out of the bushes. He jumped into a black Nissan, and I took a picture of,
which from what we've seen is a Nissan sports utility vehicle.
And the tag.
Police, of course, crediting that eyewitness with helping them catch this suspect here. Now, since that happened, you are looking now at the motorcade from former President Trump leaving the golf course. He is now, we understand, back at his home at Mar-a-Lago. And his campaign says that he is safe. NBC News has also learned that President Biden and Vice President Harris have both been briefed on what happened. That concludes this NBC News special report. But
there we go. Okay, so let us take a look next at... Here we go, social media. So we looked a little bit on Twitter as far as the social media. My assessment is that I don't really think this guy is I don't think you can be like, this is a right winger, this is a left winger. I think that more than anything, this is a delusional person with a lot of conspiracy theory beliefs. You know, a lot of voted for Donald Trump in 2016, would have preferred to have supported Tulsi in 2020, would have preferred to have been able to vote for a different Republican candidate that is not Donald Trump in 2024, that be his favorite being Nikki Haley, and hoping that she could link up and name Vivek Ramaswamy as her vice president. So in other words, it's a person that's anti-Trump, a person who's dissatisfied with Trump, a person who voted for Trump in 2016, but then a person who decided after the 4 years of Trump that he didn't want more years from Trump, then supports Nikki Haley and Ramaswamy, which if you know anything about Ramaswamy, he's basically a parrot of Trump. Ramaswamy has got the same... So what I'm saying, Chad, is that this is somebody that, very much is against Donald Trump, but is so sort of detached from reality that he's willing to vote. He's endorsing a vice president that is identical to Trump in terms of his policies. So I don't know, make of that what you will, right? I see a person that's not basing any of their supposed political ideology on reality, doesn't have a strong affinity to the right, to the left, in one of the social media tweets, he calls Trump the R-slur, the chud logic word, if you will. And, so that's very sort of right-wing coded slur to use. But at the same time, some of his beliefs are, he wanted to go to Ukraine to fight the Russians. And he also has some weird, beliefs about the Chinese government potentially using the coronavirus and maybe another virus as a bioweapon. So he's all over the map is what I'm trying to say. It's really hard to typify this guy as right wing or left wing, but of course you're going to hear a lot of left wing people say that he's right wing, and indeed there are some right wing beliefs that he has. That sort of anti-vax strain that he exhibits is pretty right wing coded. His sort of ableism in his insults towards former President Trump are pretty right wing coded, but at the same time, you could find stuff on the other side. So rather than seeing this, playing this game of is he right wing, is he left wing? If he's left wing, then that means you should vote for Trump. If he's right wing, then that means that, I don't know, right wingers are fucked up and dangerous, right? It's just like he's a guy who's been in violent, he's been involved. He's had gun incidents happen before, and just does not seem to be very grounded into reality in any way. But here's Harry Sisson talking about what maybe this will change our mind. Right? Let's give Harry Sisson a chance to change my mind if he can.
We have some major breaking news and an update to the story from earlier today on the guy that tried to assassinate Donald Trump. His social media pages, specifically his Twitter account, have been found. And this guy is crazy. He supported Donald Trump at one point. Now he supports Nikki Haley and other Republicans. This guy's just all over the place. He's also very clearly crazy. I mean, he was spreading a bunch of conspiracy theories, and now his Twitter account has actually been taken down. So these posts are no longer accessible, but I have some pictures of the posts that we managed to get before the account was taken down. So I'm going to show you them. We'll talk about them a little bit, but I warn you, this guy is off his rocker. So first and foremost, the man has been identified.
Oh, hey, and if I could pause it for a second just to trouble you to hit the like button, right? It really helps me out a lot. And in fact, it helps you out a lot too, because it lets YouTube know that you're the kind of viewer that appreciates my stream. So the kind of people that it'll recommend to the stream based on you liking it are people a lot like you. So if you want more people like you in chat, it behooves you to hit that like button. And it helps me out a lot, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Thumb Gang, for supporting me. Thank you, people that are donating for supporting me too, right? Helping us get to that dono goal. We're at 30% now, almost a third of the way there. Well within striking distance of getting that dono goal. If we get it, then we get extra content, right? It won't just be this story. We'll do a story after this story. So if you want me to stay on a little longer, hang out and talk about maybe something a little bit more fun. The topics are Brianna Wu leaves the left, breathe into your balls, some right-wing, red pill testosterone raising cringe. We got some more right-wing cringe with Lauren Chen doing stand-up. And yet even more right-wing cringe with actual justice warrior simping for Anna Kasparian. Feel free to go over to the full-scale stream No Comment Chick on YouTube and vote for any of those. And if you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see come up next as bonus content. And I will put your money where your mouth is. I will actually increase the score. I will add points to the total vote and help you get what you want in terms of bonus content as well. Let's watch what Harry Sisson has to say.
And he's on your screen right now. That is Ryan Routh, spelled R-Y-A-N-R-O-U.
People are saying this guy looks like a Gary Busey with a, maybe a Gary Busey on Ozempic.
U-T-H. He is 58 years old.
I think to me, right, because of this picture, it kind of makes me think of, right, there's a little resemblance here, mostly in just having a shirt up over his head. But yeah, maybe he just ate too much sugary sweets before, going to the golf course today. Maybe it's a big misunderstanding, and he was just looking for TP for his bunghole. But yeah, we'll find out more, hopefully.
Lived in North Carolina, Hawaii, a bunch of different places, but that is him on your screen. A picture of him has been dug up and located among everything else that we're learning right now. But in addition to what he looks like, who he is, how old he is, his criminal record has been found and looked into, and this is just one of his rap sheets. He has a lot of priors, including like charges and convictions. This is just a small look into the criminal history of Ryan Routh. But we also have some reporting here from the Sacramento Bee talking about this, saying Routh, 58, has an extensive criminal history in North Carolina that includes convictions between 2002 and 2010 of a variety of things, including carrying a concealed gun, hit and run, possession of stolen goods, and resisting law enforcement, among other charges. So long criminal history. Lived in a variety of places in the United States. But now let's just dive into some of these social media posts I was talking about. And you can see what I mean when I say that it's all just kind of weird. It's kind of all over the place. Here's the first one I want to show you. where he's talking about his support, or at least one-time support, of Donald Trump. On June 10th, in 2020, he said, "At real Donald Trump, while you're my choice in 2016, spelling error, I and the world hoped that President Trump would be different and better than the candidate, but we were all greatly disappointed, and it seems you are getting worse."
OnlyFacts says he did go to Ukraine. He must have learned low-level guerrilla tactics there. Very smart from a tactical perspective, all things aside. Wait, big banana clip? That's what we saw?
I will be glad when you are gone.
Look, I'm not a firearms person, so you'll have to explain to me exactly what a banana clip is. Curious.
Pretty crazy stuff there, but it indicates that he voted for Donald Trump.
Sisson asked if the FBI and Secret Service are going to visit Elon. Wait, here? Did I miss that?
In 20.
Yeah, I know, that's ironic. The Secret Service sometimes gets called, gets like acronymed as the SS, and terrible historical parallels there.
16, he did support him at one point, but I guess became disappointed. And then fast forward as well to 2020, he also supported.
Oh, from his tweet. Wait.
Tulsi Gabbard, who was running as a Democrat at the time, but now, of course, is very much a Republican, has endorsed Donald Trump, helped him with debate prep.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Conrad's helping me out here. Banana clip is just a nickname for a magazine for an AK-47 because it's shaped like a banana. Thank you. I did not know that.
Didn't go well. But here's a tweet from the 11th of March, 2020, where he put
Harry's where I go for my political news to the political news to the 15-year-old.
Hashtag stand with Tulsi for president. And
he gets made fun of for his baby face, especially when he was on Piers Morgan. But it was funny. It was Vinny from the Patrick Bet-David show, the Valuetainment show. So it's kind of like just everybody was dunking on this Vinny guy, right? Harry Sisson's on there with like Hassan, and Vinny's like, "Oh, you look like you're like 15 years old. Go back to kindergarten," right? And everybody's just like, "Dude, you're turning red. You're going to burst a blood vessel. You're going to have a heart attack. Settle down," right? Vinny could not control himself. So despite the fact that, Vinny could dunk on Harry for his age, I feel like Harry kind of got the best of Vinny on that exchange.
Slam Trump, Bernie, Biden, all this stuff, saying that he was a Tulsi Gabbard supporter, offering to help with her campaign at the bottom, saying, "Let me help." So Trump in 2016, then Tulsi Gabbard, and then now fast forward all the way to 2024, and he was supporting Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy. You can see in this tweet right here from 2024 saying, "At Nikki Haley, please join Vivek Ramaswamy as a team of president and vice."
Yeah, so we've seen a lot of this stuff already.
A winning ticket that we can all get behind. Please do not be selfish and arrogant. Partner now to change the course of this election, break norms, and give us an option. So quite the evolution when it comes to political views, starting by voting for Trump in 2016, then supporting Tulsi Gabbard in 2020, and now Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy. And this guy was also clearly a very big fan of Vivek Ramaswamy. This is not the only thing.
You know what's funny about this, right? Is that of all the political factions in the United States, the place where you could most accurately put Ryan Wesley Routh, or Routh, is in the quote-unquote politically homeless camp. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, if you ever listened to Anna Kasparian, I almost said formerly of the Young Turks. Look, I feel like any day she's gonna leave the Young Turks, right? She's gonna leave the left. But the people that say, like, I don't really like the right wing, and I'm politically homeless, right? The kind of enlightened centrist types, right? That's the way, and these are the kind of people that say, "Oh, the right's crazy and the left's crazy and everybody's crazy. I'm normal because I've become politically homeless. The left is too woke, and the right wing, well, they're fucking conspiracy nuts, right?" So it's funny, the center that always tries to hold itself up as the most reasonable, portion of the people that don't feel at home on the right or on the left. This is your guy. This is your guy, Anna Kasparian. This is your guy.
That he's posted in reference to Vivek. He actually posted something.
But realistically, I don't feel like placing him on the political spectrum and blaming a certain political cohort. I really just don't think it's useful here, right? This is a guy that seems to be, very delusional, very not grounded in reality. And so really, his perspective on politics, I don't think should really reflect on anyone
else telling Vivek to stay in the race when it was looking that he wasn't going to get the nomination, which it had been for.
So yeah, when you're dead set against Donald Trump, but you love Vivek Ramaswamy, what the fuck is that? That's somebody that doesn't understand who he's supporting, right? Ramaswamy's a carbon copy of Donald Trump. If you've ever looked at what he stands for, if you've ever looked at what he says, if you've ever looked at that was the thing during the primary, right? You'd have these debates where he'd go, they debate, Vivek, Chris Christie is like Chris Christie, Mike Pence, people like this are actually even Ron DeSantis a little bit are actually attacking Donald Trump. And Vivek Ramaswamy, what is he doing? He is dick riding. He is glazing the Donald the fuck up. And his policies are just like identical. He's like, well, we can make America great again just with me instead of, but you get the feeling that he's not actually like opposing Donald Trump. It's kind of like the big question for Vivek Ramaswamy is, dude, why are you running? You love Trump. You support Trump. You say everything that Trump says. Why would you be the candidate? Why should somebody support you over Trump given that you're just a carbon copy of the guy? And so if you're anti-Trump, you're so anti-Trump that maybe you even took a shot at or wanted to take a shot at him, right? But you're supporting Vivek Ramaswamy, then I got to say, you don't understand what's going on. You are not grounded in the real world, right? You are parasocial. I don't know, like maybe parasocially attached to Donald Trump and then becomes like parasocially, anti-Trump in the same way. So I don't know.
Said at Vivek Ramaswamy, like, stay in the race, keep giving speeches, keep campaigning, all of this stuff. So very clearly a big Vivek Ramaswamy fan. So, the Republicans right now, not to like politicize this, but the Republicans right now are trying to label this person as Antifa or a Democrat or a liberal, whatever it is. They, often
look, that's fucking ridiculous. What is he on Instagram or something? Chat, can somebody help me out? These balloons, is this an Instagram live thing?
Do this with stuff,
or is this a TikTok thing? Maybe. Oh yeah, no, he's from TikTok. I'm sorry, I forgot we're watching. I do get. Look, I'll be honest. I get it. Like I appreciate Harry's perspective, but I do sometimes get him mixed up with like the Adam Mocklers and the Luke Beasleys of the world. Sometimes I confuse my Zoomers. Okay, I'm sorry, but yeah, no, this Harry Sisson is, I think, his primary platform is TikTok. I haven't streamed on TikTok live myself, so I don't really know. What any of the this I know you get what stickers instead of like so here on YouTube you can support me by making a super chat. If you make a super chat of $5 or more, you'll actually interrupt me. TTS voice will play and it will ask a question for you or make a statement for you, and I'll be forced to respond. If you super chat $5 or less, I will get to your super chat after the segment. So we'll watch the end of this, and then I'll get to the super chats there after that. You can also push the dono goal forward by becoming a member yourself, becoming a weasel, as we say, or gifting the weasel to other people, giving memberships to other people. That also gets you, and it gets you the ability to skew the poll a little bit, because when you donate, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, whether you're signing up for my Patreon or gifting memberships, or you're over on Twitch and you're getting yourself a membership for free with a Twitch Prime sub for $4 now, because it's $4. It's 25% off during the month of September, or you're gifting subs to other people. You can put that money towards the topic of your choice and actually push us towards the bonus content that you want to see next. We've got Brianna Wu leaving the left. We've got we've got Breathe Into Your Balls, some kind of right-wing red pill cringe of guys that think they can increase their T levels by breathing into their balls. We got Lauren Chin doing stand-up, really cringy Russian asset, trying to be funny, even though she's not clever, she's not funny, she's not anything. She's roaming millennial, aka Lauren Chen. And we've got actual justice warrior simping for the likes of Anna Kasparian, because he really has strong feelings for her. So yeah, you can affect the poll when you donate. Just all you have to do is let me know after you donate which of these topics you want to see next, or you can say Vox Populi and kind of turn it back to the voters. Make sure to vote if you haven't already. It's on the full scale stream, which is on YouTube. You can go over there, nocommentchick on YouTube, and whether you're from the short stream or the Twitch stream, make your voice heard. And then you can also make your voice heard by donating, and literally make a AI voice heard. If you donate $5 or more, you'll interrupt me with an AITTS voice, and I will be forced to answer your question.
But I don't think that that is a label that is warranted. I don't think that labeling this guy right now in terms of political views is helpful.
Okay, so we're on the same page here.
Because it's clear that all over the place, his views were everywhere. He didn't really have any consistent views. And I think that this is a good summary from journalist Peter Hamby saying, just after a quick scroll of this guy's Twitter account, he voted for Trump in 2016. He became a big Tulsi guy in 2019, wanted Biden to beat Trump in 2020, although
But no, he was Bernie before he was Biden.
Can't verify that myself. I haven't seen that tweet.
I don't know. I didn't see the Biden shit either.
But then wanted a Vivek.
But yeah, he did seem to, like, after Nikki Haley dropped out and endorsed Trump, he seems to have tweeted at, or I don't know if it's tweeting or Facebooked at both Trump, both Biden and at Kamala, asking them to visit the people injured in the shooting in Butler, Pennsylvania, before apparently attempting a shooting of his own in Florida.
Ticket in 2024. So, some weird tidbits from this guy's social media page, some shocking posts from his social media page talking about his support for different candidates or certain conspiracy theories, just very weird stuff. And as I mentioned, Republicans are not responding to this news in the way that you'd hope they would, kind of putting the politics aside. Instead, many of them are blaming Democrats and rhetoric like they did when the first assassination.
Yeah, Conrad, I agree with you. He does not seem to be an Antifa super soldier.
Attempt happened, but kind of in this same vein, I just saw this tweet from
Lucky Gang 13 says, I said from day one, RFK Jr. was a MAGA in Democrat clothing. I agree with you. I agree to help Trump win against Biden, or even can you imagine if people were like, people were sick of Biden, right? That's kind of a dangerous thing. This is why I think the Democrats have got to change from this. When there's either a strong candidate like Hillary Clinton in 2016, a candidate who's like, quote unquote, got next, or there's an incumbent, the Democrats tend to not run a real primary. And I think that's a mistake, right? In other words, there weren't real candidates in there challenging Biden. So you get RFK Jr. challenging Biden. And that could have been tempting to people. People really, and it's clear that Biden was not up to the task of running for another term. And, you could have had like RFK Jr. If RFK Jr. had not been the fucking nut log that he is, right? The absolute cheeseball that he is, the conspiracy obsessed weirdo that he is. He might have actually challenged Joe Biden, especially given that he's got that Kennedy name and given that nobody wanted Joe Biden to run again. So that's why I feel like the Democrats have got to stop. They've been doing this since like the 70s, essentially, or sorry, 1980. The Democratic primary came down to Jimmy Carter, the incumbent, versus Ted Kennedy, somebody kind of running to Jimmy Carter's left. And because of the Ted Kennedy challenge being so vigorous, and Jimmy Carter ending up losing, in a lot of ways because of Iran-Contra, in a lot of ways because the Republicans were actually negotiating with the Iranians behind the scenes to try to keep hostages that Jimmy Carter was negotiating to have released from being released. But the Democrats instead, they blamed Kennedy. And ever since then, they've been really big about not having a real primary when there's an incumbent or when there's like a Hillary Clinton that people are all kind of, getting behind. So I think this is a big mistake for the Democrats. Even when you've got an incumbent, I think it's good to go ahead and run a primary, run a real primary. allow the challengers to appear, and most of all, do not blackball people for challenging an incumbent candidate. That's why nobody runs. That's why you didn't have another challenger to Biden, a serious challenger, and you get like a MAGA in Democratic clothes like RFK, who, in another scenario where he's not so obviously, a weird anti-Semite conspiracy theorist, might have actually, can you imagine that? If MAGA captures like both like political candidates, what a disaster it is. And then he just like drops out and endorses Trump. Like, I don't know. Right. I think the Democrats have got to rethink their strategy in terms of primaries and actually embrace that. Because when you have a primary, you're getting attention, you're getting free media. And, if your incumbent is indeed strong, then he should have no trouble like clearing the field. And then that gives him a win, and then that gives him media exposure. And it also tests out to see, is this guy ready to run again for another 4 years? Because obviously Joe Biden wasn't. I think they really got to change things up as far as the primaries go. Anyway, off my soapbox.
J.D. Vance, that, he's Donald Trump's running mate, that I thought was interesting. He said, "I'm glad Donald Trump is safe. I spoke to him before the news was public, and he was amazingly in good spirits. Still much we don't know, but I'll be hugging my kids extra tight tonight and saying a prayer of gratitude."
He's evolving politically. We all do. I mean, he just doesn't seem, well, he's not, like, here's another thing, right? A lot of American voters view the political process as team sports rather than understanding what policies a candidate stands for, which if you understood Trump's policies, you'd understand that Vivek Ramaswamy's are identical to Trump's, right? And you wouldn't support Vivek Ramaswamy after turning on Trump. So, he's evolving, you say. I would say, I don't know. As much as I don't like his Trump support in 2016, I would say in some ways devolving, because in an effort to get away from Trump, because he was on Team Trump in 2016, then he's like Team Anti-Trump, Team Never Trump. From then on, he's willing to support somebody who's just basically, Trump and another guys, and who's basically supportive of Donald Trump, right? I don't think this guy was really connected to reality.
And this, honestly, like, it's a nice tweet. I think it's like the right tone to be taking from a vice presidential candidate. It just seems a little bit rich coming from J.D. Vance, given the fact that he and Donald Trump for the past couple of weeks now have been demonizing Haitian immigrants in Ohio, saying that they're cause of all the problems. And a lot of these people have been the targets of many threats, many attacks. People's houses have been vandalized. Hospitals and schools have been shut down due to bomb threats. And J.D. Vance even admitted today on CNN that he made up the story. So it's just like, I bet those Haitian immigrants in question are hugging their kids tonight. Those legal Haitian immigrants are concerned about what's going to happen for them, what their future looks like. And I just think, like, J.D. Vance.
Yeah, so any pretense of the Republicans being against illegal immigration and that being what they stand for, rather than it just being a stalking horse for racism, is blown away by their demonization of Haitians in Springfield, who are there legally under temporary protected status based on the dangerous political conditions in the country that they came from, and Venezuelans much in the same boat in Aurora, Colorado, right? They try to pretend, we like legal immigrants. That's all well and good. You should obey. Like, try to make it about law and order, when in reality it's just fucking racism. It's just like, we don't like Haitians and we don't like Venezuelans. This is fucking un-American. This is, even from like a right-wing perspective of like America, the great America, and should be a melting pot, but only for like legal immigrants, even though we don't create a pathway to citizenship. It's wild that we expect, people in bad situations in destabilized parts of the world that the United States itself has destabilized, to, stay in place or somehow legally immigrate when there's just no pathway for that. When even the Democrats have given up on programs like DACA that provide that kind of a legal pathway for people who are born in the United States, to non-citizens, right? The Democrats have absolutely caved in to the Republicans. That's my biggest complaint about Kamala and Biden, is not that they are, some kind of communist invading radicals or something, but rather that they are too similar to the Republican Party, and I want to vote against that Republican Party. I'm not for that shit. And just too many times they're caving in. Now, that doesn't mean that it's not worthwhile, especially if you live in a swing state, to think about weaponizing your vote to deny Donald Trump, second 4 years, right? I think that's absolutely worth doing. But understand that your political duty does not end in the polls in November, right? After potentially Kamala and Tim Walz are elected, if you want real, policies that actually support a pathway to citizenship, that actually bring people together and that fight against this demonization of immigrants, you're going to have to push them because they've caved in, they've given up, they've surrendered to Trump on that issue because they think that it's a loser issue, right? People that don't want America to be racist and xenophobic, we got to stand up and we got to push back. And there's already signs of that, right? Haitian voters in Florida are very much, excited to vote against Trump now because of this. And, they're going to pay a price in some of these countries now that it's clear that this was never about legal immigration in the first place. It was about fucking racism. That's what the Republicans stand for. That's what Trumpism is about. It's just pure fucking racist bullshit. And yeah, it does make the country more hostile, and it does make the country less safe.
Cares about a threat or an attack toward Donald Trump, but these Haitian immigrants who are experiencing something terrible right now at the hands of Republicans.
A reporter asked Trump if he denounced the recent bomb threat at Springfield. He did not. Not surprising.
Well, tough luck, according to J.D. Vance and Donald Trump. It's just it rubbed me the wrong way when I saw this. But I think, generally, of course, I think we're all happy that Donald Trump is okay and that, nobody was injured. I mean, seriously, thank God nobody was shot.
Look, I'm mainly happy because rather than being, gunned down by some, unstable person, I'd rather see Donald Trump defeated in the general election, right? I think that is the proper end to MAGA, rather than making him a martyr, because that's what they'll do. Even though it's not a left winger, it's not a Antifa super soldier that was planning to shoot at him, right? Him being assassinated would make him somewhat of a martyr and would ensure MAGA to become this just sort of virus that takes hold. I feel like a lot of Americans are sick of this bullshit. We're sick of what's been going on since 2016. We're sick of being divided and pitted against each other. And we want to turn the page. And the one thing that Kamala and Walz kind of offer is that ability to turn the page. If Donald Trump is soundly defeated on this November, then you might see a change in the Republican Party. It's not going to be good. It's not going to be what we need. They're not going to start standing up for workers or I don't know. But at least this, just demagogic fascist movement will come to an end. Because if you know anything about Trump, if you studied his life, you know that everything that he's touched, with the exception of his reality show, right? With the exception of The Apprentice, everything that he's touched, everything that he's done, every business that he has run has turned to shit. He has declared multiple bankruptcies, and if he was anybody else who didn't inherit a shit ton of money, right, he would have been out on his ass. He would have been in a bad way, right? He's failed multiple times. Everything this guy touches turns to shit. If you were given the money that Trump was given through his inheritance, and you just invested it in some very basic bitch, S&P 500 type stuff, you would be richer than Trump today. He's not a good businessman. He's not a good deal maker. He's not a good anything. He's a fail son who's just had a silver spoon in his mouth, right? He got into the casino business. This is an easy business, right? Taking people's money that are silly enough to go and gamble it away, right? It's a pretty easy business, right? You've seen casino, right? They skim off the top. There's so much money that they can, skim and they still make money. Donald Trump somehow lost money on casinos. Donald Trump had to be bailed out by his fucking dad in the casino business. So yeah, no, he's a fail son. Everything that he touches turns to shit, and he touched the United States of America in a very profound way in 2016, and I don't think we've recovered yet. I would love to recover from that. I would love to turn the page. I would love to see the fever actually break. I'm not like 100% sure that would happen, but the best bet on that is to soundly defeat this guy in the election, not for some crazed shooter to end his life with a sniper rifle. So yeah, in that way, I guess I'm glad that the attempt was not successful.
Nobody was killed. Seriously, like, that's priority number one, safety for everybody, regardless of political belief.
The Gambinos made him quit. I mean, he did do badly
because at the end of the day, I'm not interested in Donald Trump being taken out.
The political scales for the U.S. are so skewed anyway. Dems are mostly centrist, but the left seem left-leaning compared to the fascists. Yeah, that's the sad thing. And that's my biggest complaint about the Democratic Party, is not that they're, some kind of radical, like, communist Marxist like Donald Trump would like to have you believe, but rather that they are not different enough from the Republicans. That since the late 70s, early 80s, the Democrats have been scared of their own shadow, and that shadow is FDR. That shadow is policies that really benefit the worker and improve people's material conditions, and it's not the kind of thing. Don't ever get it twisted and think that Democrats or even social Democrats are going to bring you to a equitable means of production. That's not what they're about. They are very much defending capitalism, but when capitalism gets threatened, there's two paths it can take. One is like the Keynesian economics, social democracy, New Deal kind of policy, where they're like, Jesus Christ, the socialists might beat us. We better improve people's conditions, or else we're cooked, right? And the other way is fascism. Let's turn the people against each other. Let's turn them against immigrants. Let's turn them against the homeless. Let's turn them, let's make them think that crime is a huge issue when crime is going way, way down. And let's, let's cause carnage, right? And I'd way rather see it go in the social democratic direction than in the Trump demagogue fascist direction. So
I'm interested in beating him at the ballot box. I don't, we can beat him fair and square here. We don't need something like that. You know what I mean? It's really gross what happened today, and hope it doesn't ever happen again. It's just political violence in this country is far too common. And look, I think we move forward by focusing on the facts and focusing on the future, not lying and focusing on the past. And, maybe some folks in politics can take that advice. So yeah,
Well, yeah, Thomas Jerome says both parties are saying that now. Both are fascist. The Democrats have caved to the Republicans on immigration, right? And that is because they are insufficiently afraid of the left, as opposed to Roosevelt, who feared the left more than the business plot of fascists that tried to do a coup against him, right? I would rather see a Democratic Party. And that's why I say that, there is no candidate that represents my political beliefs in this election. So instead of voting for who you believe in, voting for who you agree with, you're kind of voting on your opponent, who you want your opponent to be. And I'd rather have a further left party take on the Democrats than see this continued, demagoguing by the right wing, and the Democrats just embracing that. So I think in this case, there is a real utility towards weaponizing your vote to deny, to deny Trump another 4 years, and fighting the Democrats once they're elected into office, pressuring them, making them feel the heat. And different, they need to heighten the contradictions, ironically enough, because they are both parties representative of capitalism. That's the common thread between the Democrats and Republicans. It's two different faces of capitalism. But for the Democrats to heighten the contradictions between themselves and the Republicans would bring the United States at least back into a place where you've got like a, sort of a a New Deal type coalition running against a whatever kind of weird fascism the Republicans have turned into.
That was that guy's Twitter account. So he's still in police custody. I'm sure that they're questioning him, and we'll get more information on that later in the night, or maybe even tomorrow, the next week, whatever it might be. But there's a lot more to hear, and I'm sure there's a lot more to discover. His Facebook page was taken down as well. I don't think anybody really managed to scroll his Facebook page that extensively to see what he had said prior to this. But, you know, as I mentioned, a lot yet to be seen, a lot yet.
I feel like did we see some Facebook posts from him?
We heard. We'll be learning more about this very soon. The FBI.
I feel like we saw, I don't know, assuming they're real, right?
Is working on it, of course.
Like the tweet, I couldn't tell. Was the adding of Biden and Kamala, was that on Facebook or was that on Twitter?
Are investigating this extensively right now, so we'll see what they have to say when their investigation concludes. But I will wrap up the video there. I just wanted to show you this, guys, show this stuff to you guys. It's very shocking, all very...
Okay, so there we go. We didn't really learn anything that new from what Harry Sisson had, but, you know, you got another perspective, and he, like me, has concluded that, you know, placing an ideology on this guy is kind of a misnomer. It's not... he doesn't really represent like a political ideology, certainly not a coherent one. So here we got the Adam Mockler. Speaking of Zoomer political content creators, we got Adam Mockler with some new shocking Trump assassin hideout photos.
Trump was on his golf course today when a man was found 300 to 500 yards away with an AK-47 style rifle making his own nest so he could attempt to assassinate the former president. That is what the official FBI reporting has said, and we will stick to the facts reported by the FBI. Many people watching this video will have conflicting beliefs and think that Trump is faking this, but all of the local police, all of the FBI, Secret Service have said.
One thing that confuses me about Adam is that, like, I don't know if it's a shirt that he's wearing in his, like, in his avatar photo here, but it makes it look like he's wearing a backpack. I don't know. Because, like, you know, he is, you know, despite his youthful appearance, he is a serious political pundit, and I don't know if this is, like, the, you know, it kind of makes him look like a backpack kid. I don't know.
That this happened, and now we have photos that I'd like to report.
Okay, we're going to make these pictures available to you. It'll show you a picture of the backpack and the rifle. And there's also a GoPro on the fence there where he was intent on filming what was going on. Even though we're going to have to secure a couple of areas around the golf course here, the public doesn't need to panic. We know that we got a post office, a library, and a school down the street. So we'll make it convenient for you to get to all the...
Okay, so chat, this is kind of a short video. Next we'll watch a, we'll take a look at the video that we've got of this guy. That's the one thing we haven't looked at. I've been kind of afraid to look at it because it's a video by a, you know, what I assume to be a mentally disturbed, you know, a person in terms of the would-be assassin. And I definitely don't want to, like, watch a video of some guy as a spectacle to sort of point and laugh and gawk at, you know, somebody, you know, somebody's delusions, right? But we'll see what it is. We'll see if, I think it's from Luke Beasley, has any insights on this, and then we'll move on from there.
Places you need to go, get your kids to school, get them over here to the post office or wherever else you need to go. It's safe. There's no more danger.
We're still at 30% of the dono goal here, unless I've missed something. Yeah, it doesn't look like I have. Wait, have I? Maybe I've missed something. Let's check. Sometimes the, sometimes, not really. Not really. So, yeah, that's, so yeah, we're at 30% of the dono goal. If we get this to 100% by the end of the stream, which is coming up kind of quicker than you might think, I'm not going to stream as late tonight as I did last night because I was up way too late, and I kept you up too late too, and some of you got, you know, it's Sunday night, so we can't stay up as late as we did on Saturday night. But if we hit that dono goal, we're 70% away from it. We're almost a third of the way there. We will have some extra bonus content. What bonus content, you asked? Let's take a look. let's take a look at the poll, right? So I've got the poll going on in the full scale stream. If you're on Shorts or you're on YouTube, feel free to come over here, nocommentchick on YouTube, and check out the full screen stream, and you can vote. Right now, Brianna Wu Leaves the Left is way ahead at 43%, followed by Breathe Into Your Balls at 23%, and third place is Actual Justice Warrior, Simping for Anna Kasparian at 21%. Lauren Chen Stand Up way behind. I thought this was going to be a banger, but apparently only 13% of you are voting for Lauren Chen, so that one's not as popular. We do have a lot of people donating for that. Remember, when you do donate, to let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see next, and I'll be happy to put your money where your mouth is. It basically will add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So right now, Lauren Chen is being boosted 11%, which is not enough. But it is something by people donating for Lauren Chen stand up. So
here, and we'll make it very convenient for you.
So that is responsible. He is calming the town down. You know, Trump would try to be panicking people if he were the leader, but I do want to show you these photos with an AK-47 style rifle, a GoPro, and a backpack in a hidden spot on the Trump International Golf Course. First, let me update you on some breaking news updates we just got. Schumer, briefed by Secret Service director after Trump security incident. Senate Majority Leader
wait, Simon Pereira wants President Sunday night? I took Chat Chooses Violence off of there.
Chuck Schumer said he has been briefed by
I thought that people didn't want more President Sunday content.
Secret Service director after shots were fired at the Trump International Golf Club. Quote, I applaud the Secret Service for their quick response to ensure former President Trump's safety. Walz said he's glad Trump is safe and condemns violence because he is a classy person. Democratic vice presidential nominee Tim Walz said he and his wife are, quote, glad that former President Donald Trump is safe following what the FBI is saying is an apparent assassination attempt against him. And for all of the people who are still going to deny that this ever happened and think that this is all a fabricated narrative,
grab some food really quick.
And Tim Walz agree with the FBI if they weren't briefed with some convincing evidence. We should believe the evidence in front of our eyes rather than creating our own narratives. The statement, which follows closely to what VP Harris said earlier, also condemns violence. Quote, Gwen and I are glad to hear that Trump is safe. Violence has no place in our country. It's not who we are as a nation, Tim Walz wrote on X. And these golf courses, in particular Trump's, have long proved a difficult assignment for Secret Service. This was an update 7 minutes ago. Golf courses, in particular Trump's own properties, have long been a source of concern among Secret Service. See, a golf course is often the largest outdoor area a president can visit, and their design, often abutting public roads and containing elements like trees and hills that can conceal would-be assassins, make them particularly difficult for the Secret Service to secure. And like other presidents before him, Trump's presence at a golf course does not prompt the club to shut it down to the general public, nor the roads. Instead, a group of agents in golf clothes typically ride in golf carts. The Trump International Golf Club in West Palm Beach abut 3 heavily trafficked roads. And I want to break down these photos, but of course Marjorie Taylor Greene is already saying President Trump is safe and sound after another assassination attempt. Thank God. They are trying to kill him. They will do anything to stop him from winning. Now, when she says they, she's talking about a skinny 20-year-old kid who had no political affiliation, and when she says they, I'm sure she's talking about some lone wolf mentally ill person, again, who had a GoPro strapped to the fence. We don't know any information about the shooter, so I won't say anything yet, but we do have these photos that were released from the FBI and from local law enforcement. This first photo shows a vest, a GoPro strapped to the side of the fence right here on the left-hand side. Right below, you see a gun leaning up against the fence, and you can see that it's perfect for him to be in a prone or crouched position with the gun hanging out of the fence. Here is the backpack hanging off of the fence. It looks like it might be zip tied or tied with some sort of plastic up here. Not sure how it's tied, but right here, this shows an evidence box which most likely contains the rifle being pulled out of the golf course.
God, I need to get the whatever he's using to zoom in and zoom out. I need that. Right, that would make my stream so much better.
This is the crime scene unit taping up the area, pulling out an evidence box, which we can only presume has the rifle in it. We can only presume this person right here took the photos we were just looking at. And I have more live updates, but I do want to say, in situations like this, we have to acknowledge that violence is never acceptable. We are definitely against everything that Donald Trump stands for. He is the antithesis of my beliefs to the very, very core, but I would never wish violence in America that would destabilize the country, divide the country, hurt a presidential candidate while he is campaigning or while he's relaxing during a campaign.
It's like Adam's practicing for his next appearance on the Hippy Dippy. He seemed to really enjoy it. We saw this guy the last time I covered Dylan Burns's Hippy Dippy panel, and yeah, this is what would you call this? This is like the civility politics. Look, I mean, I'm actually, I like I said, I'd rather see Donald Trump defeated in the election than see Donald Trump end his campaign by being by losing his life to some shooter, and definitely have that get weaponized by the right. But I feel like I feel like this is a little excessive. Like, we don't like violence here. We're really good people. We're gonna virtue signal all over the place. Yeah, I don't think you need to do that.
Pain.
It makes it look like the left has something to hide, and they absolutely don't. The idea that like anything that anyone on the left has said about Donald Trump has contributed to this confused person, trying to shoot him from the bushes is laughable. And when you protest too much, when you're like, oh no, we don't like, we're all about civility and yada yada yada, it just makes you look guilty.
That is not a precedent we want to set. We should not be making conspiracy theories up about this, because then we are no better than people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who are immediately jumping to conclusions. Let me show you part of this conference that I found interesting.
All right, 1:30 this afternoon. Call came out, shots fired. That was called in by the Secret Service. Because we're in constant contact with them all the time, we were notified of that, and we had units here that immediately sealed off the area. Fortunately, we were able to locate a witness that came to us and said, hey, I saw the guy running out of the bushes. He jumped into a black Nissan, and I took a picture of the vehicle and the tag, which was great. So we had that information. Our real-time crime center put it out to the license plate readers.
So again, my question to people who doubt this is, what is your source? And your source competes with the local law enforcement who were on the scene and who took pictures. Let's break these pictures down one more time. We have this backpack strapped to the fence with a rifle leaning against it. This is important stuff. We have another backpack type vest laying here, a GoPro on the left-hand side. Here's what the scene looked like right after the shooter was discovered.
So the question, why do people, both in the Butler shooting and in this case, why do people say that it seems like it was staged? Well, I mean, like, on some level, I get that it seems like too perfectly timed to be real. There's some weird stuff about, medical reports not coming out as far as the Butler shooting. And, for this is like sort of perfectly timed to try to change the media narrative. I sort of get why people say that, but it's just like, I mean, unless you got some evidence, unless you see some evidence, it's not, I don't know. I'm not going to waste my time, like, scolding people about conspiracy theories, but I will say that, without any proof, without any evidence, without any reason to say that other than just the sort of, what would you call it? Like, circumstantial evidence. It is a conspiracy theory.
At the Trump International Golf Club, you can see a bunch of cops pulling up. I'm sure they were on rapid response, trying to make sure the entire area was safe. And it's nice to see the police chief being responsible and saying,
Miskatonic says the threat that Trump poses destabilization as attacks on him are likewise destabilizing. Yeah, and seeing him go down in the election would be one way to maybe move past, close the book on MAGA. That's what I want to see. I want to see the book closed on MAGA. Although I do fear that it's not going to be done until the Democrats get serious about until the Democrats can support workers, can improve people's lives, can revitalize our social safety net, and can fight against climate change and say that shit with their chest, right? In some ways, they are the cowardly lion that has forgotten how to roar, at their best, right? And still a cowardly lion, still insufficient, still not what you need. What you need is what you need is people power. What you need is worker power. What you need is workers taking control of their destinies. But in order to sort of close the book on MAGA, I feel like you need a Democratic Party that has, like, could at least say it with their chest, right? Already seen what was tried to do, what he tried to do to hold on to power. Eric says, for me, the second attempt calls into question the first attempt. Bovine says, Democrats can't stop people, especially too right-winger. Yeah, exactly. That's true. Yeah.
This is no reason to panic. I want to end you off with this great clip of George Conway.
Well, he's reaching his final, his final destination.
I did step away for a second. Did Adam endorse the idea that Democrats have contributed to the to this in some way by over the top rhetoric? Because that I do not buy. SM says, I'm just skeptical.
Which is complete decompensation. He doesn't, none of his tricks are working anymore. We're on to them. They don't excite anybody anymore. He's losing in the polls. He has to try to make things up in his own vice presidential candidate on another network.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like their racism and their xenophobia unfortunately does excite a certain demographic. Luckily, though, I feel like the anti-Trump consensus is starting to form. I feel like there's an outright majority of people that are sick and tired of Trump, and same people that are sick and tired of Biden, right? And they don't want to see another 4 years. I think they'd be ready for someone to run an Obama-style campaign on hope and change, but unlike Obama, to actually fulfill that, right? I think that this is a time that, if you had a candidate who's willing to do this, you could see, I think the American people are ready for a sea change. Whether that'll come from Kamala or Waltz, I'm sadly kind of doubtful of, right? I had some hope earlier on that they'd make a huge break from Biden and his policies and go forward boldly, but no, it's a lot of it's more of the same.
Today, basically, so we're making up stories in order to win this election, and it's not working for him, and he knows it, and he knows he's going down, and over him, and the only person who seems to have any control over him is the person who's telling him or whispering in his ear or doing something to tell him that everything's great, you're amazing, and that's Laura Loomer, and that's where this is the ultimate implosion, and
that's kind of where I want to go next. We got into Laura Loomer a little bit last night. There's actually more to her, right? This is the woman that was too racist for Marjorie Taylor Greene, which says a lot. And this is a woman who's got Trump's ear. That she's on the plane with Trump, and if you believe Milo Yiannopoulos, she's glazing Trump up, literally. She's literally glazing him. I mean his eggplant, right? I mean his crowd size, right? This is what Milo Yiannopoulos said. Is that she's literally filleting the man. We don't really see any anything to confirm that, but I wouldn't doubt it.
We're watching it live, and it's going to get worse.
That is a great clip, and let me just preemptively debunk what some people may say. You guys are going to say, because JD Vance said they're creating stories, Trump created this story, but no. This would be the FBI, the Secret Service, local law enforcement, multiple witnesses, multiple videos, and photographers all colluding to create this big conspiracy. It's just not a conspiracy. It actually happened, and if you guys agree, make sure you leave a like, comment a blue heart, hit that subscribe button, and have a great day. Peace out. That is an amazing clip that went absolutely viral. It has 22,000 likes because it's true, and I just want to to preemptively debunk something that I know people will say. And
oh my God. That Loomer sloppy toppy. Yeah, we'll get into that next. We are only at 30% of the dono goal. I'm a little bit worried about that. We kind of stalled on that. So hopefully we can move on. I've got a few more. Let's see. What did I also? There was a Luke Beasley. Oh, here we go. We'll see about this. I don't know. Like I said, if this is just gawking and staring at a disturbed person, I don't really have a lot of interest in that. But if we can gain some insight from this video, this is video of the would-be assassin prior to the attempt.
The attempted assassin, as he's believed to be, has been identified at Trump's golf course. This is where it occurred, as I've been telling you today, all of this developing as I'm making these segments. I do have video of the guy. We won't play a bunch of it, but I'll show some of that to you in just a second here. And deciphering his social media feed, starting to get an understanding of the background, the name being Ryan Wesley, Routh Media reporting the name of the suspect who law enforcement believes attempted to assassinate former President Donald Trump has been revealed. Before going further, just
okay. So it looks like after this, we've got a video about a social media post that Trump made after the attempt that might have gone a little off kilter. We'll take a look at that next.
As a little explanation to catch you up if you missed some of the past coverage, Trump was golfing, was around hole 5, and
look, let's put it this way, all right, chat? We got like 2 or 3 more videos to watch. If we can hit 50% by then, I'll go ahead and give you the Laura Loomer content. I don't want to I gotta be kind of a little bit more stingy with my time than I'm being, and I'm gonna kind of gauge that by the dono goal. But if we can get to 50% in the next, I don't know, it'll take what, like 30 minutes or so, 30, 45 minutes. Then we'll extend the stream a little longer. I'll do the Laura Loomer content, and maybe that'll give us the time that we need to hit the dono goal and unlock this content. It looks like people are voting for Brianna Wu. People have been voting for Brianna Wu for a while, but it seems like whenever she actually wins, we don't hit the dono goal. Whenever we do hit the dono goal, something else wins. So it could be Brianna Wu's time. It depends, right? It depends on you. Because when you donate, make sure to let me know which of these topics you want to see next. Brianna Wu, Leaps to the Left, Breathe Into Your Balls, Lauren Chin and her stand-up, AJW, Simps for Anna Kasparian, Cringe, or Fallout New Vegas. If you feel like it's a night for Fallout, I'd have to. We'll have to see where we're at in after these videos, and I'll decide whether to stay on and give you kind of a rundown of the Laura Loomer. Where did she come from? What's she about? Why is she famous? Who does she represent? Et cetera, et cetera. And a little bit about her connection to Trump. That would be what I would do next. If we can hit the dono, if we can get to half the dono goal before the end of these next segments. So we got this one. We've got the Donald Trump, I don't know, sicko posting, whatever. Whatever he posted on Truth Social was kind of out there, so we'll take a look at that. And then maybe one other video. We'll see where we're at then. If we can hit the 50% mark, then I'll keep going a little longer, give us a chance to hit the dono goal of 100%, and we'll go from there.
Just beyond where he was, we're still working with a number 400 to 500. I think it was yards away. You had a Secret Service agent reviewing the area that Trump was about to go into. He saw someone with an AK-47 and shot at the guy, meaning the Secret Service shot at this Ryan Wesley Routh, and that prompted him to run away. He got an SUV, tried to escape, ended up being captured. He's now in custody. He left behind 2 backpacks, and notably a GoPro, and then his AK-47, and that's what we knew previously. Now you're up to speed. Trump was brought to safety, and everyone is okay. Like I said, the suspect is in custody. Law enforcement, media continues, has detained Ryan Wesley Routh in connection with the attempted assassination on the GOP nominee on Sunday afternoon at West Palm Beach, Florida. Pictures of the suspect's rifle popped up against a fence alongside a black backpack, and a GoPro attached to the wires was released by law enforcement. There you can see what was left behind: the gun, the two backpacks, and I guess that is the GoPro. To reiterate, the fire, or the noises of gunfire, the shots that were originally thought to be from the attempted assassin, from what I've deciphered from the information that's been revealed so far, it seems like this time, and this is a good thing, Secret Service stopped him from even getting a shot off at Trump. Now, as we go through, we will get to MAGA reactions that I take issue to. We'll get to people on the left and reactions that I want to take issue with. But first, in understanding the motive here, as we talked about a lot with the Thomas Crook shooting in Butler, Pennsylvania, the more we learned about his internet history, social media history, it didn't seem like he was really motivated by a strictly political anti-Trump ideology, which is why I would point out it's even more rational for some of the MAGA people to try to make this a point about how, see, this is all Democrats, it's the same Democrats who try to steal the election, what? But contrasted against that scenario where he was going after multiple high-profile people, it seemed, based on his internet history, here there is more of a political motivation, and there is more of an explicit anti-Trump angle.
Now that's weird. That's weird because the previous shooter, like, I'm not sure if I agree. The previous shooter was politically motivated. It's hard to really, pin down what their politics were, but, by the words of their classmates, this was somebody that was a debate lord. If you had a political opinion, he would want to debate you. If you were for Bernie, you fucking suck. If you were for Biden, you fucking suck, right? You're for Hillary, you suck. If you're for Trump, you suck, right? That this is what, I don't know if that indicates that he was further to the right or what, but it was a very politically, engaged person. I mean, I guess this person's sort of, politically engaged, concerned with world affairs, especially Ukraine, and also the thinks that China created the coronavirus as a bioweapon. Yeah, I guess because this guy is more so the previous shooter, we didn't really know, we didn't have him on record as supporting any specific conspiracy theories. There just wasn't a lot. There wasn't a big social media paper trail. It's not paper, but you know what I'm saying? There wasn't a screenshot trail of the previous shooter. This person has definitely left that trail. So, but I don't necessarily know if I would say that makes this person more political than what they do. I guess what Luke Beasley is going for is the fact that the previous shooter had searched not just for Trump, but for Merrick Garland, was it Joe Biden? I guess it would have been Joe Biden. Had apparently been looking for other political actors in the area on, ostensibly maybe to do an assassination attempt. So I guess you could make the argument that the previous shooter just seemed to want to get in the news, just seemed to want to make a big impact by shooting some politician, and didn't really care, which politician, and just settled on Trump because he was convenient. He was literally, going to be speaking a few towns away. I don't know, though. I don't know if I agree with this.
The social media account believed to be associated with this guy, Trump. While you were my choice in 2016, so he did vote for Trump in 2016, it seems. And then he goes on to say, I hoped, and the world hoped, that President Trump would be better than the candidate. And then he calls him the R slur. And then you have this post just to see. Actually, I'll show you a Zateo reporter making a point about this. Nikki Haley, please join Vivek Ramaswamy as a team of president and vice president. We must do this now to create a winning ticket. This must have been during the primary. Now that we can all get behind, please do not be selfish or ignorant. partner now to change the course of this election, break norms, and give us an option. And you have someone saying Ryan Routh voted for Trump, donated Tulsi Gabbard, Andrew Yang, Tom Steyer, Beto O'Rourke, Elizabeth Warren, and then has tweets like this, yearning for a Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy ticket, which is to say it's a bit hard to put him in a convenient little political box. Mehdi Hassan said, how about the nutcase box? If you haven't already and want to support us on our race to 1 million subscribers,
jump scare.
It wouldn't make any sense to allow a lunatic to prevent us in future conversations from speaking accurately about what
he has Pac-Man mannerisms
we're opposed to when it comes to Trump, right? Okay, that's obvious. But we should be very clear on denunciation.
So Andrew Hylton says, why would the shooter bring 2 backpacks? This is staged and time will reveal. I mean, you could be right. You could be right. From what I've seen so far, I don't see evidence that it's staged. It does look like somebody that is suffering from delusion, somebody that's, very conspiracy minded. So somebody who's politically homeless, I guess is how I described it. It's funny enough, like all the people, like the Anna Kasparians of the world that will say, oh, I'm politically homeless, like, right, the right sucks and the left sucks, right? This is your guy, right? This is somebody who is, traveled from being a Trump supporter in 2016 to being like a Tulsi supporter in 2020, flirted maybe with Bernie for a little bit, supported Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy, which is weird if you're anti-Trump, like as he seems to have become. Like it's weird to support Vivek, given that Vivek is just a carbon copy of Trump. So that's why I say that I just don't feel like he was really connected with any sort of reality. And his posts about the Chinese are creating a bioweapon, to destroy the democratic nations or whatever the hell he was saying, right? Just kind of makes him. But you might be right. More might come out. We don't know what we don't know, and you shouldn't really rush to judgment. That being said, I don't see the evidence yet that this was, any kind of staged event, and I don't buy the idea that there's going to be some kind of collusion. Well, now that being said, right? So if you're a Trump fan, right, you see a lot of them characterizing the FBI and law enforcement and judges and as being left wing, as being part of the deep state. And that is so fucking backwards, right? If there's any bias that law enforcement has, it is a right-wing bias. That being said, pulling off something like a fucking staged attempted shooting or something like that, and not leaving any breadcrumbs, not leaving any clues, I'm not sure if I buy that either. But like you said, time may tell. You may be proven right. Second time around, we still can't figure out what happened. For the record, I don't condone violence. I didn't take what you were saying as being condoning of violence. Oh, his comments on Israel. I haven't seen those, Bovine. Let me take a look at what you're saying.
Regardless of our political views towards Trump, and always take these moments as an opportunity to articulate when we say there's these threats against democracy. I need all of you to hear, not that for a lunatic's ears this would make much of a...
Oh, you're saying that YouTube is increasing censorship on comments like last time? Increasing censorship on comments? Oh, okay, so are people getting their comments deleted? By YouTube?
A difference, but it's important to say we protect our democracy through democracy. Otherwise, we're contradicting the very principles that we're advocating on behalf of.
You don't have to make an argument against fucking assassination, Luke. Come on. We've seen Adam do this. Now we're seeing Luke do this. I don't know what fucking, like, what would civility politics liberals, I don't know what's wrong with you that you feel like you have to defend yourself when there's a shooter who is clearly not left wing. Like, this is not something you have to defend. You don't have to, like, this should be obvious. And the fact that you're stating it, it sort of indicates that you think that you've got some part of your audience that's all like, oh yeah, that's fucking based to, no, I don't know. I think this is a mistake. I don't know why they're doing this.
Opposing political violence has to be across the board. Has to be in all these scenarios.
This is like saying, you know what, you need to regardless of your feelings about Palestine, you gotta condemn Hamas. No, you don't. No, you don't. Don't need to make that statement.
And that is super, super important to emphasize, especially in moments when horrible things like this happen. Luckily, again, it was stopped and no one was harmed. But here's a little bit of this video.
Tell me who you are and why are you here?
56 from the U.S. From North Carolina originally, so I live in Hawaii now. So flew
Wait, where is he?
all the way from Hawaii here. So the question as far as why I'm here, to me, you know, a lot of the other conflicts are gray, but this conflict is definitely black and white.
Is he in Ukraine? It looks like it says, I'm seeing a little caption down here. It says Newsweek, and it looks like it says maybe Romania?
White. This is about good versus evil. This is a storybook, you know, any movie.
And this was him talking about, I guess he traveled to Ukraine, and his social media feed does seem like he was very active when it comes to Ukrainian issues. Now let's go through some reactions. I showed you Marjorie Taylor Greene pushing a conspiracy theory about this. I said, as I still believe, that's just not helpful at all. You do have those on the left, and I want to encourage you all not to react in this way. I also mentioned already that
Kristen, who is FOP? I'm curious.
At one point, Staged was trending. When we criticize right-wing conspiracy theories, it's not just because they're right-wing, it's because we should oppose people without evidence claiming, especially very provocative things. So no on that. Let's go based on the facts. And also, Rachel Vindman said no ears were harmed. Carry on with your Sunday afternoon. Just not an appropriate response.
Really? Oh my god. Oh my god. Is this what we're doing?
Then getting to...
Like, that is not a endorsement of violence. I don't know what the fuck. Like, that is actually the right viewpoint, right? The big takeaway should be that even if there was like an attempt on like Trump, it shouldn't make you consider voting for him. That's not a reason to fucking vote for him, right? The real conspiracy that we should be worried about, we should be opposing, is the idea that like Trump getting shot at by a delusional person is evidence of some grand conspiracy against him, and that if you oppose the fucking powers that be, now you gotta support Trump. That's the more harmful conspiracy. I'm not gonna, like I said, a few people in this chat have said this looks weird, this looks strange, right? I'm not gonna waste my time like scolding them. They can think whatever they think. I don't need to like morally grandstand or virtue signal that I am against jumping to conclusions. I just, I don't see, evidence is all at this point. But I also don't think you need to go through and like be like condemn, like, somebody saying no ears were harmed. That's the most innocuous fucking banal comment that anyone could make. And it does, I think, encapsulate something that Democrats and even like Republicans that are supporting Kamala this year need to get through their heads, which is like, it doesn't matter. You don't owe Trump or Trumpism anything if some delusional person takes a fucking pot shot at him. You do not have to fucking kiss his ass and be like, oh, we don't support violence, that's very bad. You're like, you don't need to condemn it. You're not on the line for it. This is not your floor. This is not your problem. What they are saying is essentially carry on with your fucking Sunday afternoon. That is actually kind of based, right? I don't see the problem with that.
A MAGA guy, Michael Flynn, the shooter had to have known Trump was playing golf today, screams of another inside job. So this would be...
Oh, fuck. Okay, yeah.
Pro-Trump.
But that's Michael Flynn. Come on.
Theory also not helpful.
It's a scary guy. If you know anything about Michael Flynn, truly scary guy.
Inappropriate. Makes things worse.
Probably somebody who, if Trump were reelected, would be back in the Trump administration. That's another reason to consider weaponizing your vote this fall and denying Trump another 4 years.
Alex Jones's response is this.
America is now in a state of war, not just with Russia, after Biden authorized NATO to start using U.S.-made heavy missiles to start bombing Russia next week. No, they just tried to kill Trump again. They had their cover story that it was gang crossfire, but Trump wasn't killed. But the media all put it out the second the news broke, even though the Secret Service and others were...
You really think there's an info war out there, and the media was trying to like, oh, we can get the story to stick. Maybe it was a gang violence and it had nothing to do, even though we all know it was the deep state and we're part of that conspiracy. Come on, Alex Jones, come fucking on. This guy is so ridiculous. Where is his info wars? Where's the studio? What is this doing? Like, where does this come from? Right? We all know that he like lost his studio. He got sued into oblivion, and rightly so by the families of Sandy Hook. But like somebody's obviously built him like a little place that he can stand in front of a screen and pretend that InfoWars is still a thing.
Shooting at Trump. They had to tackle him and return fire, and thank God he didn't kill him. That's twice this has happened. God's hand is on President Trump.
He's, by the way, from when this video came out, 5:01 p.m., he's listing off so many things that either aren't confirmed or are just completely inaccurate. I've heard no reports yet of the guy being tackled. He was shot at and then ran away.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he was tackled, actually. I think Alex is very like, look, this is the so what we know is he's apprehended on the highway after his license plate came up in a camera, right? They apprehend him. He's obviously got his hands up over his head. I don't know why he's holding a shirt. He kind of reminds me of this guy right here. Maybe he had too many sugary treats, before going to the golf course this afternoon. But yeah, it doesn't look like. I mean, maybe was he tackled after this? I don't know. But yeah, I don't trust Alex Jones saying I got a source that says he was tackled. I don't believe him. Alex Jones is so full of shit. So utterly full of shit.
Top Democrats have said they're not going to accept the Trump win. They're going to have civil war conditions. We are at war with
the fuck?
Deep state. They're at war with us. They've dissolved our borders. They're destroying our dollar.
Yeah, so again, let me put it in other terms, okay? To try to explain this to MAGA as to why this rhetoric is so wrong. When the lunatic right-winger attacked Paul Pelosi, what did we talk about? We talked about how
Alex Jones is right. Are you smoking crack? What is wrong with you, Unit X?
a lie, not an accurate statement about how it's bad to block the peaceful transfer of power, a lie.
Oh, sorry, National Fraternal Order of Police. I mean, that's not that surprising. Oh, supporting the idea. Yeah. That does. Yeah, police are right-winging. So this whole idea of a deep state, right, has to involve law enforcement. People like Unit X in Shorts Chat seriously believe that law enforcement, the most, establishment conservative institution in the nation, possibly, is somehow like left wing, is somehow in on some big grand conspiracy. You have to have Trump's persecution complex in order to believe that shit, right? Trump is a sick individual with a weird persecution complex that if you take seriously, you fucking believe in gang stalking. And you believe that Trump is being gang stalked by this deep state. And they've all got it in for him because only he can save it. It's fucking delusional. It's as delusional as this fucking shooter is, all right?
About the election being stolen was cited by this guy who was trying to get a hold of Nancy Pelosi and ended up bashing in the head of Paul Pelosi, nearly killing him. And he was motivated by the election lies, thinking that Nancy Pelosi engaged in stealing the election in 2020. And he wanted to get her to admit to what she did. And then Trump since then has been mocking that. And so we took issue with correctly the lie and said, see, that's a dangerous lie, don't tell that. And the fact that the violence was mocked by a lot of people within MAGA, particularly in positions of power. Because you just saw there, people online, left, right, and center, are going to make vile statements about a lot of instances, and we should denounce those, but in our political discussion, most relevantly is people in positions of power. But then the Butler shooting happened, and we saw how people in positions of power on the Democratic side don't do that. They don't do what Trump did when it came to the Paul Pelosi attack. They fully, unequivocally denounce and wanted answers and wanted justice.
Look, I don't care. People are prone to conspiracy theories. It doesn't really matter if some people, like, you're talking about, like, there was a few people that were like, oh, it's really weird that Trump didn't show his, like, that we didn't see the medical report, right? And yeah, that's weird. Am I going to jump to the conclusion that, like, somehow the ear injury was fake or something? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. And as we've seen long term, it doesn't matter. Trump got his ear. Trump got a high-powered ear piercing, which I'm sure would irk Luke if he heard me saying that, in Butler, and you know, he had a few days of good press, but in the long term, people don't care. He actually didn't really move the polls, right? So rather than, you know, being like, oh, we're so different, we're so much better as Democrats, and we don't believe in conspiracy theories. Look, conspiracy theorists gonna conspiracy theorize, all right? And there's some of those people on the left too, and there are some weird things, right? I don't want to jump to any conclusions. I don't want to endorse, like, the, you know, theories that it was staged, but I'm not gonna waste my time, like, morally scolding people who say there's something weird like that about that, right? Yeah, I mean, sure, it's weird. It just...
And so that was a big point we made. But think about,
right, jelly of Loomer lumps. I mean, we'll see if we can get to that Loomer stuff. We got a few, maybe one more video before I turn into a pumpkin and disappear off this platform for another 24 hours. Unless we hit that, we got to hit at least 50% of the dono goal, right? I'm gonna start shortening streams on nights when it's like this. But hopefully, you know, somebody comes through and we can extend it a little longer. At least watch that Laura Loomer content. If not, hit the dono goal and get that Brianna Wu content that everybody seems to be voting for, or whatever ends up winning.
if since that attack, we used it as justification to say, see, they have been trying to get Nancy Pelosi.
Davy Cliff says, I still think George Bush Sr. killed JFK. I haven't really read much about the JFK stuff. The JFK shooting is really weird. It's really weird. Like the Warren report, the official story on the JFK shooting, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. It's hard to take seriously, but I also haven't seen, convincing conspiracy theories. Post 9/11, there were a few cases of unstable Muslim men who get caught at the last minute before terrorist attack, and it turned out they'd been getting encouraged by FBI agents and informants. Yeah, there was I mean, they were like infiltrating Muslim student groups and stuff, trying to encourage this kind of stuff to happen.
They have been trying to do this.
It's always they. It's always they.
But it was that one guy. Now again, it's not the perfect comparison because y'all actually did mock that attack, which is vile. And I'm talking about people's in position of power, but still, it wouldn't make a lot of logical sense to.
He's talking about the Paul Pelosi attack.
Group it all into the same they. First, they voted against the Pelosi bill. Then they tried to attack or kill her husband. Is that the same they? And so hopefully that clarifies it a little bit as to the inaccuracy of describing everything with that big, wide they. And then on top of it, remember and watch, and then on my quote-unquote side, if we see any of our prominent leaders doing anything like this, we should call them out for it. But most likely won't have to because watch as powerful Democrats, I've already seen Biden-Harris do this, completely and totally denounce it and oppose this sort of violence, and they won't make a single joke. But when Pelosi's attacked Trump 2 weekends ago was joking about it. A big difference. And then you dive into the internet.
Oh yeah, not just Trump, his whole family. Like John Jr. posted some weird or retweeted a meme with like with a pair of tidy whities and a hammer, suggesting that Paul Pelosi, that DePape was Paul Pelosi's gay lover, and that what had really gone on that night was a BDSM session gone wrong.
And you see, as I just showed you,
absolute batshit
example of that people who aren't in positions of power within either party are going to be saying all sorts of crazy stuff. But that's a big, big difference. And it's something I've been calling out for a while now. And so my request is MAGA, when it's a Democrat attacked, be better. And then powerful Democrat.
Good luck, Luke. Like this guy talks to MAGA people and that's kind of why he's saying this, right? But like he thinks that he could, yeah, MAGA be better. Oh my God, dude, they're not gonna listen to you. Like he can get individual Trump voters sometimes to listen to him, sometimes to consider his perspective, right? In one-on-one interactions, right? I wouldn't take that, Luke, to assume that you can convince like MAGA as a whole to like get off their conspiracy theorizing, right? It just doesn't. It's not going to happen.
Correctly responded to when it's a Republican attack, but
the continuation of COINTELPRO. Wait, what?
Non-powerful Democrats, if you're saying vile things or joking about the other way around, be better there too. And I told you about this, Marjorie Greene saying they want video of President Trump being. Who's they? One guy.
They always say this. They always say this.
President Trump being assassinated.
Ask Grok. Oh my God, you paid $8, Luke. You paid fucking $8.
So bad that they would be assassin had. I did that again. That the would-be assassin had
to Elon
to film it, and it goes on to say these are not lone wolves. There's a conspiracy to murder Trump.
They ordered this delusional guy to film the assassination.
But we don't know that. The more you look at this guy's social media feed,
see, like her whole idea that there's a deep state attack on Trump is kind of like counteracted by the fact that the Secret Service and the local authorities and the FBI, like they stopped, or I think it was mainly the Secret Service, like they stopped this attack, right? There's some kind of big grand government conspiracy. Everybody's against Trump. Like they literally are enabling Trump's persecution complex. There's this great big force out there. He basically acts like he's being gang stalked by the FBI, the Secret Service, by the anybody in the government is like, probably a deep state agent. Obviously, the people that shot at this would-be assassin were not deep state agents.
When you can just read the way someone's speaking in sort of this fragmented, disjointed, frantic way, you can see that in his writing. As we didn't even need to see his social media feed to know this, given what he was attempting here, it seems.
The sad thing is that the deep state actually is a real thing, but it's not what right-wingers portray it as. And it's definitely not like a left-wing kind of thing, right? The deep state, we're talking about kind of U.S. foreign policy, U.S. geopolitical strategy is carried out by presidents, by cabinet members, by high-level members of Congress, by military officials, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and some of the and by like officials at the lettered agencies. And what that really refers to is the culture that develops in those agencies, in the CIA and the FBI and the NSA. And the fact that that's a big part of like the execution of U.S. foreign policy, right? That's what the actual deep state is. People that stay in, longer, people that are, employed in high-level government jobs through different administrations. So in that sense, yeah, there is a sense that regardless of like who's president, there's like a continuity of people that are working like against U.S. Foreign enemies and stuff like that. And there's a culture that develops. There's a mindset. There's a zeitgeist, right? That's what the deep state is, and it is actually pretty conservative, pretty nationalist, right? It's not some kind of weird like woke agenda like the right wing wants to portray it. And them co-opting this term, just like they co-opt everything, is actually damaging towards like people being aware of how the government actually operates, right? And these wild conspiracy theories obscure what's really going on, which in some cases is a culture of high-level actors doing things that aren't always in the interest of us, right? And it's just completely obscured behind this fucking Alex Jones batshittery.
So we already knew he was deranged, but it's bolstered by the fact that the way he's thinking and explaining things is...
The term deep state was a Stalinist term. I am not super... I don't know what the history of the term deep state, but I do know what it referred to prior to the right-wingers commandeering it. Yeah, it's very anti-communist. Oh my god, absolutely, several wolves.
Very.
Happy birthday, Afsifion.
Disjointed and the sign of someone who clearly, we're now saying, is unwell. So to reiterate, regardless of your political views, this is worthy of denunciation. We're against political violence. We protect democracy.
You denouncing it implies some sort of guilt by the political left. That's absurd. I hope you're happy doing your virtue signal, right? Because I think you're just foolish. I think you're honestly, Luke, this is the most foolish thing I've ever heard you say, right?
Through democracy. That's for our side. Then on MAGA side, don't exploit this to make this big claim about how we can't correctly oppose Trump's attempt to block the peaceful transfer of power, or say we don't like when he says, calls for the termination of the Constitution, or whenever he says the government should come down hard on media.
What the fuck is this? It sounds like you're talking to two kids in your back seat, and you're like, all right, y'all play nice, or I'll turn this car right around. You are not like a fucking dad driving to Florida, okay?
Those criticisms don't evaporate because of a deranged person's actions. And pushing conspiracy theories on both sides just makes things worse. As I saw last time, this is naive, but I wish we lived in a country where something like this could shake us into sort of wanting to unite around some of those fundamental constitutional principles and then go on to have political debates. But likely we're going to see the wild stuff we saw post the last assassination attempt. Glad everyone's okay.
Wild stuff. What, is Destiny going to go off again? Chat. One in chat if you think Destiny's going to go off again. Do you think that's going to happen? Is Destiny going to say some weird shit and get the right wing on his ass? And what did he say last time? Oh yeah, he didn't care if one of his supporters or if one of his viewers was like a MAGA supporter, he wouldn't feel bad if they got shot or something. That's unnecessary too, right? I think Destiny's just trying to get attention. He's cringe. He's fucking cringe. All right, so chat, one more video, all right? I do want to cover one other thing though, and I want to see if we can do it. Wait, so I understand the suspicion, says Road Runner. Yeah, I understand the... Wait, sorry, which suspicion are you talking about? Do you deny that the left have been comparing Trump to Hitler? I think that Trump needs to stop acting like Hitler if he doesn't want to be compared to Hitler, right? That's the solution. That's the solution. Stop demagoguing. Stop demonizing immigrants. Stop trying to get people fucking killed, right? Stop using the most hateful elements of the American, like, political consciousness to try to secure another 4 years of power. How hard is this, Roadrunner? How hard is this to figure out? Yeah, no, I'm sorry. The left has just been ratcheting up the rhetoric. It's not Trump. It's not, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the people's pets. No, it's definitely the Democrats. It's good job, Roadrunner. You feel smart? Because you look like a fucking fool. You look like an absolute fool in here saying that shit. Do you deny that the Democrats have been comparing Trump to Hitler? Yo, let me be real. The Democrats downplay that shit way too much. Trump's a lot more dangerous than they're willing to admit. But that being said, like, politically, it might be a better, policy for people like Kamala to emphasize Trump's foolish nature over his dark nature, right? Because that is how she's kind of that's why she's beating Trump in the polls. That's why if the election were held today, she and Tim Walz would win. And you can fucking cope and seethe on that, Roadrunner. Anyway, chat. look, we've got this video about. Now, this is News Nation. I don't really know what to think of them. I don't know where they came from. I don't know who the fuck they are. I've seen them do cringe stuff. I've seen them post pretty good stuff. But you know, nice chyrons, I guess. Nice background. It's a good looking you know, I don't know, presentation. But I don't know what to expect from this. This Trump suspected shooter had a bizarre social media post. Had bizarre. Oh wait. We know. Sorry. We got one video after this. So chat. What I'm saying to you is that we have got a chance, okay, to extend this a little bit longer, to take a look at Laura Loomer, and this is some interesting shit to learn who the fuck Laura Loomer is, right? But I'm gonna say at this point, since we're sort of stuck at a we're stuck at 30% of our donor goal. Like, right, we sort of raced to get to 30%, did it really fast, and then we've just been stopped there. So if we can get to 50% by the end of these next two videos, right, we're gonna watch one on Trump's social media post, right, what he's posted on Truth Social recently, and we're gonna watch another one, this one on the social media behavior, the social media posts of the shooter. If we can hit 50%. By the end of that, I will do Laura Loomer too, because I want to know. I'm really hoping we can get to this, but we got to get the donut goal a little bit further forward, because I cannot do. I want to do this content, but I cannot do the content for free. If we can get it all the way to 100%, then we will also do a second or a third. This would be like a third segment. So the first segment being about the would-be assassin, the social media, you know, all this shit. Like in case you're forgetting who we're talking about, is this guy. Oh, I'm sorry, I did it again, Chad. I did it again. I mean this guy, of course. I get him mixed up, right? It's very similar images, but no, it's this guy. It's this guy. It's not this. This guy's not responsible. It's this guy right here, right? But yeah, we're gonna finish this off, and I'm hoping that we can get to at least 50%. If we do, I'll cover Laura Loomer. If not, I'll say adios and you know, call it a night. Hoping that we can get at least to 50%, because we did start with a lot of momentum and just kind of lost that. So the Loom. Well, look at that. Look at that. We're at 35%. So that now, I'm sorry, 15%. If we're gonna get 15% further, then we'll do the Loom content. And like I said, if we can get 100%, then we're on board to maybe actually do the Brianna Wu content. I feel like this is the thing I keep on teasing with you, but it's not on purpose. It's because every time Brianna Wu has won, we don't hit the dono goal. And every time we hit the dono goal, something else wins. So, right, the people that want to see the Brianna Wu content have been denied, right? It's a 2-for-1. It's actually not just Brianna Wu leaving the left, which I do have the article, and I've kept the article open in hopes that we could do this content, right? We got the article by Brianna Wu of why she wants to leave the left, but we've also got Brianna Wu beefing with Chud Logic, apparently. So I'll throw it in as a 2-for-1 if we get that. We've also got Breathe Into Your Balls. We've also got Lauren Chin stand-up. Some people are excited about that. It's not doing well in the poll, though. Look at the polls. Are 45% for Brianna Wu, 22% for AJ, Actual Justice Warrior Sims for Anna Kasparian, 20% for Breathe Into Your Balls, and 13% for Lauren Chin. So it really looks like Brianna Wu is going strong tonight. Davy Cliff, feel free to vote for you know, one of these bonus topics if you want to as well. The Oilers don't want to see Wu. That might be it. That might be it. I love Poo-Tanky. Wait, what's Poo-Tanky? Is it like Poontang? Is that the joke? But anyway, we got this one. This is the social media post of the suspected shooter. I feel like you should call. Actually, I feel like you should say would-be assassin, right? He didn't get a shot off. This guy did not get a shot off, right? But he is a would-be assassin. If Trump had come near him, maybe he would have taken a shot. Maybe he would have chickened out. Who knows? We don't know, because he wasn't anywhere near this guy. So and the Secret Service found him. They saw his muzzle sticking out, and they took some shots at him, and he ran away. So he never got a chance to shoot. But anyway, they say suspected shooter. We'll watch this, and then let's see what somewhere we have the. Yeah, look at this. This is what we'll watch next, right? So we'll watch these two things for sure. If we can hit 50% by the time that I'm done with both of these, this is the insane. Trump makes an insane post after assassination attempt. I want to see what that insane post is, so we'll watch that. And then if we can get to 50% by the time that that's over, we'll watch Lauren Loomer. And if we can get to 100% by the time Lauren Loomer is over, then we will get maybe that Wu tent. It looks like the Wu tent is what's winning, but it all depends on what you vote for. Make sure to vote if you haven't already, and it definitely depends on when you donate. You can let me know in the chat which of these 4 topics you want to see as bonus content, and I will actually add that to the overall score, so you could maybe change the fate of the stream, and we could be seeing some very different content instead of Brianna. Maybe Brianna Wu loses again. Maybe Brianna Wu is just doomed. I don't know, chat. It's all up to you. We'll see what happens. Let's go forward with this content. I don't want to edge you too long. Let's see what we got for the social media posts.
I'm Brian Entin, joined by Natasha Zuves.
And I'm watching this because it's newer, right? Oh, no, it's not. Fuck me. What did I see that was like 1 hour ago? God damn it. 5 hours ago? 4 hours ago? There was something that was like 1 hour ago. God damn it. All right, I'll see if I can find that. Let's watch this.
Live right now outside the Trump International Golf Course in West Palm Beach, Florida, where the former president had now a second assassination attempt against him. It was just 9 weeks ago. He was shot in Butler, Pennsylvania, and now today we have another gunman in custody who the FBI says attempted to assassinate former President Trump. We're joined now by Palm Beach County State Attorney.
I would love to get some actual information on this golf course. We've seen this picture all day. At first we thought that the holes that Trump was on were in the assuming this is north-south, were in the north west corner of the golf course up here. But more recently we've been seeing them say that, the holes, it's holes 4, 5, and 6, right? I'm guessing that this is hole 4, this is hole 5, and this is hole 6, right? I'm not sure, but that's just my best guess. We'd love to see somebody identify where exactly the shooter was camped out. That would be interesting. But yeah, we don't have that information so far.
Dave Aaron.
I thought I finally had a more recent video.
He is the state attorney in this area where this attempted assassination happened. You may see him on our air quite a bit, providing analysis, but he's joining us in a different role now. He is actually the top law enforcement official in Palm Beach County and very much part of this investigation. So we appreciate you joining us, Dave. First of all, through our law enforcement sources, we've confirmed that the gunman is a man named Ryan Wesley Routh. That there's a previous charge involving him and a weapon of mass destruction, I believe, from 2022.
Okay, I don't know about that. That's not what I read, chat. 2022? Wait, what? Weapon of mass destruction? What I read was this. 2002. These guys might not have their shit together. I don't know. I think he's referring to this. 2002, he barricaded himself inside a business. He was arrested without incident, but he did have a gun. But not a weapon of mass destruction. What? A weapon of mass destruction? That's got to be a nuke. Is there anything else that's considered a weapon of mass destruction? Maybe a chemical weapon or a biological weapon? That's wild. I think that I don't know about these guys. I don't know about this News Nation, right? This is whack. He fucking said weapon of mass destruction. Bro said weapon of mass destruction. This dude had a nuke? Yeah, and he was just let go. Yeah, he had a nuke. They, threatened to blow up the world, but they let him go. It was
Wesley Routh. That there's a previous charge involving him and a weapon of mass destruction, I believe from 2020.
He does have a long rap sheet, but I don't think he has a weapon of mass destruction. That's crazy, guy. That is fucking wild.
What more have you been able to learn about this man, Dave?
Brian, good to be with you. He was not on our radar here at the Palm Beach County State Attorney's Office. He's someone who was from North Carolina. He lived in, or maybe even lives now in Hawaii, but he has had some very unusual social.
Get your shit together, News Nation.
Some bizarre posts where he obviously cares very deeply.
I feel like they're less professional than I am, and I'm a fucking live streamer. I'm a joke.
Ukraine and says,
but I'm glad you're watching me. Edge me with your political commentary. No comment. Thank you, Jason Will.
Good versus evil. At the same time, though, he can't differentiate between how evil it is to try to assassinate someone using AK-47.
I read that it was a machine gun. Maybe they just, yeah, like, that makes more sense. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to figure, okay, assault weapon. He probably was thinking assault weapon, and he said weapon of mass destruction. What a joke.
7 style weapon. And so, you know.
Oh my God, I almost feel bad for this guy.
You don't get.
He's like trying to do news here. He gets a job at News Nation, and he's like, he's nervous. It's his first big story, and he's like, a weapon of mass destruction. And I think he's thinking assault. I think he's thinking of like an assault. I think he means an assault weapon.
Normal people who do stuff like this. I mean, that's the same guy who then decided to hightail it north from the county, was picked up about 45 minutes north of here. It would be an 8-hour drive to the border. I mean, the whole thing doesn't make much sense, but neither does a lot of the stuff he had been saying. And so he is going to face federal charges. Originally, at the press conference, I had spoken about how my prosecutors were working up the paperwork for warrants and pretrial detention, thinking that perhaps we'd be going first.
Davy Cliff says the Moab counts as one. The mother of all bombs. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
While the federal government was going to decide, but they have since stepped up to say that they're going to be the ones filing the charges. So he will be facing serious federal charges, and we at the state will stand down.
What kind of federal charges do you anticipate, Dave?
No, I don't know that yet, but the federal government has statutes available to them that are
Look, Bovine says tankies are the enemy of freedom. Yeah, and Brianna Wu is their leader. Okay, don't miss that, right? Brianna Wu, leader of the tankies. That's right.
Stronger than some of the state statutes. They've got some domestic.
That's why we have to defeat her.
Terrorism statutes. Although interestingly, domestic terrorism is.
She's advocating for tanks.
Not its own unique statute under federal law, and that I think should change. But they do have statutes that are like that they can invoke. They have weapons charges.
Whoa.
Potential
Joe Dirt says he's had a machine gun. That's what they called a weapon of mass destruction. Yeah, I think he just got it wrong. I think he meant to say weapon of ass destruction. Damn, Lady Badash. That is I'm sorry, Chad. I'm too serious. I'm too silly. I can't take the tanky discourse super seriously today.
When it comes to assassinations of a current and former president, things that are less available.
Especially considering that I get like called a tanky by Demon Mama mods when I go into Tipster's chat and just say hi. Like, oh, she's a tanky. Like, what the fuck does that even mean?
To us at the state level. And when the feds want to take a case, you defer to them.
I challenge you to find a clip of me glazing up like Stalin. I don't know what the fuck they're.
And so
I think it's just like enemies of Demon Mama are now called tanky. I don't even know what that word means anymore.
I think it's in good hands. I don't expect them to get any pre-trial release.
If you think that Vosh is a fucking creep, then you might be a tanky.
Considering the severity of this matter.
If you think that him having fucking Loli in his taxes folder, in his spank bank, right, then you might be a tanky.
And we appreciate you
Can
being
you
here with
elaborate
us.
a little more? Oh, I'm sorry, Natasha.
It's okay. I appreciate that, Brian. So you say, we don't get normal people who try to do something like this. In terms of motive, I appreciate you bringing in some of what we are uncovering about his views, his very strong views about Ukraine, the war in Ukraine. What is standing out to you in this moment as one is trying to piece together a motive here?
You know, it is interesting. Someone who can see.
Is that Mar-a-Lago? That's Mar-a-Lago, right? Or is that maybe that's no. That's the Trump International Golf Course.
The difference between
golf club. Sorry.
That Ukraine was fighting for its survival against the tyrannical, Putin regime who invaded them. I mean, good versus evil. But at the same time, you can't determine what's good and evil as far as getting an AK-47 style rifle and trying to kill someone, to try to murder someone. That is, to me, how bizarre this is. Like, it doesn't make sense. You understand the difference between good and evil.
Well, yeah, he's got that, so he's pro-Ukraine, but he's somehow he thinks that China's got like a bioweapon that they're launching. He's just a weird mishmash. He's calling people the R slur, right? It's hard to get a beat on this guy.
People here, but not over here. And
sorry, I shouldn't say a bead. Isn't that like a term that, like, with the laser sight that's a bead? I don't mean like that. It's hard to get a read, I think, is what I was trying to say, Chad. I'm not like
to think that somehow he was going to.
I'm not a weapons person. Okay, I don't know what the
help Ukraine by assassinating former President Trump. The whole thing is
okay. That's a reach. I don't know. How long ago was the Ukraine thing?
But then again, people who are totally normal don't try to commit these types of crimes. That doesn't mean he's legally.
And also, if you support Ukraine, why were you supporting Vivek Ramaswamy? That is bizarre. That is incomprehensible, right? That's why I just cannot take this guy super seriously. Movies with Mark, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. That is a great way to get out of the top of the hour ad break, which is coming up again in about 30 minutes. If you want to get rid of that god-awful ad break that happens every hour on the top of the hour for 3 minutes at a time, you can do so like Mark did for free with a Twitch Prime sub. It also helps your streamer out. That's me. So I appreciate that. That brings us up to 38% in the dono goal. You could also get one for, I think they're discounted right now. If you want to buy one for yourself, it's $4 instead of $6 like it normally is. So that's kind of this is a good month to get them. I wish I could encourage more and more people to every September. I'm like, this is the month to load up on subs, and nobody listens. Nobody listens. So whatever. But yeah, you just got one. You just got weaseled. Movies with Mark. You've just been weaseled. You just got weaseled.
A good thing.
That's a good thing, right? So you can also possibly get one if you are lucky. Just by being active in chat, because if you're active in chat, you're more likely to be gifted a sub. Sometimes people do gift subs in chat, and if you want to be the recipient of that generosity, and it is generosity, don't expect it, right? But it does happen from time to time. Be active in chat, just so people can see you and they see that you don't have a sub, and they feel bad for you. They want to get you out of that ad break, and voila. You got a gift sub.
Insane, by the way. The fact that he fled, the fact that he ran off.
Yeah, anybody who's donating, including you, Movie with Mark, free movies with Mark, feel free to let me know which of the topics in the full-scale chat you want to see next as bonus content, and I will put your money where your mouth is and add your sub to the. Like it always helps the dono goal, right? But if you want to add it to one of these topics, Brianna Wu leaves the left. Breathe into your balls. That is some right-wing red pill cringe, trying to delude guys into thinking they can get their T levels up by breathing into their balls. We have Lauren Chin stand-up, more right-wing cringe, and a third right-wing cringe subject with actual justice warrior simping for Anna Kasparian. Just let me know which of these topics is your cup of tea, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is.
Thankfully, we had a good Samaritan who was able to identify him, and we knew what kind of car he was driving. But the fact that he drove off...
Unfortunately, YouTube chat isn't really the place to argue how people like Vosh co-opt positions and get people to take ineffective action. He's a liberal. I agree with you, Rotten Mouse. I agree with you.
Tells you he knew the difference between right and wrong, and that's why it'll be hard for him to have an insanity.
But it's kind of weird, right? Because there's more people that have been connected to Vosh, right? Did you know, like, look, we don't have chooses violence on the poll, right? But Sunday has been talking about me. And one of the weirdest things that he said is that he called me a demon mama orbiter. If I wanted to waste your time, and I don't think you're interested in this, I could show you a demon mama video where she flips me off, right? She is no friend of mine. I am no friend of hers. Unlike Sunday, I've never been connected to the Vosh network. I've never been friendly with those assholes, right? And for good reason, right? Vosh, you know, calls himself a market socialist, but really just seems more like a market liberal to me. And Sunday, when we scratched the paint on Sunday, we found that, you know, he considers himself an anarchist, and yet he's sharing with his chat anarcho-capitalist literature, like anarchist literature from ANCAPs, right? So I guess motherfucking Sunday is a market anarchist, right? A little too close. Yeah. For somebody that only recently, only after the taxes folder, separated himself out from Vosh, right? To find out that he's actually a market anarchist, whatever the fuck that is, right? Is kind of wild. It's I wonder how many of his community members realize that this guy is like, I mean, that's worse than a liberal. That's like an ANCAP. What the fuck is up with you, Sunday? Are you an ANCAP?
Defense.
Are you a neo-reactionary, or did you leave the pipeline like Xander Hall? Look, if you want to talk about who's close to the Vosh network, Sunday, I'm gonna win that argument. I don't think you want to start that fight with me. You better watch your words, okay? Because we're watching yours.
So this guy is facing a.
Can you believe that? Fucking calls me a demon mama sim. What the fuck? Bro, you were like friends with her. What are you talking about?
Whole lot of hurt right now.
I'm sorry, maybe I should have done chat chooses violence. It looks like I'm choosing violence right now. Really don't know anything about Vosh. I never followed or watched him. I did see the Tacoma web clip, but that's it. When you say the Tacoma web clip, do you mean the Brace Belden clip? Or do you mean the taxes folder where he shows his spank bank? He shows that he's apparently fapping to Loli. In all fairness, Sunday was a Vosh and Demon Mama order. I know, what the fuck? Dude, look, I don't want to chirp about Sunday. I don't really care about that guy, but he can't stop chirping. Yeah, the Brace clip. Nice. I'm sorry, chat. I'm distracting everyone.
You mentioned
I'm getting in my feels. My feelings are hurt, Sunday. You hurt my feelings. But wait, I don't have feelings because I'm evil. I forgot.
North Carolina, when we first got.
Motherfucker calls me a demon mama sim. What is wrong with this guy? What is up with like that is not the battle you want to pick. You want to talk about who's a fucking Vosh sim? You want to talk about who's an orbiter? You want to talk about who's sweeping for Vosh and demon mama? That's you, bud. Up until really recently, that's Sunday.
The name and I started searching the name, it tied back to North Carolina. That was the only location that I could find. So do you believe at this point that he actually drove here to Palm Beach County all the way from North?
Narwhal by nature with the gift sub to Javi Herrera. Javi Herrera, you've just been weaseled. You just got weaseled. A good thing. Look, I really don't want to fight with other like leftists, but with Sunday, I just wonder, is he actually a leftist, right? Like, I just want to know, was that a mistake? Did he accidentally not realize that these anarchists that had this article that he loves, that he swears by, he says he 100% agrees with, these ANCAPs who wrote an article about methodological anarchism? Did he realize that? Why didn't he tell his chat, oh, by the way, I agree with these people on this one point, but just know, so you know, they are ANCAPs. They are not actual anarchists. Just so you know. He didn't say that. He didn't fucking say that. He just said, I 100% agree with these assholes. Yo, Sunday, if you want to fucking play, you are not going to like the results of it.
North Carolina and was intending to.
You're going to get exposed in a way you did not think possible. Because, like, literally, motherfucker is showing his channel, like, ANCAP literature and being like, I'm teaching you theory. You're teaching them bullshit. And showing your ass in the process, literally.
To speed back to North Carolina?
I feel like I let him off easy, like, motherfucker.
You know, that could be what had happened. That is illegitimate.
Oh yeah, Narwhal by nature. Let me make sure. Did I add your? Yeah, we're up to 41%. So we're 9% from hitting that 50%. If we hit the 50%, we'll do Lauren Loomer. If we hit the 100% after that, then we'll do Brianna Wu. And then if we hit like 1,000%, then I'll go to war with Sunday. No, that's what he wants, right? He had a chatter in there saying, "No, comment chick's gonna go to war with you." Come on, bitch. I'm not like, I don't like think about you that much. We're not going to war, okay?
But then I had heard he was living in Hawaii. I mean,
anyway, we're 9% from getting there.
Live in Hawaii.
Oh yeah, Narwhal. What do you want? What are you thinking tonight?
Harder for him to get a public defender, where you have to prove they're indigent.
What are you feeling? Yeah. What are you feeling as far as the bonus? Oh my gosh. Scared. Woo.
But if he was living in North Carolina,
always so loud. I need to turn it down.
drove back up, yeah, that could explain a lot. We just don't know yet, Brian. We're still trying to find all the information. And now the federal government is in charge of this investigation and the prosecution. Then I'll be able to speak about this more because it's not.
Yeah, that's right, Davy.
Izzy Sanchi super chatted $10.
Here you go. Oh, you're so sweet. Okay, well, let me add this. Agleth, thank you for the donation on Throne. And Izzy Sanchez, thank you for the super chat. Izzy Sanchez says, here we go. Wait, why didn't it read out your super chat? Oh, I gotta fix that. I feel like it's when people super chat a lot, sometimes it doesn't read. I don't know why that is. I probably screwed it up somehow. So we're up to 61. Look at that, 61%. Make sure to, if you donate, to let me know if you want to, which of these topics you want to see as bonus content. I'll be happy to put your money where your mouth is. Let's finish watching. I'm sorry that I went off on Sunday chat. I'm not trying to be drama. I know we do our drama on also Woo. Wait, we got 2 for Woo? We got 2 for Woo. 2 for Woo. Look at that. Brianna Woo might actually win tonight. Oh my god, Brianna, you'll be so happy. You'll finally win for once. Am I being mean? This is what people like about me, is that I'm the nice streamer, right? I'm NCC. That stands for nice, but since it's got 2 C's in it, it's also thick. I'm nice and thick. I'm NCC. But other streamers, not so nice. They're kind of ornery. They're kind of mean. President Sunday is getting the laser. Oh no, not the laser eyes.
Not my jurisdiction anymore. It's now the federal government. But I expect that we'll learn more soon. I credit the Sheriff Bradshaw, for having that press conference.
Good job, Sheriff Bradshaw. You did a good job there.
Where he was very open, very transparent about what we knew. And we were remarking how.
Yeah, we got the Loomer bag secured, chat. Congratulations. Thank you, Izzy. Thank you, Hagleth. We got the Loomer bag secured at this point. That's happening. That's going on.
Media found out about this. I mean, you guys were on top of this just minutes after law enforcement seemed to.
It's fine to be mean sometimes.
Get it. So you guys have really good sources. I won't ask you who they are, but they're really good.
I fucking hate this channel.
Super chatted 20.
Yo!
Sending a super chat because YouTube's membership gifting is broken for me.
Ooh.
Less than place me down for Woo.
Place you down for Woo. Okay. Also, yeah, interesting. So wait, so $5 super chat, it reads your chat out. $10 super chat, for some reason it doesn't. I don't know how I set it up wrong, but I must have fucked something up. And then 25, it also reads your chat out. I don't know. I feel like it's just buggy. But yeah, 25 added to Woo. Oh my gosh, Brianna Woo, you're really gonna win tonight. Brianna Woo can't lose. Brianna Woo, you're gonna win for once. I'm so excited for you, sweetie. I am so excited. That brings us up to 86% on the dono goal. That is only 14% away from securing the bag on, looks like Woo Tent. It looks like Woo Tent. We're eating good tonight, chat.
Yeah, and I think something that maybe people...
Hagleth with the resubscribe through Prime. That is a great way to get out of the top of the hour ad break for free. And it also helps me out. It also pushes the dono goal forward. And it makes me say, Hagleth, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. You just figured out a really good hack to get weaseled. Yeah, like I mean, you can get it for cheap. Like even if you don't have Prime, you can get a sub for cheap this month because it's 25% off during September. Twitch does like a special deal for September. I think they also add if you give bits that are over 300, then they add like a certain percentage to your bits donation. But they also they're knocking 25% off of the subs even if you don't have a Twitch Prime. But yeah, Agleth found out the way. That's the way that you can get it for free, right? That's the best deal going, especially since it also helps out your streamer.
I live around here, so I know. And you and I go way back.
861%. That's right.
To work in West Palm, but I think something.
I don't like this network. I don't like News Nation. I feel like I've seen a couple of their videos that were not bad. That were actually pretty good. but this is just dog shit. This is dog shit tier content. I'm pissed off that I wasted your time with this. But thank you, Eric's Blue, for the $25 super chat. Thank you, Agalith, for the throne contribution and for the Prime sub, and thank you, Izzy, for the $10 super chat.
People don't understand is, if you're watching this around the country, is that, Mar-a-Lago is right here, just a few miles away. The golf course is right here. These are places that the former president frequents. So there are security plans. Sheriff Bradshaw, for example, is very much on a day-to-day basis, every day, involved in the former president's security plan. So it's not like this is some random place where this happened and they weren't prepared and they didn't know how to address it immediately. Just one last question for you, though, Dave. We heard from the sheriff in Martin County where they pulled him over and took him into custody, the alleged gunman, that he was emotionless and that he wasn't talking. Do you know, that was in the beginning, though. It's been hours now. Have you?
Corn Pop for Press says it looks like a Fox News knockoff, like a bad science fiction movie. Yeah, something about it does make it look, it does kind of look conservative. Be borderline deranged, but have some production value.
Have you gotten any indication of if he is
Oh, you're talking about for News Nation, not
talking to investigators?
Not saying that to me.
I have not, but if he didn't say anything at the beginning, then he knew enough not to say anything at all. The fact that he had this previous very serious charge against him shows that he's not.
Izzy Sanchez confirms News Nation is right-wing.
To all this, but he apparently is on his way back to Palm Beach County. If he's not here already, he'll be booked, and then the feds will request.
Welcome, Dano.
To keep him behind bars pre-trial.
I don't know what that means, but I'm saying it.
Don't expect him to get a bond. And as you showed the golf course on the screen, it's important, Brian, because you know Palm Beach County. You and I go back a lot.
Okay, so the people in chat that are saying that there's something fishy about this, right? That are saying that they don't buy this. They're saying that the timing is too perfect. I kind of see where you're coming from. Like, circumstantially, it does look weird. If you're right, though, and somehow that's proven, if more facts come in and it turns out that there's some, this was the Trump who cried wolf. Oh my God, he's so Jover. He is so fucking Jover. I don't see any evidence so far, but if it's there, then Trump is fucked.
It is.
My dad has watched sometime. Wait, is it an actual TV show? Sorry, is it an actual TV network? American Flags gave it away, unfortunately. What, on News Nation?
Interesting how you could just from the street walk up.
Did I just quote Hawaii 5-0?
$9.99. This is not what Corn Pop would have wanted.
This is not what Corn Pop would have wanted at all. No, Corn Pop would be sad. This is an actual, so it's a television news network. I didn't even know. Look at that. We are up to 99%. Wow. That was quick, chat. That was really quick. And thank you, Davy Cliff. Wait, what did you vote for last time? You were for Wooten, right? So that what brings Wooten up to 56. Wooten is too powerful. Brianna Wu, you're too powerful. You're too powerful.
Through the bushes.
How can anyone oppose Brianna Wu?
You'll see people playing on the golf course. The bushes hide the holes on the golf course from the public.
I'm going to have to submit to her tanky authority, right? Brianna Wu, the leader of the tankies, literally drives around in a tank. I believe it's made by Bugatti. The Bugatti. She's got a Bugatti tank. She's a tanky. She rolls around in that. She wants full communism, and I'm just going to have to give in to her because she's too damn powerful. I'm sorry. Transmed communism. What the fuck? Oh no. That's so cursed, chat. That's so fucking cursed.
Go there.
The Transmed tanky.
In the bushes, put a.
Is there a Transmed tanky?
In between the fence and.
That sounds like a thing so wild that it should actually exist.
Try to shoot someone. So
she knows kung fu.
Right at the Secret Service.
She's got the kung fu grip, right?
They saw this. They were able to find this.
Brianna Wu, you got me to my goal. Well, 1% away from it.
And take action right away. And according to reports, the only shot that went off were from the Secret Service, not from the suspect.
So what are you saying?
Yeah, it's a good point. Very different from what we saw in Butler, Pennsylvania, where it was clearly a failure by the Secret Service. Quite the opposite here. Their plan worked, and they were able to spot this man before anything bad happened. And in terms of the proximity, again, you're right. I mean, you've got Mar-a-Lago close by. It's easy to see in the golf course behind me. And then, by the way, the jail, the Palm Beach County Jail, is right next to the golf course. So
you can just put him right in jail. There you go.
Is going to end up being housed right next to the spot.
So Donald Trump can come visit him. Yeah, perfect.
to kill the former president. So it's sort of interesting.
I bet he will. I bet they'll develop a friendship, right? All this guy would have to say is that, like, he changed his mind and he thinks that Donald Trump is the greatest, and Donald Trump would go visit him in jail.
Think about Dave Ehrenberg. We appreciate you.
Yes, I appreciate you. You suck, News Nation. I'm sorry that I subjected you to this shit. I didn't know what they were. I couldn't tell. I thought they were like a YouTube like network or something, but apparently no. They're on terrestrial TV. Maybe your parents, maybe your grandparents, maybe your uncle, maybe your aunt is watching this. Who knows?
The FBI is currently investigating what it has deemed an assassination attempt.
Jack Cocherella, nice audio, okay? I react to a lot of videos from a lot of different political pundits, and I gotta say, your dynamics, your compression limiter, whatever, what you got going with your SM7B there, it's really good. I like your audio. I really like your audio.
Former President Donald Trump. Now, the initial...
No, I gotta get this guy's settings. I gotta pick this guy's brain, chat. I want to set my audio in the exact same way. This is beautiful. After so much shitty compression from breaking points from all these other places, right? That should know better. They should know how to set their audio up. This guy's... It's a masterclass. It's a fucking masterclass in audio. God damn it. Jack Cocherella, you fucking genius.
Reporting on what happened when Donald Trump was playing golf at one of his clubs in South Florida was that there was shooting outside of the club, but it was not targeted at Donald Trump. Since that reporting has been updated, so I only want to bring you what we know to be true and factual, and that is the reporting, that is the information that we are getting out of the FBI right now. But the response to it, of course, from MAGA has been absolutely absurd, not thinking about how we can address the epidemic of gun violence in this country, but instead trying...
That is a funny thing to call MAGA on when something like this happens. Yeah, this is twice that they've been, Trump's gotten, I mean, not shot at, right? But had a would-be assassin with an AR-47.
To use this as some political prop.
Wait, no, was the other one an AR?
Donald Trump,
it was, wasn't it?
That he is losing very badly. And it just goes to show that that is the only thing that they care about. They don't care about the safety of really Trump or anyone else. All they want to do is make sure that they are pushing their political movement forward, and they don't actually care about the harm that is done.
We can hear a bit of his breathing. It's not perfect. Yeah, so I guess the noise gate could be better, maybe.
Done because of gun violence every single day, but that is incredibly clear in an insane post that Trump made following.
What's going on with this, chat? You think he's got his ratio turned up to like 8-to-1? You think it's like a podcast level?
Again, what the FBI...
Maybe I just like that podcast sound.
Deeming an assassination attempt, and we're going to get into all of that.
He probably needs maybe a pop filter.
But before we do, if I just could quickly ask you to leave a like on this video, it goes along.
Hey, I'll do that because I like your audio.
Now let's get into the reporting so far that is coming out on this breaking news story from the AP. Donald Trump was the subject of an apparent assassination attempt at his Florida golf club, the FBI says. The man who authorities say pointed a rifle with a scope into former President Donald Trump's golf club was arrested, 3 law enforcement officials told the Associated Press. The officials identified the suspect to the AP, but spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized.
I might need a pop filter. You know what my problem with pop filters, though, is that, like, I've got one, but I can never figure out how to get it to, like, it, like, always, like, swings down, right? I can never get it to stay where I want it, so I just don't use it. I've also got, like, a bigger, like, this, baffle, I guess is what it's called. I've got a bigger baffle, but I don't think that Waluigi would be comfortable sitting on it.
To discuss the ongoing investigation. Secret Service agents...
Narwhal says his audio is too smooth for my ears.
Shot at the suspect, who was taken into custody after fleeing the scene of what the FBI is calling an apparent assassination attempt of the Republican presidential nominee.
Ooh, just an old sock? Well, you mean an old sock in the middle of, like, a coat hanger?
Authorities are working to determine a motive. The FBI says Donald Trump was the target of what appears to be an attempted assassination at his golf club in West Palm Beach on Sunday, just 9 weeks after the Republican presidential nominee survived another attempt on his life. The former president said he was safe and well. Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw said the U.S. Secret Service agents fired at a man pointing an AK-style rifle with a scope as Trump was on the course. Bradshaw said the gunman also had 2 backpacks hanging on a fence and a GoPro camera, and he was about 400 yards to 500 yards away from Trump and hiding in shrubbery while the former president played golf on a nearby hole. The person who dropped the weapon and fled in an SUV was later taken into custody in a neighboring county. The incident was the latest jarring moment in a campaign year marked by unprecedented upheaval. It occurred roughly 2 months after Trump was shot during an assassination attempt in Pennsylvania. Only a week later, President Joe Biden withdrew from the race. In an email to supporters, Trump said, "There were gunshots in my vicinity, but before rumors start spiraling out of control, I wanted to say I am safe and well." The White House said President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, the Democratic presidential nominee, had both been briefed and would be kept updated on the investigation. The White House added they were relieved.
Well, look, Black Spidey, my problem is the clamp, right? Like, it's got a clamp and it's got a gooseneck, right? So the gooseneck is like one of those things. Here, let me see if I can find it. Do I have it around? I just haven't used it because it doesn't work too well. Maybe it's down here. I feel like I'm George W. Bush looking for the weapons of mass destruction. But I can't find them. Oh, I can't find them. Weapons of mass destruction. They gotta be around here somewhere. Oh well.
To know Trump is safe. Harris in a statement said she was glad Trump was safe, adding that violence has no place in America. So as I had said earlier, I previously reported on this story when the on-the-ground sources were saying that the gunfire was not directed at Donald Trump. Clearly, the attempted assassin never got a shot off, but earlier reporting suggested that it was blocks away from this club that 2 individuals were firing at each other.
Wait, it's an AR, AK, not an AR. So there's an AR-15 and there's an AK-47. God damn it. I don't know enough about weapons.
Information that we had, I wanted to take that video down because I only want to bring you what is true and accurate. And sometimes that is difficult during an updated story, but this is the information that we have now. And it's interesting to see that, of course, Kamala Harris responded by saying that we need to prevent gun violence in America. But Donald Trump took a very different approach with this crazed fundraising.
Okay, this is what I want to see.
Right here. Ron Filipkowski of Midas Touch wrote on Twitter, Trump just sent out a fundraising email to attempt to take advantage.
Yeah, this is the thing. Midas Touch is on top of those Trump fundraising emails, right?
Incident at his golf course. The fundraising email reads,
I'd be afraid to sign up for a Trump email.
Alert. I am Donald J. Trump. Fear not. I am safe and well, and no one was hurt. Thank God. But there are people in this world who will do whatever it takes to stop us. I will not stop fighting for you. I will never surrender. The email continues and asks for a donation up to $3,300. So instead of responding in this moment like Kamala Harris did by trying to address the key issue here, which is the epidemic of
he just asked for money.
Gun violence in America, Donald Trump is trying to fundraise. And that shows just exactly who he is. Someone who...
He should do a theory goal, right? He should do a theory, he should have a theory squid and a drama jellyfish. And then they could be like, he could be like, if you want to get beyond the theory, then you need to donate to the drama jellyfish. You will see me, see chat chooses violence, and then I'll go after Kamala Harris. Otherwise, I'm just going to read you this dry theory.
Only
Sorry.
cares about himself and will use any...
We got to make fun of him. We got to make fun of him.
Campaign. It does not actually care about the issues, but that is abundantly clear.
Because he loves it.
Developing story, so I want to check out more of what was said about it on MSNBC.
Alex,
we gotta hit up MSNBC to get our
where it says it's responding to what it calls
recommended daily allowance of lib,
an attempted assassination of former President Trump. And that's obviously deeply significant because we have not been calling this an assassination attempt until now because of certain information that we lack right now. The FBI obviously
oh my God, yeah, I think they got criticized for this, and this is actually responsible. right? To hold off before jumping to conclusions until you absolutely know. Because when this story first came out, all you had is that there was gunfire near where the president was, or near where the former president was, right? That was what first came out, and there was a lot of the story mutated, right? And then it was like, there's two people firing at each other, and then there's right, and so they sort of waited until they found out, like, that it's a scoped rifle that would have been able to hit the. I don't know. You get enough evidence, and then you can say, yeah, this is a attempted assassination, right? And you probably but like everybody wants to be the first to the punch when it comes to breaking news. So actually, this is probably good for, like, this is MSNBC being honest, but they're going to pay for it. They're going to get criticized for it. Trumpies are going to be like, oh, you're trying to cover it up. You're trying to pretend like he wasn't you were just hoping that you could change the story. What? No, they're waiting for fucking confirmatory details.
That it was that they offered no.
Look, I'm not a huge fan of MSNBC. I'm constantly criticizing different of their personalities, but in this case, I think they did the right thing.
Further details in that statement, and we're trying to get in touch with them right now to understand why they are calling this an attempted assassination against former President Trump. But that's what they're saying, and they have this person is in custody, and the FBI is responding, and so that's obviously a very significant moment in this story, an attempted assassination attempt of the former president. Alex.
Ken, let me ask you something, and if you're not able to answer this, I will go next to Frank Figliuzzi with the FBI, because this again is reporting you're saying from the FBI.
I would love to see a map where they correctly labeled the holes and correctly identified where the shooter was. Gun Club Estates? Wait, what the fuck is that? That's a weird name for... oh, the airport's right there, too. Simon Pierre, the 99% was getting on my nerves. Well, you have cured us. You have cured us of the 99%. I mean, we are the 99%, but... You know what I'm saying, right? The news feed seems frozen. Oh, I know why. I figured it's because my computer's old as fuck. That's why.
The words attempted assassination, how broadly might that be applied? Because we don't have any indication that a shot was fired at the former president. Could it include anybody who may have wished to do harm, somebody who wasn't able to get close enough to do harm, but somebody who clearly had something terrible with their intent? Could that be classified as an attempted assassination?
Well, Alex, it would go beyond a mere wish or even a threat. Obviously, there has to be some plotting involved, and here you have a man with an AR-style weapon, so in the vicinity of the president. So that we know. We know those facts. What we didn't know or don't know is whether this person fired any shots or attempted to fire any shots and the gun jammed, and what other information the FBI has from, for example, mobile devices, text messaging, and then there's this report from the sheriff of another person arrested on the highway. So the FBI obviously knows a lot more than we do right now, and they're calling it an attempted assassination, which suggests obviously intent. So that's the picture. It isn't just someone who made a threat or who may have had an inclination. It's concrete steps that were taken, including, we know, a person with a gun in proximity to Mr. Trump, Alex.
Now, like I said before, while this is an important story and it is good that Trump is okay, no matter how we feel about him, political violence is something that cannot and should not and will not be tolerated.
You don't. You sound like such...
It is clear that Donald Trump will use the next couple of days to try...
Libs, you don't need to do this. You don't need to be like, yo, of course, yeah, of course you're not. That's why you're libs. You're not, nobody's accusing you except for fucking Trump people. And this gives credence to them saying, oh, you compared Trump to Hitler. Look, you should compare him to Hitler, all right? He's absolutely targeting he's doing the shit that Hitler did, right? And that doesn't mean he's literally fucking Hitler, because I don't think that, the ghost of Hitler, reincarnated itself in Trump's body, but... God damn.
to only talk about this. And sure, it would be important if he were doing so in a way that is addressing gun violence, and instead he will likely just be talking about himself and trying to use this to prop up his failing campaign. But with that said, I want to make sure that we're focused on what really matters in this campaign, which is the issues, which is policy, which is how we can move our country forward. And that is exactly what Pete Buttigieg had to say this morning in a clip that I want to check out.
Very clear. That community and the very real people who are dealing with some really ugly stuff right now, like the bomb threats, are having that inflicted on them as part of this strategy from a campaign that wants to talk about anything but their actual record and their actual agenda. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance cannot afford for this campaign to be about things like how Donald Trump eliminated the...
So what do you think? The future of the Democratic Party? I sure fucking hope not. I think that, like, I don't know, libs love this guy. Libs love Buttigieg. He does the thing that Shapiro does where they emulate Obama's cadence. And I just, like, I don't know. I don't think he's charismatic. Maybe it's just me, like, to each their own. Like, I don't think Trump is charismatic, right? Obviously, a lot of people. So I could be wrong. Maybe everybody else finds this guy super charming. I find Buttigieg, like, unnerving and creepy, right? I'm not saying he actually is creepy. I'm just saying that I don't see what libs see when they say this guy's going to be president someday. He can win. He's got the, he's like, they somehow think because he's got the Obama cadence, he's got the Obama Riz, and he doesn't even close to have it.
And continues to leave the door open to signing a national abortion ban. They definitely don't want this campaign to be about things like how we had a manufacturing recession under Donald Trump and what we have to do to keep the manufacturing boom that is going on right now going. These are not things they want to be talking about. Obviously,
you know who he reminds me of is fucking Agent Smith. And here's the irony, chat. People speculate based on his, like, resume that this guy might have actually been in the CIA. Like, he fits the profile. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to go off on a conspiracy theory. I don't know anything for sure, right? And I'm not, like, one of the people, like, speculating about it, but I have heard people say that, based on his, like, military experience and his corporate experience, he fits the profile of somebody that would be part of the working for the company, right? And he seems like Agent Smith. Do you see what I'm saying, chat? Does he give you that Agent Smith feel? I don't
want to be talking about
He's like going to be like Mr. Anderson. There are two people. Only one of them can leave the room.
Particulars
of God, I can't remember the fucking line from the Matrix
because they don't have one. They have this so-called concept of a plan that he keeps saying is around the corner. He's been saying that, I think, for 9 years. So they need to get us talking about something else. The crazier, the better. And they go for something that is so outrageous that you actually can't ignore it. The media can't ignore what's going on because very real pain has been inflicted and fear, by the way, on people in this community and other communities around the country. Yeah. And yet, if we take the bait and are completely diverted by it, then we're not talking about what this campaign is supposed to be about, which is the future of the American people.
Let's talk again. While the events of today are scary and we will learn more, and I will report as much as I can as the story develops.
What do you think, Chad? What is your take? No Obama Riz says, Trump's own running mate compared him to Hitler. Oh, that's true, Ferris. Good point. Yeah. I always forget about that. J.D. Vance, called, compared Trump to, said that he sometimes thinks that Trump might be America's Hitler. Fascists famously hate political violence and love the exchange of their political with their good point. Double Dostoevsky.
It is the focus of this campaign, not what is going
Donald Rumsfeld chick finding the weapons of mass destruction
on with Donald Trump, but what will be
pantyhose on a hanger
in the lives of the American people based on who wins the presidency. That is what matters most. It is not conspiracies that MAGA will likely push about this shooting, and I am already seeing coming out, but it is what is important is talking about the issues, which is what Kamala Harris is doing. Her response to this attempted assassination that the FBI is calling it was to try to say that we need to move forward and stop political violence. Donald Trump's has not been that, and MAGA's won't be.
Look, so I say, and I will continue to say, that it is worth your consideration, if you live in a swing state especially, to weaponize your vote to deny Donald Trump another 4 years. And that would be, yes, by voting for Kamala Harris, right? She has a lot of shortcomings. I talk about them constantly, but I do think that there is a utility in what I'm saying. That being said, like this is not that, she's great on what did he say? Oh my God. Like just something irks me.
Will likely push about this.
She talks about the issues. Yeah. No, she doesn't. She talks about vibes. All right. She avoids the issues because she doesn't want to promise too much and be on the hook to actually fulfill those policy prerogatives. Right. That being said, she's still better than Trump. All right. Just like I just like if you're gonna glaze her up, the point of glazing is that she's not Trump. That's her big selling point, right? Is that she's not Trump.
Shooting, and I am already seeing coming out. But it is what is important is talking about the issues, which is what Kamala Harris is doing, her response to this attempted assassination that the FBI is calling it.
I mean, she's gesturing towards the issues. She's mentioning the issues. What she's not doing is getting down to brass tacks. And she doesn't want to do that, and she won't do that. And I've told you the reason I think that is, right? That she is walking a fine line between what the party establishment wants, what the donors want, and what the people want. And she doesn't want to overpromise and be on the line to do something truly progressive because, she's needing the support of the Democratic Party, institution. So, but that being said, right, I still think it's worth voting for her to get rid of Trump, right? That's all I'm going to say. I just can't take it when libs are like, oh no, she's so good at, she talks about the issues. No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't.
Just to try to say that we need to move forward and stop political violence. Donald Trump's has not been that, and MAGA's won't be. So instead of letting them distract us with conspiracy theories, we need to move forward, always talking about the issues, always focused on how we can better this country. And that's what we're going to be talking about every single day on this show. Like I said, I made a correction to a video we did earlier because the information changed. And so I did not want information that wasn't accurate to be out there. I appreciate y'all's support, knowing that I will only ever bring you information that I know is verifiably true, and it ever changes based on FBI reporting. Of course, I will stick to that first and foremost. Thank you all for watching, and until next time.
All right, there we go. So we're comparing like the Kamala Biden Vance response to the incident to the Trump response. I honestly expected it to be more unhinged given the title. I guess I got clickbaited. Oh well, he's got beautiful audio. He's got wonderful audio. His audio is great. All right, I got very few bad words for his audio, but anyway, we are done with that segment, which means that if you are watching me in the shorts chat, no, you're not. No, you're not. No, I gave you the wrong thing. I gave you the wrong link. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Oh my God. I'm like trying to do this. Literally try again. All right. Come on. Come on. Come on. Give me another chance. Here's the link that I was trying to send you to. I'm giving you Google Trends. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. That's the link that I want you to hit. I'm inviting all of you in Shorts Chat, right? So Shorts Chat is about to end. Shorts Stream is about to end, but we will continue in the full-scale stream, which I am now inviting you all to join us in. And I'm going to delete the trends. So yeah, there's the link. I'm going to pin it. There we go. Wait, come on. Pin message. There we go. So it's pinned. Hit the pinned link, hit the link in chat, come join us in the full-scale stream, and we're going to finish out with some Loomer content. We're going to watch Lauren Loomer, and then we're going to watch, I think Brianna Wu. It looks strongly, it's like if I was a weather forecaster, I would say mostly cloudy with a chance of Wu, or with a strong chance, mostly Wu with a chance of, wait, what did I say? Yeah, mostly cloudy with a strong chance of Wu, something like that, right? That's what I would say. So yeah, get in there, grab that link, join us over on the full-scale stream, and I'll see you up the trail. I sound like Vivek Ramaswamy. Can we get that? Like, Vivek Ramaswamy rap. Let's try this. Majority. I know Majority Report's got it.
Thought he wasn't going to take the bait at first. Like he was, because, and I
He
was
just
like,
went with that platitude of like, I'm sort of doing that on the camp.
gold in my basement.
It also doesn't rhyme.
I'm not pretending to be a freestyle rapper as Vivek. When he was, can we just watch Ducey at the end? I almost want to zoom in on him as he's trying to jam out to this.
Us on the campaign trail. You know, you want to join us on the campaign trail, you can do that. I often open up, I say, my name's Vivek. It rhymes with cake. It ain't about thee. It isn't about me. It is about thee. The United States is about liberty. So.
Look at Ducey.
I'm afraid he's gonna bite his tongue. Do you see Ducey
right now? What are you doing?
He's gonna bite his tongue.
Some friends join.
Get this man a pacifier.
Oh my God!
Allow me.
We'll have some
allow me.
He's gonna grind his teeth. What is he on?
Some freestyle too. Okay.
Yeah.
He took a double stack.
Based on my name is Sam. My name is Sam.
That rhymes with ham.
Sam.
Good job.
With Sam. Thank you.
I don't like spam.
It seemed like he started and then he
in my email
caught up and the meter sort of fell off, and I think Ducey didn't know he was being rapped at for a little bit there, but
Well, then I couldn't tell if he was saying, "Join us on the campaign trail," so you can be on the campaign trail.
Wait, let's see this.
In college, you were, I've seen the video, you were a libertarian rapper.
Libertarian rapper, just like President Sunday. Just like Sunday.
Well, look, the things they're digging up, they're going deep. And I have to say, some of these opposition research stories are false, but I will confirm that one.
One in chat if you're disappointed that I didn't cover Bo Blacks today. Is anybody sad about that?
One is true. I was a little bit of a libertarian freestyler in college and had some fun with it.
Do you
That's
remember
accurate.
any of that rap, or do you have some freestyling to do today?
Look,
Oh my God.
we're gonna watch the rap. When the rap ends, Shorts chat will end, and I'll see you up the trail.
But it's not like a kind of thing you remember, right? You just sort of, you just say what you're
Feel it.
to say.
You feel it. Yeah, it's the
I like, that's kind of what I'm doing on the campaign trail in some sense, is freestyling my message.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You want to join us on the campaign trail? You know, you want to join us on the campaign trail, you can do that. I often open up, I say, my name's Vivek. It rhymes with cake. It ain't about thee. It isn't about me. It is about thee. The United States is about liberty. So Fox and friends, join us on the trail. We'll have some fun. I'll see you out the trail.
Oh, he's so good.
Oh no! He rhymed.
trail.
Maybe our dude, chat. Maybe our dude. That fucking. I keep on clicking on the wrong one. That's not him. That's not him. Wait, this is him. Chat. I keep on clicking for some reason. I keep on clicking on the wrong link. Right, but like maybe our dude, was actually convinced to support Vivek Ramaswamy by his rap stylings. Right. Maybe he was like he was about to go Democrat, but then he heard Vivek, rhyme trail with trail, and he was just like, it's so good. It's so good. It's so, I can't resist, right? Maybe that's what it was. Maybe he was like, I don't know. Like, I'm gonna A-B this. All right. Anyway, we're going to end the short stream. We're going to meet in the full scale. Oh, I almost ended the wrong stream. That would have been silly. Here, end the short stream. Boom. See you out the